100 O equals 00 O N equals ICOM Zoro. I am Sanranar IWMM presented to the LFRARY of the University of Toronto by WIURG Oxtobyfoot V/F /LL IL1YSHHH /LHRM /FL BT /IHL.3I /MHCHMI1L LSIL Ho I me Jates IH JJI high NSJ high Tiberi high I $LU Zoroastrian sanitary code M 41 MHI2H5 Ra 5 VHI2 WNMIL 6 LL ML 3 L5 MIHICH 1L WCFT Clio 3 /1 Happy Face ILN /V9 HLO 11 ILRDH.ISC FT5 HIM me 5 NI equals I M at MCFT I kilo ILNI WLL2HII Happy Face CLLM% III life NML is C2 equals IRRH IB equals him item 2HMWTLCLL SIL YCL Vic JJ VLL HLW5 low /L NI Happy Face 5H I low LFC IIBST %HIIUSJUC star.jvn3IEIWA Yo JE-W1 6E SSH CF -2 CIH515 ICIMSD VNIII J/ILCLL ILHLJSLL The Zoroastrian Sanitary Code LLLL5HMLCLMRHL ICI systematically CTHMISVL SIL HMLHLL SIL RIM Li SILM SIL /KN KISVLO MLHIH5HCLSIDL sanitary MLLLI3L-41 IRHHLL SIL L5HLRTL ILFL High Swickledal ILL5HIHR La SM Mil Happy Face M /M*CT VCI3LDLEIRI% IR $FLCLHHLICL SIL AMI MO% MVKI1 /MITN T Hi Happy Face 3 I *I /3R115H Y I52 /ICIXPT I *CHI Chiz 0 mm OVML M R15J ICPLICE 5H4DI 3 ml LLVKL /LRLLKLH4CLSLLJ/LCNCL ILCLH RI Q5 high 3 $TICIXI /JRHH CTL me MHF /CISLWILL equals WL equals LICL RHHTL MSMLCICTLHICL Health Laws of the Ancient Iranians LLI AILH5HLSLHLLX.IDLIL IRCLMLIXL KLL III /KMCs IK floaty tuhfa IMEGSIIC I5IC I cheese I who ICILLCLIR equals L A *MRICLIH /VIICAIL equals L L2 I% $13:54 nui SIH I% I4 dim IHICT MOO2 HRM *EKIN Prefi. This essay was written in response to the notice which appeared from the Ranumi Mazdayasna Subha in the issue of October 12, 1900 of some of the Ars Parsi papers of Bombay, 500 for the best essay on Atun Neu Nc Zionair Zoroastrianism sanitary code. The Subha submitted it to two gentlemen for examination, who awarded the prize to it. Acting upon the suggestion made by the examiners, I have made a few alterations and modifications in the present essay. I have adopted as the groundwork of this essay the translation of the Avesta text published by my late learned Avesta preceptor, Urvad Kavasji Adalji Kanga, but wherever I have thought it advisable to give preference to the version of the text given by a European scholar, I have mentioned his name or work in reference to it. Moreover, when I have not subscribed to the existing versions of the Avesta text, I have given my own version of the text rendered with the assistance of the existing versions and Irvad Kanga's Avesta Dictionary and Gram March. The version given by me of the text is literal, and the words put in parentheses are not expressed in the text, but are either explanatory or are added how to complete the sense of the text. Far I have succeeded in this humble attempt, I leave it to the impartial judgment of the reader. I have tried my best to treat the various subjects of this essay in a regular order, and to put under one head all the facts affecting a particular subject stated here and there in the Avestaic literature. The heading of each subject expressed in an interrogatory form is given, when possible, in the words of the text. Below the heading is given the reply to the question, and next to it are given my own critical and explanatory notes and remarks corroborating them, when possible, with the opinions of famous authors. From my desire to make this essay as accurate, interesting, and useful as possible, I have devoted a good deal of time and pains in revising it and seeing it through the press. But notwithstanding all the pains that have been taken in making it as accurate as possible, the reader may discover some inaccuracies here and there, for which I crave his indulgence. My object in publishing this essay is to show my educated co-religionists how well the laws of the Vendidad enacted for the preservation of health and for the observance of the purity of things are in harmony with the laws of hygiene and the principles of the science of medicine. In conclusion, I beg to express my sincere thanks to all the authors whose valuable works I have consulted in the preparation of this work. Second Dubash, L.M. and S. Bombay, December 1906. List of books consulted in the preparation of this work. Kordbite Avesta translated into Gujarati. By Kavas Kanga. Fifth edition. Yashts translated into Gujarati. By Kavas Kanga. The Gathas translated into Gujarati. By Kavas Kanga. Second edition. Yakna and Vispard translated into Gujarati. By Kavas Kanga. A Practical Grammar of the Avesta Language. By Bahá'í Kanga. A Complete Dictionary of the Avesta Language in Gujarati and English. By Kavas Kanga. Yasna B. Narang. By Temuraz Dinshaw Ankal Sharia. The Vendidad. A new edition prepared by Irvad Adilji Kursif G. Antia. The Zendavesta. Part I. The Vendidad translated by James D. Nair Mediator. Second edition. The Sacred Books of the Eist. Volume 4. The Zendavesta. Part 3. The Yasna, Visparad, and Ch translated by L. Mills. T. Sacred Books of the East. Vol. XXXI. Essays on the Sacred Language, Writings, and Religion of the Parsis by Martin Hogg. Edited by E. W. West, Ph.D. Second edition. Principles op Forensic Medicine. By William A. G. Vym, B. Kentab, F.R.S. and David Ferrier, M.D. Eden. F.R.S. 5th edition. A Manual of Practical Hygiene. By Edmund A. Parks, M.D., F.R.S. 6th edition. Hygiene and Public Health. By Lewis C. Parks, M. Ph. London University. Second edition. A Textbook op Medical Jurisprudence for India. By J. B. Lyon, F.C.S., F.L.C. The Book of Health. Edited by Malcolm Morris, F.R.C.S. 3rd edition. Diseases op Women. By Arthur W. Atis, M.D. London. Fr.C.P. Manual of Gynecology. By D. B. Hart, M.D. and A11. F. Barber, M.D. 3rd edition. A Titas OK The Science Anno Practice of Midwifery. By W. S. Playfair, M.D., F.R.G.P. 5th edition. A Hotbook of the Theory for XD Practice of Medicine. By Frederick T. Roberts, M.D., B.Sc., F.R.C.P. 6th edition. Bloxam's Chemistry. Edited by John M. Thompson and Arthur G. Bloxam. 8th edition. Materia Medica and Therapeutics. By J. Mitchell Bruce M.A. Aberdeen, M.D., London. 6th edition. A Textbook of Pharmacology, Therapeutics, and Materia Medica. By T. Lauder Brunton, M.D., D.Sc., F.R., S. A Manual of Chemistry. By Arthur P. Luff, M.D., B.Sc. London, M.R.G.P. A Textbook OP Physiology. By M. Foster, M.A.M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. 6th edition. On the Use of Beef's Urine. By D. Eugen Wilhelm, Professor of Iranian Languages, University of Jena. Botany Morphology, by W. R. McNabb, M.D., FLS 6th edition. Iranian Essays. By Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, B.A. Parts 2 and 3. The Funeral Ceremonies of the Parsis. By Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, B. A. Gathas, by L. H. Mills, D.D. 1894. The Gathas of Zarathustra in Meter and Rhythm. By L. H. Mills, D.D. 2nd edition. 1900 SSC, Fee. and C. The list of abbreviations used in this work, yes. Contains Chapter I Health and Long Life. Chapter 2. Asterisk the Vendidad. A. The Age of the Vendidad. 10. B. The Superiority of the Vendidad to the other Yoics. Chapter 3. On the number of the diseases created on the earth, on the figurative discourse between the earth and Mathra Spenta, and on the message of Ahura Mazda to Aryaman to cure these diseases. 12.2. The is tames of the diseases mentioned in the Avesta. 14. Chapter 4. When do the Drujanasu, the demon of putrefaction, rush upon the dead? 15. Section I. On which part of the bedding and covering does the Drujanasu rush with contagion, infection, and pollution? 19. Section 2. How many persons become impure by contact when a person or a dog dies suddenly in an assembly? 22. Chapter V. How shall the Mazdayasnians dispose of the corpse in winter if they find it impossible to take it to the Dakama? 24. Section I. If a dog or a man die in this house which is of a worshipper of Mazda on though approach uf darkness by daytime, or when it is raining, snowing, or blowing, or when invasion by animals and besieging by men take place, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? 38. Section 2. If a dog or a man die in a lyut of wood or under a thatched roof, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? 32. 6. Section 3. How shall the corpse be disposed of at a place where there is no dakama? Happy Face, Section 4. How shall the bones of a corpse be disposed of after the destruction of its soft parts by the dog, the vulture, and the sun? Happy Face, Section V. On the punishment to be inflicted on a person throwing away irelessly a fresh bone and its justification. 35. Chapter 6. On the condemnation of burying a dead body and of building graves. 36. Section I. On demolishing tombs and sepulchres. 3/Section 2. On tiny insects and germs produced in tombs and sepulchres. 38. Section 3. On the diseases resulting from dead bodies buried in tombs. 39. Section 4. When does the burial ground become clean again? 42. Section V. On the punishment to be inflicted if the buried bodies are not unearthed within 2 years. 43. Section 6. How long shall the piece of ground lie fallow whereon dogs or men have died? 44. Chapter 7. On the impurity of water that has come into contact with Nasu. If a worshipper of Mazda, walking, or running, or riding, or driving, come upon a corpse through a stream of running water, what shall he do? 45. Section I. How far does the Drujanasu advance with corruption, pollution, and infection in stagnant water, in running and flowing water, and in water dribbling from melting snow or hail? 46. 7. Section 2. How long shall stagnant, dribbling and running water that is polluted be considered unclean one? 47. Section 3. What quantity of polluted water shall be rejected before it becomes potable? 47. Chapter 8. On the condemnation of burning the nasu. Chapter 9. 49 On the impurity of men and cows eating the nasu. Can the men be purified who have eaten the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? 51 Section I. Can the cows be purified which have eaten the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? 53 Chapter X. On the impurity of men and things coming in contact with the nasu, and on the punishment inflicted on a corpse, bearer carrying a corpse alone. Can the men become clean who have touched the dried up corpse of a person who died more than a year ago? 54 Section I. Can a man be purified who has touched a corpse in a remote corner of a forest? 1. 55 Section 2. Can a man be purified who has touched the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? 55 Section 3. On the purification of the hamrit and the putrid. Section 4. 56 At what distance shall the corpse bearers sit from the corpse? 1. 57 Section V. How shall the corpse bearers be purified? 57 Section 6. When can the road be utilized again by which dead dogs and dead men are carried? 68 Venus Fictlon 7. O and fuel be purified that has been carried to the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man. 59 Section 8. O and corn and fodder be purified that have been touched by the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man. 60 Section 9. Can the eating vessels be purified that have been touched by the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? 1. 60 Section X. Can the I3 lothes be purified that have been touched by the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? 62 Section 11. Is the field rendered impure which has been watered 4 times and into which dead matter is brought by the dog, fox, or wolf? 64 Section 12. What shall the Mazdayasnians do if a dog or a man die in a house after the fire, barsoin, and sea, are brought there? 64 Section 13. On the punishment inflicted on a corpse bearer carrying a corpse alone. 65 Chapter 11. On the bath of purification and segregation. The bath of purification. Barishnam. 66 Section I. On the danger arising from the bath of purification given by an inexperienced purifier. 68 Section 2. On the reward to be given to the professional purifier. 7 Section 3. On the penalty incurred by the inexperienced purifier and its justification. 70 Section 4. Spigation. 7-9 Chapter 12. On the Vohunaja dog, the Udra, or otter, and the rabid dog. The Vohunaja dog. 73 Section I. The Udra or otter. 74 Section 2. The rabid dog. 76 Section 3. What penalty shall a man pay for not securing his rabid us*? Section 4. If the rabid dog bites men and beasts, what thall the Mazdayasnians do? 78 Chapter 13. Hair and his tails. 79 Chapter 14. Menstruation. 80 Section I. If a woman passing mucus, having the symptoms of menstruation, and passing ud, sit apart in this Mazdayasnian house, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? 83. A. The symptoms of menstruation. 84. 6. Diseases due to exposure to cold and moisture during the menstrual period. 88 Section 2. In what kind of vessels shall food be served out to a menstruating girl? 1. 92 Section 3. What quantity of food shall be given to a menstruating IFLT number 70 Section 4. How long shall a menstruating girl remain in her place of seclusion? DS Section V. On the condemnation of suppression of menses. Section 6. 95 On the condemnation of sexual intercourse with a menstruating woman. Number 96 X Chapter 15. Labor. When a pregnant woman gives birth to a stillborn child, what should the Mazdayasnians do? 98 Section I Diseases due to exposure to cold after labor. Section 2. On cleansing the womb of the parturient woman. Section 3 What food should be given to the lying-in woman? Section 4. 106. 107. 109. How long shall a puerperal woman remain in seclusion? 112. Section V. Diseases due to moving about too soon after abortion or delivery at full term. 115. Section 6. Can the clothes be used that have come in contact with a lying-in woman after being washed and purified? 118. Chapter 16. Pregnancy and abortion. On the prohibition of sexual intercourse with a pregnant woman if it hurts her. 119. Section I. On thf prohibition of inducing abortion in a pregnant woman. 120. Section 2. On the drugs employed to induce abortion or lure, premature, exo chapter 17. Unmarried life, nocturnal discharge, masturbation, and sodomy. Married life. 124. Section I. On involuntary discharge of semen, nocturnal discharge. 125. Section 2. On voluntary discharge of semen, masturbation. 126. 11. Section 3. Sodomy. 127. Chapter 18. Fasting and intoxication. J. Astinga. Iso. Section I. Intoxication. 130. Chapter 19. Overcrowding. 131. Chapter XX. Bitter cold and winter. 135. Chapter XXI. Excessive heat. 137. Chapter XXII. Noxious creatures. 140. Chapter XXIII. Old GT, *LV/Chapter XXIV. Health givers. 142. Chapter XXV. The sun and sunlight. 143. Chapter XXVI. Ire. -140. Chapter XXVII. Water. 148. Chapter Tzvtai. Rain. I4J. Chapter XXIX. Fumigation and fumigating substances. 152. Chapter XXX. Wind. 154. Chapter XXXI. Bull's urine. 156. Chapter XXXII. Cleanliness. 10xti. Chapter 30. Homa. 163. Chapter XXXTV. The Erdvisor River. 168. Chapter XXXV. Doctors. 170. Section I. On whom shall a surgeon try his skill? 1. Section 2. 172. Fees charged by the doctor. 172. Section 3. Thrida, the first physician and surgeon. 173. Chapter XXXVI. Mathra Spenta. The Holy Mathra. 174. Chapter XXXVII. The Tistraya Star, Sirius. Chapter XXXVII. 170. Varethrakna, Victory, Baharam. 178. The Zoroastrian Sanitary Code. Chapter IHEOI, XHFFLND long IEFET. Health is considered from time immemorial. To be the best happiness that could be secured by man in this mortal world. No happiness is considered to be perfect without it. No man who is not blessed with it, can be said to be truly happy, although he may have abundance of riches and other sources of comfort, for he cannot, on account of his ill health, perfectly enjoy the happiness that he can secure through his wealth and other means. In fact, the Avesta word orvat, from orva sk equals all, oleol, entire, and tat, a suffix denoting state and forming an abstract noun, primarily means wholeness, soundness, perfection, perfect hopgietius, i.e., the perfect happiness that can be secured in this material world, and secondarily health or healthful will. That orvitat equals health or healthful will is equals a synonym for the perfect happiness that can be secured in this material world. As contrasted with a merit from, as3, equals not mere s equals to dip and tat, a suffix denoting state, equals immortality, which is synonymous with the everlasting happiness that can 1 Mills, Gathas, 2nd edition, 1900, p. 58. Be secured in the other world, can be inferred from the following Gathaic verses, and also from the first section of the Cordad YSBST quoted below, where health is stated to underscore BEPIS of the right eas. Underscore RI. Yosimai yani Austa Kamaachit Vaskshayas Mazdayasna 6 Yotewatai Tevishi Gatoi Vasmi Ashem Duradiatat Moi Deo Aramate Ilay 6 Ashis Vang Husgam Manang Ho. Yes. Sleil, 1. Happiness, is, to him, happiness, is, to anybody to whom Ahura Mazda, ruling at his own will may grant the 2 everlasting powers, health and immortality. Verily, I desire, these 2, of thee for Okchuln Tinga free, might, a sunpepslosi. Kati moni espeltendu ibi healimbalsisn, ing/ and, the life of the good mind. At Fravaksha Hayat Moimra at Spentotima, Vashsruidya Hayat Mertaya Bhavahistem y6 I Moyame Israashem Dan Chayaska. Upajman Orvita Amirdata. Yas XLV, 5. I will declare the word which the most beneficent, told me, and, which, is, the best for men to hear. Those who will offer me obedience and attention will secure health and immortality. Mai unghat vahistem yemoy vidveo veo kathathim. /mathramya muirvitato ashaya amir tat shah. Yes. XXXI6. May the best, happiness, be to him, who having learnt the mathra of health, righteousness and immortality shall truly proclaim it to me. 1 Hog, p. 165. 2 Mills, SBE, Volume XXXI, p. 98. Mrata Ahura Mazda Spitania Zarathustra Gem Datum Orvitato Narana Shayanam Avayaskarav Nayaska Base Nayaska Kantaska. Cordadyast, 1. Ahura Mazda said to Spitama Zarathustra, I created health, which is, the protection, the deed, the happiness and the comfort of righteous men. Again health and happiness are mentioned and praised together in the Avesta, as is evident from the following of sentences, Das ver base hazem afranamayashmakam damanam naramashayanam. Yes. Lxiath, 15. I praise happiness and health of good and righteous men. Das vareka bishazam cha yazamade padaste tiokti namsha astairmanam cha, yes. Lsi, 17. We praise happiness and health for resisting sickness and pestilence. Zarathustra regards health and immortality so inestimable that he implores Mazda to give him both and promises him to praise them with a good mind, as is evident from the following 7th stanza of the Vohakshatra Gatha, Deity moyegam tasho apaska urvaraska amirdata orvita spenista manify Mazda tavishi yotewatai manang havohu senhi. Yes. Li, 7. O Mazda, most beneficent spirit. Asterisk thou who hast created earth, water, and trees, give me immortality and health. The 2 everlasting powers I will praise with a good mind. /1 from Cordad, Kangakli. AB, 5th editio I, p. 205. 2 diseases arising from filth. Mills, SBE Volume XXXI, p. 331, vide footnote.te. 3 and 4 Hog, p. 169. 4 Health and immortality are also solicited in the following sentence. Mais abakyai mais rafinokyai deity orvitatamir tatayo. Yes. L8, 7. 0 Exalted, Ahura Mazda. Give, us, both health and immortality for, our, help and joy. J. Health is considered so important and valuable that it is often solicited in the different parts of Th Avesta, as will be evident from the following quotations. Ad henotheism srasha ashya hurod hazavare deo hitaya bid dravatatum tanyobid. Yes. Lay 2:6. Therefore mayest thou, O Srasha, the blessed and the stately, grant swiftness to our teams, soundness to our bodies. Yem jasant radaistero bershayasha padia spanum zavare yadihya ento higher by 6 dravitatum tanubia. Mayriest, 11. Warriors invoke him, Mithra, on horseback, soliciting swiftness for their horses, health for their sea bodies. Tam 5 Azita takamo tuso radaistero berslia esha padia spanum underscores of ra yadihyantu hitai, biodravitatum tanubia, Avanyist, 53. Thus, a valiant hero, praised Hech. Already Ijara, soliciting swiftness for his horses, and soundness for their bodies. U-health is almost daily invoked by a Zoroastrian when he recites the well-known formal percent Jayud Ahmed Reska, which is a part of Yasna Elate Pi Kama. I.D., which is considered so important that it is recited at the end of every Yist, Nyas and Ga. The trans 1, Kangaya, Pia 41. 2 mils. SBE volume XXXI, Pi 342 Lashon of the sections of Yasiilxiath, including this important formula is as follows, O ye good waters of Ahura Mazda and relating to Ahura Mazda. Give him glory and luster, give him soundness of the body, give him corporal happiness, give him corporal success, give Hinai longest life, and see, who invokes you with the best offerings, with the excellent offerings, and with the offerings of Ji Alma filtered by a righteous man. Percent, dash. Yes. Lxiath, 10-11-12. That Zarathustra invoked Kist for strength, health, and see, is evident from the following, Zarathustra invoked her, Kist, for the thought of pure mind, for the word of pure speech, for the action of good deed, and for this gift, namely, may pure and most righteous Kist, created by Ahura Mazda, give him swiftness for both his feet, and acute auditory power for both his ears, strength for both his arms, soundness for his entire body, vigor for his entire body, and that visual power which the carafish living in water has. Dinyast, Q7. Health means not only the soundness of the body but also that of the mind. Zarathustra implores Mazda to strengthen his body with good mind in the following stanza of the Avayavadi Gatha, Vispaustoi hujateo yeazai aonghair yeaska henti yeaska Mazda baba intithwami high point 9 zayash c abakshava. Vohu ukshya mananghakshatra ishachake usta / Yas xxxii, 10. O Mazda, I give me in thy love these, namely, all the happy conditions of life, which, indeed, existed. And 1 mils, vigor of the body SBE volume XXXI, p. 322. 2. Prominence of form, NM 3 mils. SBE volume XXXI. p. 77. Which exist, and which will exist. Strengthen, my body with good mind, with righteousness, with power, and with happiness. That Zarathustra obtained the vigor of the good mind is evident from the following line of the Ustavadi Gatha, Hyamoy Vang Hughes Hayes Jamat Manang Ho. Yes. X Lyin, for this reason the vigor of the good mind my has fallen to lot, that Jamasp, the learned, wished to secure the power of the good mind is evident from the following stanza of the Vohakshatra Gatha, Tam kistam dijamaspo vogvo igioas karaneo ashavarans tat kshathrem manang ho vang heu 6 vido. Yas li, 18. Jamaspavogva the learned, wishes for this wisdom, the splendors of riches and the acquisition of the power of the good mind through righteousness. That Zarathustra and his disciples implored Ahura Mazda to give them long life in order to secure the aims of their desire, namely, to devote their lives to the cause of virtue and to overcome the torments of the tormentor, to make Vistasp his wife Hudaus accept Zoroastrianism, and to propagate it among his subjects is evident from the following quotations, Vohagati Mananghadati Ashadeo Dergeo Arishvai.s2 Ukdeus Mazda Zarathustraya Hongbat Rafano. Amaviaka Aliuraya Davishvatod Vyasheo Torvayama. Yes. XXVIII, 6. 1 Hog, p. 155. 2 I.e. of the Habub family. Life, do come with the good mind, O thou giver of blessings. And give us long, O Ahura Mazda J, thou by means of thy lofty words, bestow, the, needed, powerful spiritual help upon Zarathustra and upon us, whereby we may overcome the torments of the tormentor. Apano dergochia idimikshathram vang hughes manang ho. Yas xxxii, 5. Do thou secure us long life in the sovereignty of the good mind. Tiaritha voice de kamahaya turn moi data dergaya yaus yem beonichis derastite. Yas ex liti, 13. In order to secure the aims of my desire, give me thou that part of long life which nobody has thus obtained from thee. Hanamicha Jakmika Mazda Ahurathwami Rafna he dergail. Yasli, 4. O Ahura Mazda. May we become worthy of, and may we win, long life in thy grace. Zarathustra cast kashaba urvatho mazoa magai kva frasruidyahi vest. Adhavo kava vistaspo yahi. Yas xlvl, 14. O Zarathustra. Who is thy true friend for the great cause? And who desires to proclaim it? Really, it is Kava Vistasp, the heroic. Hakshaya izemchit asterisk yo Zarathustro for timan mananam cha vizamsha zentunamsha dokje unamsha unghoudana yeo animatayicha anuktayaksha anver dot stayakaya avi iris asterisk Zarathu dot strees. Yas 8, 7. 1 Mills. Gathus 1894, p. 11. p. 21. 3 Ibid, p. 290. 2 Mills. 8 BE Volume XXXI, 8 I who am Zarathustra and others asterisk will guide the heads of houses, villages, towns, and countries in conformity with the thoughts, words and deeds of this religion which pertains to Ahura and Zarathustra. That Zarathustra wished to guide Vistasp and his wife in religion and that his wish was gratified is evident from Avanyast, 105 and 106 sections, Jamiadyast 84, ASIS Vang Ya 5T, 46 and 47 and goes, Yast 26 to 27. Happy face, I think it expedient to terminate this very short theme on health by quoting a few more sentences from the Avesta in praise of health in addition to those quoted on the page 3. Avat das variés amaid avat pishajem yazamaid. Visp. XX, I. We praise this happiness, we praise this health. Aka yazamaid and we praise vangvincha dravatatum. Good health. Visp. 4, I. Orvita amirdaba yazamaid. Yas 6, 17. We praise both health and immortality. Zayathrabia orvitatum amashem spentum wayazamaid. Yast 4 9. Praise Kordata Mashispand with Zayathras. As Kordata Mashispand, one of the 7 archangels, presides over health, he is praised in the Kordatyast. /kr Zarathust Hampton, p. 103, footnote. Chapter 2. The Vendid. The word Vendidat is supposed to be a corruption of 6 Devodata 7. It primarily means thel provisions against the demons, i.e. what is provided against the demons asterisk to guard against their evil influence, and secondarily means the book containing these provisions. It is NOI only the J2X, J Castriata sanitary code, but also the Zoroastrian moral and penal code. It is the Zoroastrian sanitary code, inasmuch as it treats of a variety of subjects affecting the health of man and the purity of things, and of the laws instituted for securing them. These laws, which have the main object of preventing the propagation of any contagious or infectious disease among their observers, are mainly founded on the well-known English saying prevention is better than cure. They are such as cannot fail to win our admiration when we take into consideration the age in which they were enacted, for, although they are more than 4,000 years old, they can still stand the crucial test of science, and can be observed with advantage by those who want to maintain their health. The Vendidat is a moral code inasmuch as it treats of some moral precepts here and there. It is also a penal code, for it describes the varieties and degrees of punishment proportionate to the gravity of crimes to be inflicted on the persons adjudged guilty for violating any of the laws prescribed in it. 1 Cog. See footnote, p220. 10. A. The age of the Vendcid. The Vendidad must have been written at an age subsequent to that of the well-known Gathas but prior to that of some of the chapters, of the Yasna as well as to that of the Zoroastrian Haduct, for it is praised in the former, and its followers are praised in the latter as will be seen from the following quotations. I. Yispem Shadatum Vidoyum Yazamaid. Yes. Lsi. 5. And we jadres the whole Vendidad. Datum Vidoyum Yazamaid datum Zarathustri Yazamaid. Yas XXV. 6. We praise the law against the Devas, Vendidad, we praise the Zoroastrian law. Kirpem data Hividavahi Yazamaid. Yist. 11, 22. We praise the body of the law against the Deva, je, we praise the whole of the Vendidad. Hakaya data Hividavahi, Yazamaid. Yist. 11, 17. We praise, the followers of the Vendidad. About the age of the Vendidad Dr. Hawk says some parts are evidently very old, and might be traced to the first centuries subsequent to the prophet. The Vendidad as a whole, some of its parts seem to be lost, especially those containing the original texts, or the Avesta, of the old laws, is apparently the joint work of the Zarathustras, or high priests, of the ancient Iranians, during the one principal subjects, Kunga, Khav, 5th edition, p. 278. 2 Friends, Kunga. Khav, 5th edition, p. 275. I prefer to translate this word high follow m from Lyak s equals ta follow, Vidi kd, p. 568. 11 Period of several centuries. They started with old sayings and laws, Avesta, which must partially have descended from the prophet himself. The age of the Vendidad may be put down as the Akya in which Urvadatnara lived, for he is mentioned to have been the temporal lord of the Varsas of Yuma in the last section of the second Pargard of the Vendidad. Asterisk, / the superiority of the Vendidad to the other Bools. That the Vendidad was considered to be superior to the other books, lit traditions, is evident from the 22 to 25 sections of its fifth Pargard quoted briefly as follows. How O * creator one much greater, better, and more excellent is this Zarathustrian provision aoins the Devas above the other traditions in fretness and goodness and excellence. Vend, v. 22. Then said Ahura Mazda, verily, Spitama Zarathustra. This Zarathustrian provision aoins the Deva, Vendidad, is, superior to the other traditions in greatness, goodness, and excellence, just as the Vaurakash Sea is superior to the other seas, just as the larger stream overruns the smaller streams, just as the larger tree overshadows the smaller trees, just as the sky encompasses this earth. Vend. v. 23-25. I have thought it necessary to devote these few pages to the description of the Vendidad, as the major portion of this essay treats * of what is described in this ancient Zoroastrian sanitary code. 1 Hog, pages 225 to 226. 2 Hog, pages 326 to 327. 3 Lit. Waters. 12 ch after 3. On the number of the diseases created on the earth, on the figurative discourse between the earth and Mathraspenta, and on the message of Ahura Mazda to Ariaman to cure these diseases. Ajat *, the earth says to Mathraspenta, then the serpent looked at me, then the serpent the deadly Engramanu, created 99,999 diseases for me. So mayst thou heal me, thou most glorious Mathraspenta. Vend, XXII2. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, swift running steeds, 1,000 fleet, high humped camels, 1,000 oxen not lean and not decrepit, and 1,000 domestic small cattle of all species and see, Vend. XXII3-4. and I will bless thee with the fair bless Sino, spell of the righteous, the friendly blessing spell of the righteous underscore, that makes the empty swell to fullness and the full to overflowing and c, vent, xxxii, 5. Mathras Spenta, the all-glorious, replied to her asterisk, how asterisk shall I heal thee? Shall I drive away from thee those 99,999 diseases? Vent, xxii, 6. On Mathras Spenta declaring her inability to cure the earth of her 99,999 diseases, Ahura Mazda sent word through Narayasangha, the herald, to Aryaman to cure the earth of her 99,999 diseases, and to one Sbeil. 4, p. 236. 4 i.e., to the earth. 2 pounds p. 237. 3 pounds p. 237. Receive the above inentend reward fixed for it. On hearing of this message from Ahura Mazda through Narayasangha, Aryaman quickly and urgently set off towards the mountain of the holy questions, towards the forest of the holy questions. He equals woe the prize of 9 stallions, 9 camels, 9 bulls, 9 kinds of small cattle and c, vent, xxii, 7-20. The number of the diseases mentioned here is 99,999, the authors of the Vendidad have used this number to indicate that there are innumerable diseases which the rational and irrational animals living in this world are subject to. They are stated to have been created by the deadly Ngramenu. To understand the meaning of this sentence one should know what Ngramenu is. Spentamenu and Ngramenu are the two spirits of Ahura Mazda. The former is his creative spirit, the latter his destructive spirit, of life. This is evident from the following creased lines of the Ahunavadi Gatha, Achahayat tahem manujasitam boyurvam dasdigam shahajya idincha. Yes. X, 4. Also when these two spirits met together for the first time, they created life and non-reality. As diseases fall into the head of non-reality, they are said to have been created by the destructive spirit of Ahura Mazda, that is, by the deadly Ngramenu of the Vendidad. From the figurative discourse described above it appears that the object of the authors of the Vendidad for narrating it is to declare that all the diseases which the men and animals living in this world are subject to, cannot be cured by the recitation. 1 SBE Volume 4, pages 239 to 210. 2 Hogg. p. 150. Non-Life A. Mills, Gathas in Meter, 2nd edition, LOOO. p. 48. 14 of Mathras BNLY by the holy priest, but that some of them may be cured by it, while for the cure ot others one must have recourse to medicinal plants and mineral substances found in forests and on Mount Ans. One can infer from the sections 3, 4, and 20, Vend. XXII, quoted above that Aryaman obtained only a part of the reward assigned for the cure of 99,999 diseases by discovering a few of the medicinal plants and mineral substances that could be found in the forest and on the mountain visited by him for the cure of some of the diseases only, inasmuch as he obtained /9 stallions, 9 camels, and c, out of 1,000 stallions, 1,000 camels, and c, offered as the prize for curino, 99,999 diseases. Asterisk I. 2. The names of the diseases mentioned in the Avesta. The names of a few diseases are given in the Avesta. Some of the diseases mentioned in the Avesta have not been identified by philologists. The following is a list of the names of the diseases mentioned in the Avesta that have been identified with the diseases known to us. Taphno equals fever. Sarana equals headache. Vend, XX, 3. Sarastia equals ague. Ashibaka equals snakebite. Asteria equals hysteria. 11 Marka equals plague. Dazu equals burn. 1 from, equals S3T, a negative prefix, and STASF to stand asterisk lens hysteria, a disease in which 1 J can ro T stand J hysteria. _15 Pisha equals leprosy. Vend, if, 29. I.J. Haman equals scabies. Yist 14, 48. Vasum noasti equals caries of bones. Vi. XX, 1. The following is a list of the names of the diseases stated in the Avesta that have not been identified with the diseases known to us. A. Hana. Vend, XX, 3. Azava. Kurapa. Durika. Agashi. Ishire. Vend, XX, 9. Agur. Akra. Ughara. Gadha. Vend, XXI, 2. Apagadha. Chapter 4. When does the Drujnasu, the demon of putrefaction, rush upon the dead? Vend, Vir, 1. Then Ahura Mazda answered Spitama Zarathustra. Directly after death, as soon as the soul has flown away from the body, this Drujnasu rushe 3 upon the dead, from the regions of the north in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, droning without end like the most wicked Karif stars / until the dog seize and eat the corpse, or until the corpse-eating birds fly towards it. And the dog sees stinking. Cave end. P 138. 2 noxious animals. Pound P 77. 1 SBE Volume 4, P 77. 16 Or eats it up. Ot the corpse-eating birds fly towards it. The Drujnasu rushes away to the northern regions in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, droning without end like the most wicked Karif. Vend, 7, 23. O Creator, but if these men have been killed by a dog, or by a wolf, or by witchcraft, or by malice, or by falling down a precipice, or by amn, or by violence, or by the noose, strangled to death, after what time does the Drujnasu rush upon the dead? Vend, 7, 4. Then Ahura Mazda answered, after the next watch of the day, the Drujnasu rushes upon them, and see. Vend, 7, 5. It is said in the text that the demon of putrefaction rushes upon the corpse of a man directly after his death. This means that the corpse begins to decompose immediately after the death of the man. This statement is wisely laid down as a general rule, while the exception to this rule is stated in the above-mentioned section /4. One can easily see the wisdom cf this general rule, when he comes to know that there are so many circumstances which enter into the question of putrefaction either hastening or retarding it, that only those who are fully acquainted with them can pronounce somewhat definitely when the corpse will begin to decompose in an individual case. When it is somewhat difficult for a physician to pronounce his definite opinion when putrefaction is likely to occur in a particular case unless he knows its surrounding circumstances, it is much more difficult, nay, almost impossible, for a layman to know when putrefaction will set in a certain case, lends the reasonability of laying down as a general rule that decomposition begins in a body directly after the death of a crispy. 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 77. 17 General putrefaction of the body does not set in a corpse immediately after the death of a person. It is, as a rule, always preceded by rigor mortis or cadaveric rigidity, in which the muscles of the dead body become rigid by the coagulation of the muscle plasma and the formation of myosin or muscle fibrin. As regards the duration of rigidity, Dr. Guy says, it may be stated as a general rule that if it set in early it passes off quickly, and if it sets in late, it lasts long. In some cases of death from lightning, it set in so early and passed off so quickly as not to attract observation. It is absent, according to Casper, in some cases of narcotic poisoning. In such cases putrefaction sets in very early. Again, Dr. Guy says, rigidity sets in early after death by lingering diseases, accompanied by general exhaustion, such as continued fevers, consumption, cholera, scurvy, and the asthenia of old age. In the feebly also, rigidity developed muscles of newborn sets early. In many cases children, in which rigidity sets in early, it has entirely disappeared in the course of 1 or 2 hours, thus in the above mentioned cases, in which rigidity sets in early and disappears quickly, putrefaction sets in early. The exception to the general rule, viz., that the corpse begins to decompose immediately after the death of a man, is stated in the 4th and 5th sections of the text quoted above, where the Drujanasu is said to rush upon the corpse after the nct watch of the day after death, if the man has been killed by dogs or wolves, by witchcraft, by malice i.e. by poisons, ac according to the Pahlavi commentator, by men i.e. by decapitation, according to the same authority, by violence, or by being strangled to death. In all these cases, as death occurs suddenly and very rapidly, the victims are in their full muscular vigor at the time of death, hence, rigidity sets in very late and lasts 1, 2, 3, and 4 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 252. 5 and 6 SBE Volume 4, p. 77. 18 long, consequently putrefaction sets in late, hence, the Drujanasu is said to rush upon the corpse at the next watch of the day after death. In corroboration of this explanation, 1. Quote the following passage from Principles of Forensic Medicine, by Drs. Guy and Ferrier. On the other hand, rigidity occurs late in cases of death in full muscular vigor. It is slow in showing itself in death from apoplexy, hemorrhage, wounds of the heart, decapitation, 7 Nashia Jata i.e. killed by men, injury of the medulla, and also in death by asphyxia, DJ6 Jata i.e. strangled to death. So also in death by Rajdidli fatal affections, such as acute inflammation of the viscera from irritant poisons, TB Shojata equals killed by malice, / by poisons, according to the Pahlavi commentator, provided they have no specific action on muscular tissue. In the text it is stated, that when the soul has flown away from the body, the Drujanasu rushes upon the corpse from the regions of the north in the shape of a raging fly. This is explained by the fact that flies are seen swarming about the body on the death of a man. In fact, physicians and surgeons, senior medical students and experienced nurses, working in any hospital, can make out, on entering a ward, the death of a patient recently taken place, or the approaching end of his life, by the sight of the swarming of the flies about his body. The powerful instinct of these flies, which enables them to perceive early the peculiar smell arising from the body, attracts them to the corpse, or to the body of very low vitality when a person is on the point of death. In the text it is stated, that the Drujanasu is said to run away from the corpse in the shape of a raging fly, when the dog see or eats up the corpse, or when one Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 252. I have inserted in this para, words of the text in Iran theses to show similarity between them and those occurring in it. 19 The vultures fly towards it. This is explained by the fact that when the dogs or vultures come to feed upon the corpse, the flies infesting it take flight at the sight of these dogs or vultures. Section 2. On which part of the bedding and covering does the Drujanasu rush with contagion, infection, and pollution? Ven 7. 10. Then Ahura Mazda answered, the Drujanasu rushes with contagion, infection, and pollution upon the uppermost part of the bedding and the innermost sheet covering the body. Ven 7. 11. The reason for this is that the uppermost part of the bed, on which the dying man lies, and the innermost sheet covering his body, come in direct contact with the body, and with the discharges and excretions passing from it. It is these discharges and excretions which soil the coverings of the bed and body, that contain the contagia or specific germs of the contagious or communicable diseases. Hence the uppermost part of the bedding and the innermost sheet covering the body of a man who has died of a contagious or infectious disease, are considered to be contagious and impure. To corroborate what I have stated, I quote the following paras. Further, the contagious elements often become attached to what are termed /om/vs, including articles of clothing, especially those of a woolen, silken, or cotton fabric, bedding and bedclothes, hair and various other articles, and they are thus propagated. The special and distinctive phenomena of each disease are usually attended with special implication 1, i.e. the bedding on which a man has died. 2 F. T. Roberts Medicine, p. 96. 20 of some part of the body, and it is especially these parts which contain the contagia. In these parts there is frequently rapid growth, and if the parts are on the surface, frequent detachment. The pus and epidermis of smallpox, the epidermis and the mouth and throat epithelium of scarlet fever, the skin and bronchial secretions of measles, the stools containino, the discharged detritus of Peyer's glands in typhoid fever, the discharges of cholera, the discharges and eruptions of syphilis, glanders, farcy, and malignant pustule, are instances of this. In typhus fever the skin is greatly affected, and it is generally supposed that it is from the skin that the virus spreads, since this disorder is so easily carried by clothes. The same is the case with plague. In fact, those parts of the body which are the breeding places of the contagious particles give off the poison in greatest amount. The portions of the body thus thrown off and containing the contagia may then pass into air, or find their way into water or food, and in this way be introduced by breathing, drinking, or eating, or through broken surfaces of the body. In each special disease the contagion multiplies chiefly in those tissues, the mucous and epithelial, which are more especially subject to its action, and the infection is cast off from the body in large part with the secretions of these tissues. In other cases the contagion leaves the body in the excretions of the bowels or possibly of the kidneys. The drugnasu alluded to in the text more than the contagion or specific germ is of nothing a contagious or infectious disease. In support of the statement I quote the following paras: the germ theory, then, assumes that the contagia are microscopic living particles organized in structure 1 ea Parks Geologian.p. 148 2L.C. Parks Hygiene, p. 380. Point 3 TB, p. 381. 21 and for the most part capable of independent life both within and without the animal body. These organic particles are believed to form part of that large class, the schizomycetes, which embraces the lowest and least developed forms of organic life in the animal kingdom. To this class belongs the bacteria, bacilli, micrococci, spirilla, vibrios, and c. The microbial origin of some of the communicable diseases may be considered to be established beyond doubt, and this fact is a strong argument in favor of the remainder, in which no such connection has as yet been positively traced, being causally dependent upon specific microorganisms. The authors of the Vendidad have reordained all fatal diseases as contagious, infectious, or communicable diseases, for, we are not sure if there were sufficient means in their age to distinguish a contagious or infectious disease from a non-contagious or non-infectious disease. But even if such means existed at that time, it was not considered safe by them to leave the IP matter to the discretion of the mass, hence the general impression of reofardino all the fatal diseases as contagious or infectious. Even in the present advanced stage of medical science, doctors often differ from one another in deciding whether a particular disease is contagious or infectious. The doctors of one country would believe that a certain disease is contagious or infectious, while the doctors of another country would not believe the contagious or infectious nature of that disease. Hence they often meet in an international congress to decide whether that particular disease is contagious or not. The arguments of both the parties are listened to and carefully weighed by the congress before they decide on its contagious or non-contagious nature. When so much difficulty is experienced by the doctors of the present age to decide 1 Parks Hygiene, p. 379. 2 pounds, p. 385. 22 on the contagious or non-contagious character of a particular disease. In spite of the rapid progress the modern medical science has made, one can easily consider the difficulties of the authors of the Vendidad for deciding on the contagiousness of a particular disease. Before concluding this section, think it advisable to quote the opinion of the late Professor Darmstetter on the subject treated of in this section. Ce qui distingue la conception Zoroastrienne de la conception européenne, c'est que nous nous occupons d'isoler et de détruire un élément mortu en case de maladie dit infectius, Dans le Zoroastrisme la mort est toujours infectius et contagieuse. Les Zendavesta 2p12, f. What distinguishes the Zoroastrian conception from European conception is that we occupy ourselves in isolating and destroying the dead element only in the case of infectious diseases. In Zoroastrianism death is always infectious and contagious. Section 3. How many persons become impure by contact when a person or a dog dies suddenly in an assembly? If men are sitting together in the same place on a mat or on a carpet, and should there be 2 other men, or 5, or 50, or 100, men, sitting, near it with women, and, if one of these persons should die, how far does the Drujanasu rush upon, these, persons with contagiousness, infection, aid pollution? Vend. V 27th, and 7. 6. Then Ahura Mazda answered, Spitama Zarathustra, verily the Drujanasu rushes forth, if, the dead one, be a priest, as she rushes up to the 11th, she defiles the 10th. Iratia.isa's, by J. J. Modi. Part 3, p. 67, 2-3 are if, the dead one, be a warrior, as she rushes up to the 10th, she defiles the 9th. If, the dead one, be a peasant, as she rushes up to the 9th, she defiles the Eioheth. If, the dead one, be a shepherd's dog, as she rushes up to the Eioth, she defiles the 7th. If, the dead one, be a street dog, as she rushes up to the 7th, she defiles the 6th. If, the dead one, be a corpse-devouring dog, as she rushes up to the 6th, she defiles the 5th. AC, and C, Vend. V 2834, and 7. 7-9, I do not quite understand the reason, why the number of persons contaminated by coming in contact with a dead man or dog, should vary with the rank of the dead man and with the species of the dog. Though I try to oid my own reason in the following lines, one shall welcome a more cogent reason than this asterisk from any of the readers of this book. It appears that at the time when the Vendidad was written, the holy priest was regarded as the most influential and important personage of the community on account of his piety, learning, and various important services rendered by him to the community. Next in rank was held the warrior who fought for his country. Next to him was placed the peasant or laborer. It is natural and reasonable that if a man of distinguished position die suddenly, he would attract more sympathizers and mourners than a man of low rank, known only to a few members of the community, for example, his friends and relatives. Thus, more persons would come into contact with the corpse of a righteous and influential personage out of sympathy and respect for him than would come into contact with that of a laboureve. Hence more persons are said to become contagious when the righteous personage dies suddenly in a meeting than when the warrior dies. For the same reason, more persons 24 become contagious when the warrior dies than when the peasant dies, and so on. Chapter V. How shall the Mazdayasnians dispose of the corpse in winter if they find it impossible to take it to the Dakama? O holy creator of the material regions, one, if the summer is past, then in winter how should they act, they who are Mazdayasnians? Then said Ahura Mazda, they shall erect 3 ikotas in every house, in every street, for this person, when dead. Vend. V10, how creator? Large shall be this kata for this person, bullion dead. Then said Ahura Mazda, his propped up head shall not touch it, neither shall it be longer than his legs, nor wider than his hands. Verily, this is the lawful kata for this person, when dead. Vend V11. There shall they deposit his lifeless body for 2 nights or 3 nights, or a month long / until the birds fly forth, the plants grow up, the floods run off, and the wind dry up the ground. Vend V12. Then as soon as the birds fly forth the plants shoot out, the floods run off, and the wind dries up the one. In the case of a priest, Irvad Jivanji J. Modi thinks that the a reason can be, perhaps, found in the after effect. Priest is a powerful member of Tli community, Polio preaches isolation from contagion, and, as Yazdathragar, purifier, disinfects the contacts by purificatory baths. When he dies, a userful member who preached and practiced isolation from contagion is lost to the community. Hence, after his death there is a greater chance for the spread of contagion. 2 i.e. Tower of Silence. 3 Elag's Essays, p. 324. 4 in the text in the plural number. 5 Hogg's Essays, p. 325. 25 Ground, the Mazdayasnians shall then set this body by wfti Sunday, ven v Mazdayasnians 13, should not set this body viewing the sun for the length of a year, thou shalt order as much punishment as for murdering a righteous man, until putrid substances have been got rid of, until the documus have been cleansed, until exudations, from the corpse, have been cleared off, and until the birds have been gorged. Ven v 14. The injunctions given in the above-mentioned sections, viz., that 3 kayas shall be erected for the dead in every hoise or street, and that the corpse shall be deposited there for 2 or 3 nights or longer, are to be carried out only when the winter is so severe, that the road, by which the corpse is to be carried, is impassable on account of its being blocked up by snow and rain water. They are enjoined on the Mazdayasnians living in very cold countries only when the winter is very severe. 4. The Mazdayasnians are ordered to take away the corpse to the Tower of Silence, as soon as the road becomes passable, when the snow melts away and the collected water drains away, as soon as the birds begin to fly, so that the vultures may feed on the corpse, and as soon as the sun becomes visible, so that the corpse may be exposed to his rays. These injunctions are not enjoined very prudently on the Mazdayasnians living in tropical countries where the winter is not so severe as that described above. If the sun, being enveloped in clouds, remains invisible by day in severe winter, and if men foolishly attempt to take away the corpse to the Tower of Silence, it is highly probable that they may be overtaken on the road by a heavy fall of rain, snow, or hail, before they reach their destination, or before they return home. A1 Hogg's Essays, p. 325. 2 pounds Vide footnote, p. 325. 3. Kata means the place where the corpse is laid temporarily, till it be carried to the dakama. Ki iga diet p. 123. 26. They then expose themselves and the corpse unnecessarily to heavy rain and to other natural difficulties which they may be unable to overcome, and which may endanger their lives. Moreover, these injunctions very well stand the scientific tests, for in a very severe winter the temperature of the air may fall to 32 F or even below that point, at which temperature putrefaction is entirely checked, hence the injunction that the corpse may be kept in the house, if necessary, for 2 or 3 neohts or more. In the winter less severe than that described above, the temperature of the air may vary from 32 F to 60 F, at which range of temperature putrefaction is carried on very slowly, and is not so rapid as it is when the range of temperature varies from 70 F to Lu F, which is the most favorable range of temperature for decomposition. F again, it is wisely enjoined that the space assigned for the rata, open grave, should not be larger than what is sufficient for the size of the corpse, for, the less is the space contaminated by it, the more beneficial it is for the welfare of human beings, for, if more space is allotted than what is necessary for the purpose, more trouble they will have to undergo to purify the soil after the removal of the corpse from the house. Further, it is very wisely ordered that the corpse should be exposed to the burning rays of the sun, for, they remove moisture from the air in contact with it and thus assist in retarding decomposition in it before it is devoured up by vultures again. It is these burning rays of the sun that consume the soft parts that have not been devoured up by the vultus. The Mazdayasnians are wisely enjoined not to remove the corpse from the house, until the rain ceases and the collected water drains away, for, if they remove it from the house, and being overtaken T. Vide Guy's Forensic Medicine p. 258. J. Pound p. 258. 27. By heavy rain on the road after going a short distance, bring it back to the house after drenching of it with rainwater, they cause it to putrefy more rapidly, for, according to Dr. Guy, bodies which have remained some time in the water, and are then exposed to the air, putrefy more rapidly than those that have been immersed. The object of ordering 3 katas to be made is this, that 1 kata is assigned for the male, another for the female, and a third for the child. These katas are ordered to be made in every big house, and in the case of small houses in every street, for depositing the corpse there for 2 or 3 nights or longer in severe winter. Irvat J. Modi Ob serves the following about the kata. It appears from the A.Vesta that in ancient Persia every house was provided with a separate apartment for placing the dead body before its removal to the Tower of Silence. Again, every street had a house for the common use of all the residents of the street. The inmates of the houses in the street which had not special convenient apartments for placing the dead bodies, carried them to this house set apart for the common use of all the residents of the street. If the Mazdayasnians do not expose the corpse to the rays of the sun in the course of a year, they are sentenced to undergo the punishment inflicted on one who injures a pious man. For it is useless to expose the corpse to the sun after 1 year, because all its soft parts have been completely destroyed by putrefaction at the end of a year, and have done their worst by infecting the gratin by that time. 1 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 258. 2. The Funeral Ceremonies of the Parsis, Their Explanation, by J. Modi, B.A. 1892. Pages 7-8. Origin and 28 Section I. If a dog or a man die in this house which, is, of a worshipper of Mazda on the approach of darkness by day equals time, or, when, it is raining, or snowing, or blowing, or, when, invasion by animals and besieging by men take place, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend. 8.4. Then Ahura Mazda answered, in this house which, is, of the worshipper of Mazda, they shall, first, elect, the cleanest and driest ground, and those paths where, domestic and draft animals, the fire of Ahura Mazda, the piously spread barsum, and the pious man pass least. Vendate. 5. Creator. How far from fire? How far from water? How far from spread up barsum? How far from pious men? Vendate. 6. Then Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the spread up barsum, and 3 paces from the pious man. Vendate. 7. There in that ground the Mazdayasnians shall dig a pit up to the middle of the leg in the hard ground, up to the waist of a man in the soft ground, they shall throw ashes or earth into that spot, or they shall throw into it from the surface dust of bricks, or of stone, or of dry earth. Vend. 8.8. There shall they deposit his lifeless body for 2 nights, or 3 nights, or a month long, until the birds fly forth, the trees grow up, the ds run off, and until, the wind dry up the ground. Vend. 8.9. And when the birds fly forth, the plants grow up, the floods run off, and the wind dries up the one upward. Namdi literally means from the upper side. 29 Otound, the Mazdayasnians shall then pull down the part of the house which is fit to be pulled down, and, 2 men amongst the young and most powerful shall carry it, and place it naked and stripped off cloths on the ground made of clay bricks, stone, or mortar and supported on pillars, whence corpse-eating dogs or corpse-eating birds most assuredly see it. Ven vd 10. It appears from the text that the house referred to was not a small ordinary house, but a big house with a large compound, in which were built sheds for keeping domestic animals, wells for having water for drinking and domestic purposes, and for ceremonial and agricultural purposes, and 3 small outhouses, one called the daklja, used for keeping the sacred fire, the barsum and sea, and for performing religious ceremonies, another named the bashtmistan for the geese of menstruating women, and a third, by name, the tzad for keeping the corpse temporarily, until it can be taken to the dakama. The corpse is ordered to be kept in the house when the relatives of the deceased find it hard and impossible to take it away to the dakama, while it is rainino, snowino, or blowing of hard, or when the day is too dark for them to see anything distinctly by daylight, or when the house, village, or town is invaded or besieged by an enemy, or attacked by beasts of prey, such as lions, tigers, and sea. Otherwise, those who attempt to take away the corpo to the dakama under any of these circumstances, expose themselves to the one standing for the lifeless body of the ninth para. To uph cremum or upa hemiterni I prefer to adopt uph cremsia given in Clifo note of the Vendidad cited by Urbad Adel GK Antia, upa equals on or upon, Kangas diet asterisk. 9. Dfk fimha equals pillar, from .szi// JOJR plus T to superior, Kangas diet P532, Lasai/A.T means Sepoy MCD on JLRs. 3 LIDESBE vol. 4. P. 185. 4 pounds P53. 30 inclemency of the bad weather, and are liable to be attacked with any of the diseases brought on by exposure to cold and wet, or they are liable to miss the proper path leading to the dakama when it is pitch dark, or they run the risk of being attacked by the enemy or beasts of prey and of losing their lives. The place where the dead body is to be kept temporarily in the house is ordered to be the driest and cleanest, for putrefaction is delayed in a dry and clean place on account of the absence of moisture and dirt, moisture being one of the potent factors of putrefaction, and dirt being the hotbed of microbes which are the chief agents in causing putrefaction. This place should be such that sheep and cattle pass through it least frequently, so that they may not run the risk of taking the contagion, if the disease of which the dog or the man died, was contagious or infectious. It is also ordered to be selected at least at a distance of 30 paces from a daja, where the homa, the barsqui, the havanim, and sea, are kept, so that these things may not run the risk of being contaminated by contact. The katas, and graves, that are alluded to on the preceding pages, are further described here. They are ordered to be dug knee-deep, if the ground is hard, and half the height of a man, if it be soft, for, firstly, it is easier to dig a soft ground than a hard one, secondly, the soft ground being more porous than the hard one is more permeable to liquids, and lets contagion through more easily, and thirdly, the deeper the grave, ceteris paribus, thp slower the putrefaction ashes, earth, and dust of bricks and of stone are thrown into these graves, for, firstly, these substances act as disinfectants to a small extent, and secondly, they prevent the corpse from being in contact with the soil, and thus retard putrefaction in it, for 1 SBE. AOL. 4 vidiogt.note, p97. 2 guys for forensic medicine, p257. 31 Putrefaction is rapid when the body is in contact with the soil. The Mazdayasnians are ordered to pull down that part of the house which is fit to be pulled down before removing the corpse from the house, for, according up to the pale of commentator, the master and mistress of the house are carried away through a breach, made in the wall of the house, others through the door. This may be one of the reasons, for it is said that some of the tribes inhabiting Central Asia still entertain this belief. But the more valid reasons for removing the part of the house that can be easily removed, for example, a wall made of bamboo chips or of dry leaves of a coconut or palm tree, are to allow sufficient space to the corpse bearers to enable them to remove the corpse with ease in case the house has a small gate, and to allow air and light to enter freely the room, where the corpse was kept very long, so that the current of air may carry off any septic matter floating in the air of the room, and the bright rays of the sun may destroy the septic matter lying on the ground. 2 young men among the most powerful are ordered to carry the corpse, so that they may be able to bear its weight. They are also enjoined to place it on an elevated spot, so that the corpse-eating dogs and vultures may see it easily, and the rays of the sun may fall directly on it when it is bared off clothes. The site on which it is to be placed is ordered to be supported on pillars, so that the corpse need not contaminate the earth. It is also enjoined to be made of plaster, stone, bricks, and 4. As these substances are impermeable to liquids, they do not allow any liquid containing putrid organic matter to soak through the soil and thus to defile it. 1 Guys Friju, Dotnctus and CJP Eoic Star. 2s, BE Volume TV, 6, L Lout Note P9732 Section 2. If a dog or a man die in a hut of wood or under a thatched roof, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend. 8.1. Then Ahura Mazda answered, they shall search for a Dakama, they shall look for a Jajakama all around. If they find it easier to remove this dead body, they shall take away the dead body, they shall let the house stand there, and shall perfume this house with Urvasna, or Vohugaona, or Vohukareti, or Hadhanakpada, or any of the most fragrant plants. If they find it easier to remove the house, they shall take away the house, they shall let the dead body lie there, and shall perfume the house with Urvasna, or Vohugaona, or Vohikareti, or Hadhanapada, or any of the most sweet-smelling plants. Vend. 8.2-3. From the text it appears that the house which is made of such articles as can be easily detached, is either a hut, or a cottager, or a tent, and is one which is situated in a forest or wood far off from an inhabited place, such as a town or a village, because the Mazdayasnians are ordered to search for a Dakama which they may find some miles off. If they can succeed in finding out one, they are ordered to remove the corpse to the Dakama, to preserve the hut or cottage, and to fumigate it in order to purify the air by destroying the foul odor of putrefaction and its germs in case the corpse had began to putrefy before it was removed to the Dakama, and by killing the germs of an infectious disease if the corpse was of a person suffering from such a disease. If the Mazdayasnians cannot succeed in finding out the Dakma at a distance of a few miles from the hut, they 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 95. 33 are ordered to leave the corpse there, to remove the materials of which the hut or cottage is made, and then to fumigate them with the intention of destroying putrefactive and pathogenic germs lying in contact with them. Section 3. How shall the corpse be disposed of at AITCTCE where there is 7 Ioma? O Creator of the material regions! Whither shall we carry the bodies of the dead? O Ahura Mazda! Where shall we place them? Vend 6. 44. Then Ahura Mazda said, O Spitama Zarathustra T on the most elevated places, whence the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds can most certainly see it. Vend 6. 45. Then the Mazdayasnians shall fasten the corpse by its own feet and its own hair with anything made of iron, stone, or lead, lest the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds carry the bones to water and trees. Vend 6. 46. The corpse is ordered to be taken to the most elevated place for the 4 following reasons. 1. That the corpse-eating dogs and birds, such as vultures, may see the corpse better there than in a deep valley. 2. That the corpse is more exposed there than in a deep valley or on a plain to the burning rays of the sun which completely consume its soft parts so firmly adherent to the bones that the vultures and ducks find it somewhat difficult to detach them from the bones. 3. That putrefaction goes on more slowly in dry elevated situations than in low swampy regions, the object being to delay the process of putrefaction before the corpse is eaten up by the dogs and vultures. 1 VD Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 259. 34. 4. That the most elevated place is, as a rule, far away from the habitations of men. The corpse is ordered to be fastened to stone or a rod of iron or lead, because these substances, being denser than wood, are less liable to be contaminated with putrid matter, and, being stronger than wood, are less liable to give way to any force exerted by the dogs and vultures while feeding on the corpse or while trying to pull it away from its place. The corpse is ordered to be fastened by the feet with hair, for the feet consist mainly of bones which resist putrefaction longer than any other part of the body. It is ordered to be fastened with the hair of the head for the following reasons, viz. 1. That hair resists putrefaction a long time. 2. That it being pliant is used as a string for fixing the corpse. 3. And that it is tough enough to resist some dragging force. The object of fixing the corpse, as stated in the text, is to prevent the vultures and dogs from carrying fresh hones to water which may be polluted by the shreds adherent to them. Section 4. How shall the bones of a corpse be dts 2j0 set oy after the desirocally 07I of its soft 2, is by the dog, the vulture, and the sun. The Mazdayasnians are ordered for the disposal of the bones of a corpse to make a receptacle from the upper part of which no rainwater can enter it, and to place it out of the reach of the dog, of the fox, and of the wolf. They shall make it, if they can afford it, of stone, plaster or earth. If they cannot afford it, they shall lay down the bones on the ground on their 1ic, bones to which soft parts are adherent in the form of shreds. 35 Carpet or sheet, clothed with the hght of heaven, and beholding the Sunday. Vide Ven 6. 49-51, the receptacle of bones or ossuary, astidon, is ordered to be repaired so that all the bones may be deposited in it and thus prevented from being scattered about. It is ordered to be placed out of the reach of the dog, fox, and wolf, so that they may not break it by jumping on it and overturning it, or by throwing it on the around. It is ordered to be made such that no rainwater may enter it from its top, and thus putrefy any minute soft matter which may have remained adherent to the bones. Further, it is ordered to be made of stone, plaster, and sea, according to the pecuniary circumstances of a dead man and his relatives who are thus indirectly forbidden not to incur debt. It is ordered to be exposed to the rays of the sun, so that the particles of soft parts that have escaped destruction, may be destroyed by them. Section V on the P, IMS/I. NL to be in Japhyside on a PERS 07IIH707 PM, /A7 FA/Y care /SFB for /I bone and its J2 is to Facalio, ITG punishment dealt out to a person who carelessly throws away the bone of a dead dog or of a dead man, from which grease or marrow oozes out, varies with the size of the bone. For example, the punishment that is dealt out to a person who throws away carelessly a fresh bone as large as a man's skull is 20 times as heavy as that inflicted on a person who throws away carelessly a fresh bone as large as the top joint of the little finger. Vide Vend, 6, 10-25. The reason why a person is punished for throwing away carelessly the fresh bone of a dead dog or man, as lono as crease or marrow oozes out from it, is that it becomes the source of defiling anything coming in 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 76. 36 Contact with it, and the larger the bone, the greater the defilement, and consequently, the heavier the penalty one has to pay for it. Chapter 6. On the CO7I Demna UO7I of Virgin for dead body and of BTC Udi of graves. I, who am Ahura Mazda, created the beautiful Harakati as the 10th best of regions and cities / thereupon, as an opposition to it, Engramenu, the deadly, committed the evil, inexpiable deeds of burying the dead. Vend I 13. The meaning of this para, is that men guided by Ahura Mazda or rather by Spenta Manu, i.e. by the beneficent spirit, built the beautiful Harakati as, the 10th best of regions and cities, thereupon, as an opposition to it, men misguided by the evil spirit, committed the sin of burying the dead, for which there is no atonement. One can easily infer from this that the burial of the dead is so strictly prohibited by the Mazdayasnian religion that it is not only regarded as a sin, but as an inexpiable sin. For the Mazdayasnian religion, Spitama Zarathustra takes away burying a corpse. Vend, 3, 41. This means that the Mazdayasnian religion condemns the burying of a corpse, which is the second most displeased spot of this earth. Then said Ahura Mazda, Keelly that wherein dead dogs and dead men are most lying buried. Vend, 3, 8. The reason why the earth is most displeased is quite clear, for that piece of land, instead of being cultivated for the production of cereals, vegetables, hangs essays, p. 316. 37 Fruits, and sea, which serve as food for men and cattle, and thus become one of the sources of Nintiano their lives, is utilized for the purpose which becomes the fertile source of diseases to which human beings and cattle fall victim. which is the third most displeased spot of this earth. Then said Ahura Mazda, really that wherein vaulted tombs are most constructed, in which dead men are deposited, Ven 3, 9, the earth is displeased for the reason stated above. That Jarir begged of Erdvizhara to grant his wish to defeat Peshhoching, the corpse burier, is evident from the following para. Then he, Jarir, begged of her, O good, pure, and most beneficent Erdvizhara. Grateth this wish of mine, viz., that I shall defeat Peshhoching, the corpse burier, in the battles in this world. Avanya 5t, 113. That the person who buries a corpse is cursed is evident from the following, may evil come to, the corpse burier. Yas LXV. 8, Section I. Ondamazim, I/IO, NBS and CPUIC/NES. Who, O holy creator of the material regions, first rejoices this earth with the greatest joy. Then said Ahura Mazda, indeed, he, who, most digs up that, ground, where both dead dogs and dead men are lying buried. Vend, in, 12. O holy creator of the material regions, who secondly rejoices this earth with the greatest joy. Then said Ahura Mazda, indeed, he, who, most demolishes the vaulted tombs in which dead men are deposited. Vend, 3, 13. 1, 2, 3, and 4 Hang's Essays, p. 317. Literally, become the conqueror of. 38 Enjoin every one of the material world, Spitama Zarathustra, to level these tombs to the ground. Vend, VTI, 50. Whoever levels to the ground tombs and sepulchres is highly rewarded, for not only are his sins remitted as they would be by a paytet, but also he is blessed by Ahura Mazda, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Vidi, Vend, 7, 51-52. The object of rewarding so handsomely a person who demolishes tombs and sepulchres is this, that he thus practically makes the ground fit for use once more, which lay useless for cultivation and habitation. For a long period. Section 2. On Li, e millisecondas and, /erms produced in Io, NBS and Sepulch, Ayers. Spitama Zarathustra. In these tombs which are built elevated on this ground, and in which dead bodies are deposited, there is the Jajava, there is the Deva worshipper, there is the gathering of Dakvas, there is the rushing of the Tevas, there the Devas rush together by 50s and 100s, by 100s and thousands, by thousands and 10,000s, and by 10,000s and myriads. Vend, 7, 56. O Spitama Zarathustra. Just as you human beings in this material world cook delicious food and feed on cudoked meat, so these devas eat and void filth in these sepulchres, etc. Vend, 7, 57. The devas referred to above are, the myriads of minute insects and worms which feed on the putrefying flesh of the dead body buried in the ground, 2, and the microscopic organisms, called the germs, which are absolutely necessary for the production of putrefaction. It is they which first attack dead organic matter and partially feed on it, and thus prepare the way for putrefaction. Ars. B.E. Volume 4, p. 90, Copulate, Kanga's Diet, p. 488. 3,91 Section 3. On the diseases 7 Esnlm from dead bodies buffied in tombs. For as long as the stench emanates from the tomb, so long it is the enjoyment of the devas. In these tombs gather 2 ether filthiness, disease, hot fever, ague, rigors, and numerous bones and hair. The dead persons in these graves prove most deadly after sunset. Ven 7. 58. As long as foul smell emanates from the graves, so long there exists some putrid substance on which insects and worms feed. Only bones and hair are found after a long time in these graves, for they resist putrefaction longest. The buried corpses prove most deadly after sunset, because the low forms of life preying on them flourish most after sunset. As long as decomposition goes on, so long there is filthiness, so long emanate from the soil fetid and poisonous gases resulting from decomposition, such as carbon dioxide, carburet hydrogen, hydrogen sulfide, and C, which, if inhaled by men continuously for a long time, prove highly injurious to them, and some of which may render water percolating through the soil impure when it is impregnated with them. The graves give rise to diseases by polluting the drinking water, which passes through the subsoil in contact with corpses, and which thus contains nitrites and nitrates. That the water holding sulfur et hydrogen, salts, and animal organic matter in solution, if drunk, gives rise to diarrhea, is evident from the following quotations. Water containing much hydrogen sulfide will give rise to diarrhea, especially if organic matter be also present. Calcium nitrate waters also produce diarrhea. 3a one kind of disease. 2ea Parkes hygiene p41. 3 pounds, p41. 40 The opinion is very widely diffused that dissolved and putrescent animal organic matter to the amount of 3 to 10 grains per gallon, may produce diarrhea. The animal organic matter derived from graveyards appears to be especially hurtful. Here also ammonium and calcium nitrites and nitrates may be present. That water passing through a cemetery gives rise to dysentery is evident from the following sentence. In time of war this cause has often been present, and the great loss by dysentery in the peninsula, at Ciudad Rodrigo, was partly attributed by Sir J. M. Grigor to the use of water passing through a cemetery where nearly 20,000 bodies had been hastily incinerated. That what is stated in the para of the text quoted above is partly echoed by Dr. Edmund Parkes is evident from the following paras. After death the buried body returns to its elements, and gradually, and often by the means of other forms of life which prey on it, a large amount of it forms carbon dioxide, ammonia, carbonate hydrogen, and hydrogen sulfide, nitrous and nitric acids, and various more complex gaseous products, many of which are very fetid, but which, however, are eventually all oxidized into the simpler combinations. The non-volatile substances, the salts, become constituents of the soil, pass into plants, or are carried away into the water percolating through the ground. The hardest parts, the bones, etc. remain in some soils for many centuries, and even for long periods retain a portion of their animal constituents. Burying in the ground appears certainly the most insanitary plan of the three methods. The Air 1ea Parkes hygiene, p40. 2 pounds, p41. 3 pounds, p43. 4 pounds, p459. 5. Viscount, burial in the land and at sea, and burning. 41 Over cemeteries is constantly contaminated, and water, which may be used for drinking, is often highly impure. Hence in the vicinity of graveyards two dangers to the population arise, and in addition from time to time, the disturbance of an old graveyard has given rise to disease. It is a matter of notoriety that the vicinity of graveyards is unhealthy. The decomposition of bodies gives rise to very large amount of carbon dioxide, ammonia, and an offensive putrid vapor are also given off. The air of most cemeteries is richer in CO2, 7 to 9 per 1,000, Ramon de Luna, and the organic matter is perceptibly large when tested by potassium permanganate. In vaults, the air contains much carbonate or sulfide of ammonium, nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, and organic matter, polyur. Waller-Lewis found little SH3 or CH4 or cyanogen, or hydrogen phosphide. In his experiments the gas always extinguished flame. That the disturbance of an old cemetery sometimes proves fatal to those who dig up its ground, especially when it contains the germs of an infectious disease, is evident from the following. Even after the lapse of several hundred years, microzymes or disease-producing organisms were found to be alive and as active as ever, and became the cause of death to hundreds of workmen ed in digging up ground which had been a burial place of some who had died of the plague of Medina 300 years before. In fact, the plague was started anew and so killed thousands more. Scientific American 1888. 1ea Parkes hygiene, p 460. 2 pounds, p 121. 3 J. J. Modi's Iranian Essays, Part 2, p. 66. 42 Section 4. W/IE7I Does the burial, /ROE7ICL become clean again? O Creator! At what length of time does the ground become clean, as before if the corpse of the dead man has lain buried in the ground? Vend. 7, 47. Then said Ahura Mazda, Spitama Zarathustra. After 50 years the ground becomes clean, as before, if the corpse of the dead man has lain buried in the ground. Vend 7. 48, Creator. At what length of time does the ground become clean, as before, if the corpse of the dead man has been deposited in a tomb? Vend 7, 49. Then said Ahura Mazda, O Spitama Zarathustra. Not until this corpse has been reduced to dust. Vend 7, 50. One can infer from these paras, that the body, buried in a tomb or placed in a coffin is said to take a longer time to be consumed than that buried without the tomb or coffin. This statement is easily verified, for the more completely the body is defended from the air by clothes or coffin, the slower the putrefaction, and the longer it is before the earth becomes cleansed of the products of putrefaction. The time mentioned in the text that the soil takes to become purified is definite, namely, 50 years after the burial of the corpse without a coffin or tomb. This A statement drive E is to a certain Parks who extent says. See Ian Rapsum editsoid lies the decomposition of bodies is very slow, and it is many years before the risk of impurities passing into air and water is removed. Again, when the corpse is buried in a tomb, it is completely shut afloat on all sides from air and light, hence it takes a longer time to be reduced to dust. 1 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 259. 2 E. A. Parks Hygiene, p. 459. 43 On account of the slow process of putrefaction, consequently the soil on which the tomb is erected takes a longer time to get rid of the products of putrefaction and become clean. Section V. On the // 77/2/to be Ijfaside if the buried bodies are not ti, Earl 7 rit, in L7fo years, who first rejoices this earth with the greatest joy. Then said Ahura Mazda, indeed he, who, most digs up that ground, where both dead dogs and dead men are lying buried. Vend. 3, 12. The earth is said to rejoice when the dead men and dogs are extracted from the ground, for it is further prevented from being defiled. The Mazdayasnians are not only forbidden to bury a dead body, but are strictly enjoined to unearth it as early as possible. The punishment dealt out to those who violate this injunction varies with the time it is allowed to remain buried. For example, the punishment that is inflicted on those who do not unearth it after a year is double that inflicted on those who do not unearth it after 6 months. Vide Vend. 336-37, for it is found to be much more decomposed after a year than after 6 months, and the more it is decomposed, the more it defiles the soil and the water permeating the soil by the products of decomposition. The person who does not unearth it within 2 years is said to commit an inexpiable sin. Vide Yen 3, 38-39, for all its soft parts are found destroyed by putrefaction at the end of 2 years, and the A products of decomposition have already completely polluted the soil and the water permeating it. Learned Mazdayasnian, who, in spite of the knowledge of this really Irias mandate of unearthing the buried body within 2 years, intentionally violates it is said to commit an inexpiable sin. Vide Vend, in 40. 1 and 2 Hang's Essays, p. 317. 44 Section 6. How loyif shall I / piece of ground he fallow whereon dogs or men have died? Ahura Mazda answered, Year long shall the piece of ground lie fallow whereon dogs or men have died, holy Zarathustra. Vend. 6, 1. A year long shall no worshipper of Mazda sow or water that jadice of ground whereon dogs or men have died. Vend. 6, 2. The reasons why the Mazdayasnians are ordered not to cultivate the soil, whereon the carcass of a dog or the corpse of a man has lain for a long period, within 1 year after the death of the dog or man are, 1. That dead matter lying on the soil is not entirely destroyed by putrefaction before the end of a year, and, 2. That if the soil is watered before the completion of the year, that is, during the period while putrefaction is going on, putrid matter washed away by water is liable to contaminate the soil by penetrating it. O Creator! If the worshippers of Mazda want to make that ground fit for irrigation, to water it, to sow it, and to plow it, how shall they act, they who are the Mazdayasnians? Vend. 6, 6. Then said Ahura Mazda, there they shall look on the ground for any bones, hair, excrement, urine, or blood. Vend. 6, 7. The object of this mandate is that the soil ought to be free from any putrid substance, otherwise while sowing and watering it, any putrid substance that is there may enter and defile it. 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 67. 45 Chapter 7. On the impural G of Y, that has come into C07 IIACL with, IA6U. 3 KO if AF or /upper of Mazda, walling, or running, or riding, or driving, come tipo, IA corpse in a what stream shall he of running do, water. Then Ahura Mazda answered, having taken off his shoes, and, having put off his clothes, Zarathustra. He shall wait. Zarathustra. He shall go forward into the water ankle deep, knee deep, ice deep, or of a man's height, till he can reach the dead body, and, shall take it out of the water. Ven VL, 27. O Creator! If the dead body be in a high state of decomposition and putrefying, what shall the worshipper of Mazda do? Vend. 6, 28. Then Ahura Mazda answered, he shall draw out of the water as much of the corpse as he can grasp with both hands, and he shall lay it down on the dry ground, no sin attaches to him for any bone, hair, grease, excrement, urine, or blood dropping back into the water. Vend. 6, 29. If a Mazdayasnian sees a corpse floating in a stream of running water when he passes by it, he is ordered not to proceed on his way, but to stop there and remove it from water, for firstly, the longer it floats, the more rapidly it putrefies, being exposed to the air after being immersed, and secondly, the longer it remains in water, the more it defiles it. The reasons for ordering a Mazdayasnian to take off his shoes and put off his clothes before he enters the stream are, 1. That he may be able to swim efficiently, and, 2. That he may not wet his shoes, and 1 and 2 SBE Volume 4. p. 71. 46 Clothes, and may not contaminate them be bringing them into contact with any putrid part of the corpse. He is ordered not to go to a greater distance in a stream than what is necessary for catching the corpse, lest he may be drowned by going into very deep water if he is not a good swimmer. If he finds the corpse decomposed and rotten, he is ordered to remove as much of it as he can, for if he endeavor to remove all the rotten matter, he is likely to exhaust his strength and run the risk of being drowned. He is ordered to lay the corpse on a dry ground after removing it from water, for a dry absorbent soil retards a moist one, accelerates putrefaction. Again, he is not held responsible for any decomposed part of the corpse dropping back into the water while being removed, otherwise he would be compelled to dive as often as it drops back into the water. Which would of necessity exhaust his strength too much to enable him to swim. Section I/R does the DRUJJ Vasu advance with CO7 RU2, UO7I, /9////9/ and I7 IFASI IO7I in STA, //IA, IL water, in RI7 I7 in, /2 in O, Vihig water, and in water dribble high from melting snow or hail. Ahura Mazda answered, 6 steps on each of the 4 sides in stagnant water, 3 steps on each of the 4 sides in water dribbling from melting snow or hail, 3 stops down the stream, 9 steps up the stream, 6 steps across. Vidi Vend, 6, 30-40. The stagnant water is said to be polluted over twice as much area as that of the water driblino from meltino snow and hail, as the former remains in closer contact with dead matter than the latter. 1 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 259. 2 SBE Volume 4, p. 71. 3 pounds, pages 72 to 73. 4 pounds, p. 73. 47 The water flowing across the stream is said to be polluted over twice as much area as that of the water flowing down the stream, as the former remains longer in contact with dead matter than the latter. The water flowing up the stream is said to be polluted over thrice as much area as that of the water flowing down the stream, as the former remains much longer in contact with the dead matter than the latter. Section 2. How Tanra/Shalsi or /Nayat, dribble-j, and 7 UII 727 I7 PLA that is JOUEBCO, I side 7 ed 27 Ecli 7 I. As long as the corpse has not been taken out of the stagnant water, out of the water driblino, from the melting snow and hail, and out of the running and flowino water, so lono shall that water be unclean and impotable. The Mazdayasnians shall therefore take the corpse out of the stagnant water, out of the water driblino from the melting snow and hail, and out of the running and flowing stream, and lay it down on the dry ground. Vide Vent, VL, 3040. As long as the corpse remains in water, it is the source of polluting it, hence it is ordered to be removed from it, and to be placed on the dry ground, for the dry soil retards putrefaction. Section 3. What QUA7 IHLY of 20 eluded 7 FALE 7 shall be 7 ejected before it HECO 77 IES Pilatal. The Mazdayasnians shall draw off the half, or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth part of stagnant water or of the water in a well, according as they are able or not, and after the corpse has been taken out and the water has been drawn off, the rest of the water 48 is cleary, and both cattle and enreen may drink of it at their pleasure as before. Vide Vent, 6, 32 and 35. As regards snow or hail, the water is clean, after the corpse has been taken out, and the snow or hail has melted away. As regards the water of a running stream, it becomes clean after waves have flowed thrice over it after the removal of the corpse. Vide Jens 6, 38-41. In all cases the corpse is first ordered to be removed from water, whether it is stagnant dribbling melting, or running, for the longer it remains in it, the more it defiles it, and the more it renders it injurious. As the stagnant water becomes polluted much more easily and in a larger quantity than snow water or running water, a much larger quantity of the former is ordered to be rejected than that of the latter, before the rest of the water becomes potable. The quantity of water to be rejected varies with the size and capacity of a well, a pond, and sea, and with the capability of those who draw it offlow. For example, water in a small shallow well is far less than that in a large deep well. Again, the quantity of water is far greater in a large tank than in a well, hence it is much more difficult for persons to draw off half the quantity of the former than that of the latter. As regards snow water, water is said to be clean and potable after the snow lying in contact with the corpse has melted away, and water thus obtained is rejected. As regards a running stream, its water is said to be clean and potable after waves have flowed thrice over that piety of the stream after the removal of the corpse, and after the polluted water has been thus mixed up with a very large quantity of clean water so that the cadaveric poison becomes very much attenuated by being dissolved in an immense quantity of pure water. 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 72. I9 The object of regarding water that is polluted by dead organic matter as unclean and impotable is that it is injurious to those who drink it. If water containing such putrescent animal organic matter is used for drinking, it is found to produce diarrhea and dysentery. Dry V. Parks says, the opinion is very widely diffused that dissolved and putrescent animal organic matter, to the amount of 3 to 10 grains per gal lo tnh, ter derived from graveyards appears to be especially hurtful. Chapter 8. On the Condom 7 Eali 07 I of Bur, 2, I asked then deadly and Gramenu, contrary fco this, committed the sinful and inexpiable deed of burning the Nasu. Vend I 17. This para means that men guided by the evil spirit committed the sinful and inexpiable deed of burning the dead body or dead organic matter. Holy Creator of the material world. If Mazdayasnians, walking, or running, or riding, or driving, come upon a Nasu burning fire, where they, i.e., persons, are burning or cooking the Nasu, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend 8, 73. Then Ahura Mazda answered, they shall kill these NRTS/burners, they shall put it out, they shall disperse the pile, they shall disperse the pyre. Vend 8, 74. From the paras, quoted above it appears that the Mazdayasnians, who happen to reach a place where a dead body is being burnt, are ordered to kill the Nasu burner, to put out fire, and to disperse the pyre. 1 Ea Parks Hygiene, p. 40. Or dead organic matter. 4 i.e. fire. 2 pounds, p. 41. 3 i.e. a dead body. 5 smite, Kangfis Vend, pl 80. 50. The object of this mandate is to prevent the corpse from being burnt and thus to prevent it from giving rise to the foul odor due to the production of the poisonous gases, which, if inhaled in a large quantity, may poison the men burning the corpse. For this reason and for preventing the fire from being polluted by bringing it in contact with dead matter, the Mazdayasnians are strictly enjoined not to burn the dead, as well as to prevent others from burning them. That poisonous gases, such as carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, or perhaps combinations of nitrogen are given off, when a dead body is burnt, can be inferred from the following para. If, instead of being buried, the body is burned, the same process occurs more rapidly and with different combinations, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, or perhaps combinations of nitrogen, water, and C, are given off, and the mineral constituents, and a little carbon, remain behind. Cremation as performed in America and Europe is quite different from that practiced by the Hindus and alluded to in the text, for in the former a dead body is burnt by the powerful rays of heat directed upon it in a closed chamber, while in the latter the dead body is placed on a pile of fuel in an open space, and the body and the pile are set on fire. Again, the body is consumed much more rapidly in the former than in the latter, and lastly, the poisonous gases given off are not inhaled by those who burn the body in the former, while they are liable to be inhaled by them in the latter. Cremation as performed in America and Europe resembles to a great extent the process of consuming the body by the powerful rays of the sun as enjoined on the Mazdayasnians in the Vendidad 1 Ea Parks Hygiene, p. 469. K2 I above think it advisable to the signature of insert in here the following letter which appeared the Times of India, June 24 L905, as I quite agree with the views expressed in it by the correspondent. See footnote 2, on page 8151 chapter 9. On the empurage of 7 Iiei and Kuzium the 7 Iasu, can the, in ht puraja equal who have eel, I the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man. Vend 7, 23. Then Ahura Mazda answered, Holy Zarathustra, they cannot be purified. These men, are, doing harm to their stomachs and, are, doing harm to their hearts. These men throw out flashes from the eyes. Vend 7, 24. This para, suggests that those who eat the flesh of dead dogs and of dead men injure their stomachs and hearts, and see flashes of hght. In the present civilized age, men hardly partake of the flesh of dead dogs and of dead men, consequently the symptoms arising from eating such a flesh I have not found. Continuation of footnote 2, from p. 50. To the editor of the Times of India. Sir, I am one of those in favor of suitable innovations, but an opponent of undesirable changes. I am opposed to cremation, not because as a Parc I rigidly adhere to the prevailing mode, but because I am convinced that no scientific method of the present lay is superior to the Parsi custom of disposing of the dead. Whilst cremation turns the body into dust and fails to achieve nature's purpose of utility, Exposure to vultures is but an obedience to the great law that decrees that every distinct entity should be turned to practical account before it is restored to its elements. Vultures, as nature's scavengers, render invaluable service, and their evolution in the order of nature shows what purpose they have to fulfill. The rational basis of this mode is thus beyond question, and its sanitary advantages are too patent to require comment. 1. i.e., the eyes of these men flash light, i.e., flashes of light are seen by their eyes. 1 prefer to translate the woft spitty by flashes, literally ij lashes. Irvad ka ng, one has not translated this word in his valuable translation, but L.A.S. translated the word in his highly valuable dictionary by bright eyes. 52 We recorded in medical works. Do not know whether the cannibals living in the forests of Africa suffer from the diseases of the stomach and heart, and whether they suffer from such diseases of the eye as give rise to flashes of light. But what we do know is that the symptoms of the gastrointestinal tract, such as vomiting and diarrhea, are produced by eating the flesh of a dead animal when decomposing. This statement is corroborated by the following quotations: the jalesh of healthy animals IOHE7 idcom jyosin is eaten sometimes without danger, but at occasion ally gives rise to gastrointestinal disorder, vomiting, diarrhea, and great depression. In some cases severe febrile symptoms occur, which are like typhus, on account of the great cerebral complication. Among the mammalia the flesh of the pig sometimes causes degiroi, a fact noticed by Dr. Parkes in India, and often mentioned by others. Sometimes pork, not obviously diseased, has produced choleric symptoms. Symptoms more or less resembling those of poisoning, may arise from eating the flesh of diseased animals, and also from eating meat which has undergone decomposition. Putrid animal matter may cause severe and dangerous symptoms of irritant poisoning. The irritation of the alimentary canal is accompanied either by symptoms of collapse or of narcotism. Putrid meat. Several cases have been reported of persons having been attacked with symptoms of poisoning, either irritant or narcotico-irritant in character, after eating putrid meat. In /om of these cases the meat eaten has been in a condition of incipient putrefaction only. Cases of this last kind have frequently occurred from eating sausages, hence the term sausage poisoning. 1 AO2 EA Parkes Hygiene, p. 219. 3 Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, p. 227. 4 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 660. 53 In sausage poisoning, besides the usual irritant symptoms, dryness of the skin and mucous membranes, dilatation of the pupils and paralysis of the upper eyelids have been observed. Various theories have been put forward to account for such cases. Very possibly they are due to the development of a ptomaine or cadaveric alkaloid. Section I, can the kotis be purified which have eaten the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? Vend. 7:1, Then Ahura Mazda answered, Holy Zarathustra. They can be purified. Neither cheese shall be used for religious ceremony nor milk for the barsam ceremony within a year's period, but they become food for holy men after a year's period according to their desire in the same manner as before. Vend 7:11. Though the period assigned for not using the milk of a cow that has eaten the corpse or carcass and the cheese prepared from the milk is rather too long, the reasonableness for not using them cannot be denied, for they are liable to contain a ptomaine or cadaveric alkaloid and to poison those who take them internally. That they may be poisonous is evident from the following quotation: cheese and milk. In more than one case symptoms of irritant poisoning may have been produced by eating cheese. In such cases, the cheese eaten has generally, but not invariably, been found to be rancid. THP milk of diseased cows has been known to cause vomiting, and cases have been lately reported of outbreaks of poisoning traceable to milk, the symptoms being irritant in character, and accompanied by burning pain in the esophagus. In these last referred to 1 Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, p. 228. 2 i.e., milk and cheese. 54 cases, and also in a lately reported case of cheese poisoning, a poisonous ptomaine was found in the milk and cheese at fault. Chapter X. on the Empuriae of ME7INT727 XCOMI7IG in Conlacal with the 7IASU, and on I/it 2 Unis, I7NE7 at I7 Ifliklet on a C07 PSEBEARE7 CA7 FYI7 IACO7 PSE atone. Kin the 771,671 BECOI7 IECLEA7 I who have iotaged i.e. dried up C07 PSE of a person who died more than a year ago? Vend 8, 33. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! They can become clean, for, a dry thing does not stick to a dry thing. Vend, 8, 34. The statement that a dry thing does not stick to a dry thing is quite consistent with reason. All the soft parts of a corpse are found destroyed by putrefaction at the end of a year, and what remains of the corpse is the dry bone skeleton. All its soft parts including all the organs of the body except the uterus are destroyed within 6 months after death. The uterus resists putrefaction longest of all. Casper found it at the end of 9 months in a fit state for exogenation, when all the other viscera are gone and the bones almost separated from each other. Thus a person who touches the dried up corpse of a person who died more than a year ago touches it in a dry state and is consequently not considered impure. 1 Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, pages 228 to 229. Medicine, p. 256. 2 Guy's Forensic 55 Section I. Can a Ma 7I be purified who has iotis yerba cor2 jse in a 7 emoy co7 mer of a forest? Vend. 8, 97. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! How he can be purified? Thus. If the corpse be bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds, he shall cleanse his body thoroughly with bull's urine, he shall wash it 30 times, he shall rub it dry with the hand 30 times, beginning every time with the head. Vend, 8, 98. But if the corpse is not bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds, he shall cleanse each body thoroughly with bull's urine, he shall wash it 15 times, he shall rub it dry with the hand 15 tinges. Vend, 8, 99. The reasons why the person who has touched a bitten corpse is ordered to wash and rub his body twice as many times as one who has touched it when entire, are that a wounded ioa putrefies more rapidly than an entire body, and that what is more putrefied is more injurious when touched. Section 2. Can a ma, f be purified who has lo, IC/e the 7 IASU of a dead dog or of a dead man? Vend. 8, 35. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! He can be purified. Thus. If this corpse is bitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, he shall cleanse his body thoroughly with bull's urine and water. Thus he is made clean again. Vend, 8, 36. 1, 3, and 4 in the text in the plural number. 2 literally, stood near. 5 and 6 SBE Volume 4. p. 120. 7 Vitae Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 260. 8 men, in the text. 9 and 10 they, in the text. 56 This bath appears to be the temporary means of purifying oneself, for he is required to take the bath of purification, as described in the paras. 40 to 71 of the 8th Fargard to purify himself thoroughly. But if the man has touched a dead body not bitten by a corpse-eating dog or a corpse-eating bird, the Mazdayasnians are enjoined to dig 9 pits in the ground, at the first 3 of which the impure man shall cleanse his body with bull's urine only, and then the dog must be brought to him. The same process of purification shall be repeated at the next 3 pits. Then he shall wash his body at the remaining 3 pits with water. Vitae Vend, 8, 37-39. The man who has touched a bitten carcass or corpse is enjoined to take the purificatory bath more punctiliously than when he has touched an entire carcass or corpse, for a wounded body becomes more putrid in the same period than an entire one. The dog is brought near the impure man at the first two stages of purification to drive away by the magnetic influence ascribed to his eyes any fly hovering about him. Section 3. On the P. Ir. Jickelton of the /ia. Iral and the peril. The term hamrif is applied to one who becomes directly defiled by touching a corpse or dead organic matter. The term ijatrit is applied to one who becomes indirectly defiled by touching the hamrit. Can a man be purified when he become hamrit and patrit? He can be purified by making him wash his body 4 times with the urine of the consecrated ox and twice with water. Vend. 19, 20-22. 1 Mr. Jivanji Jamshedji Modi remarks, to use modern phraseology used in the plague epidemic, a hamrit is a contact, a japatrit is an evict. 57 Section 4. At what dislafti shall the corpse be ers sit from the corpse? Why then the corpse bearers shall sit aparb as many as 3 paces from the dead. Vend. 8, 11. The corpse bearers are enjoined to sit at a distance of 3 paces from the corpse for the following 2 reasons. 1. That they may not run the risk of taking the contagion by sitting in close contact with it, if it be of a person who has died of a contagious or infectious disease. 2. Thou they may not run the risk of inhaling all exhalations issuing from it by sitting long in close contact with it in case decomposition aet in very early. Section V07 shall the corpse hearers be adjurafled? Then the corpse bearers shall sit apart as many as 3 paces from the dead. Then the holy priest shall proclaim to the Mazdayasnians, the Mazdayasnians shall bring the urine with which the corpse bearers shall wash their hair and bodies. Vend. 8, 11. Creator. O holy Ahura Mazda! Whose urine shall it be wherewith the corpse bearers shall wash their hair and bodies, of sheep, or of cattle, or of men or of women? Vend. 8, 12. Then Ahura Mazda said, of sheep or of cattle, neither of men nor of women, that discharged by these 2 animals only, which are male * domesticated and female domesticated animals. 1 i.e. after exposing the corpse to the dogs and vultures. 2 literally parajet means coming out from para oq, ql out and get equals * coming, from, ga, equals. To come, hence discharged, vidi kangas diet, p 319. 3 ka et vadathaska, kakt vadati sha equals male domesticated and female domesticated animals, from qastu equals self, and datha equals giving, vidi kanga g diet, pages 138 and 245. 58 They shall make them pass the urine wherewith the corpse bearers shall wash their hair and bodies. Vend. 8, 13. The reason why the urine of sheep or of cattle and not of men nor of women is used for cleaning the hair and person of a corpse bearer will be given under the heading of bull's urine. O Section 6. Whe7 Can the road be utilized again by which dead dogs and dead men are carried? The road by which the dead body of a dog or of a man is carried can be used by beasts or cattle, or men, or women, and for carrying fire, barsum, and sea only after the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears is made to pass by that road thrice, or 6 times, or 9 times if possible. If not, a priest may pass by that road, reciting the prayers called the Athsai Ahu Vario and Kem and Mazda, which are said to be efficacious in driving away the Dru Janasu. Vidi Vend. 8, 14-22. The reason why the yellow dog with 4 eyes, i.e. a dog with 2 spots above the eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears is made to pass by the road by which the dead body is carried, before it can be utilised again, is to drive away the flies, the Dru Janasu of the text, carrying the minute particles of dead organic matter and hovering about the dead body by the magnetic influence ascribed to the eyes of these particular dogs, that the flies are the means of these 1 i.e. the Mazdayasnians. 2 i.e. the domesticated animals. 3 Masayan ta they shall cause them to pass urine, causal verb, from mijo of tf to sprinkle, originally, hence, to make water. 4 sbe vol, 4, footnote, p. 99. 5 Hogg's Essays, Vide footnote, p. 240. 6 Mr. Jivanji Jamshedji Mofi thinks that some of these customs are simply old national customs which have nothing to do with sanitation. They do not come under the head of sanitary rules. The Vedas also speak of such dogs. The Romans had their Cerberus. The late Mr. Turle see footnote 7, on page 59. 59 Meaning contagious diseases is corroborated by the following quotation: flies and other insects are believed to be the means of disseminating contagious diseases, in some instances by alighting first on diseased, and then on healthy individuals, or they may probably convey contagious poisons directly from excreta. Section 7. Can fuel be //.vyfr/ that has been caf to the nasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? Vend. 7, 28. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! It can be purified. Thus, if the dead bod is not bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or by the corpse-eating birds, the Mazdayasnians shall cut off from it a piece about a span long, if dry, and about 2 spans long, if green. But if the corpse is bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or birds, they shall cut off from it a piece about 2 spans long, if dry, and about the length of the upper extremity, if green. They shall place the remaining piece on the ground, and sprinkle once every one of its 4 sides with a water, and it thus becomes clean. Vend 7, 29-30. Larger piece of fuel is ordered to be rejected when it is green than when it is dry, because green fuel contains moisture which aids putrefaction. Again, more of fuel is ordered to be rejected when touched by a corpse bitten by a dog or a vulture, for the corpse when wounded becomes much more putrid than when entire in a certain space of time. _continuation of footnote 6, from page 58. Leith, the founder of the Anthropological Society of Bombay, has treated the subject of dogs under the heading of the dog in myth and custom. A part of his notes is published in TG Journal of the Anthropological Society of Bombay in the form of anthropological scraps. Vide Vol 3. Number 5, pages 302 to 306 and number 6 pages 360-362. 1 F. Roberts Medicine, p. 96. 60 Section 8. Can cor7istnd/otter be janirifled that have been touched by the 7 iasu of a dead dog or of a dead man? Vend. 7, 32. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! They can be purified. Thus, if the dead body is not bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or by the corpse-eating birds, the Mazdayasnians shall reject thereof, about 2 spans long, if dry, and about the length of an arm, if green. But if the dead body is bitten by the corpse-eating dogs or by the corpse-eating birds, they shall reject thereof, about the length of an arujay, if dry, but if green, they shall reject thereof, about a fathom long. Having rejected so much, they shall place the remainder on the ground and shall sprinkle once every one of its 4 sides with water, and it thus becomes clean. Vend. 7, 33-34. The larger quantity of fresh corn or fodder is rejected than that of dry one, for the former contains moisture which aids putrefaction. Again, more of corn or fodder is rejected when touched by a bitten corpse, for putrefaction is more advanced during a certain period when a corpse is bitten than when entire. Section 9. Can the eaten vessels be purified that have been eat by the 7 iasu of a dead dog or of a dead mar / Vend. 7, 13. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! They can be made clean. How? Thus, if the vessels be made of gold, they shall be washed once with gomez, they shall be rubbed once with one, i.e. the urine of the bull. 61 Earth, and they shall be washed once with water, then they become clean. If they be made of silver, they shall be cleansed twice, if of iron, they shall be cleansed thrice, if of zinc, they shall be cleansed 4 times, and if of stone, they they shall be cleansed 6 times with G6 mez, earth, and what far. But if they be made of earth, of wood, or of clay, they are unclean for ever and ever. Vide Vend, 7, 74-75. The number of times a vessel is ordered to be cleansed depends on the specific gravity or relative density of the substance of which the vessel is made. The higher the specific gravity of a substance, the denser it is, the lower the specific gravity of a substance, the more porous it is. The more porous a substance is, the greater is the chance of its being contaminated with putrid matter, which finds more space to penetrate into it. As gold is the densest metal, known its specific gravity being 19.3, the vessel made of it is ordered to be cleansed once only, as silver's specific gravity is less than that of gold, namely 10.53, the vessel made of it is ordered to be cleansed twice, as iron's specific gravity is less than that of silver, the vessel made of it is ordered to be cleansed thrice, and as zinc's specific gravity, 7, is less than that of iron, the vessel made of it is ordered to be clean 4 times with a foam, earth, and water. But the vessels made of earth, wood, or clay are regarded as impure forever, and wisely forbidden to be used, for that why, being more porous than metallic vessels, are more liable to be contaminated by putrid matter, and thus they are more liable to poison food placed in them. *1 Bloxam's Chemistry, p. 47 Guaranese. 2 pounds, p. 450. 4 pounds p. 339. 3 lb, /. 376. 62 Section X. Can the toy, iest purified, have been totic/eat by the asci of a dead dog or of a dead man? Vend. 7, 12. Then Ahura Mazda answered, they can be purified, holy Zarathustra 1 how. Thus, if the clothes be soiled with pus, perspiration, excrement, or vomit, the Mazdayasnians shall rend these clothes to pieces, and bury them. Vend. 7, 1-3. But if not soiled with pus, perspiration, excrement, or vomit, the Mazdayasnians shall wash these clothes with gomez. Vend. 7, 14. If the cloth is made of leather, they shall wash it with G6 mez thrice, they shall rub it with earth thrice, and they shall expose it to the air for 3 months on the window of the houses. But if it be woven, they shall wash it with gomez 6 times, they shall rub it with earth 6 times, they shall wash it with water 6 times, and they shall expose it to the air for 6 months at the window of the house. Vend. 7, 15. The clothes that have come in direct contact with a dead person and that have been soiled with pus, feces, and sea, are prudently ordered to be destroyed, for they are instrumental in propagating contagious diseases among men, if the person died of a contagious disease, because the discharge and excretions with which they are soiled contain the specific germs of a contagious disease. For example, the pus and blood exuding from smallpox eruptions contain the germs of smallpox. If the cloth soiled with this pus and blood be handled by a child predisposed to the disease, and if the child touch a scratched or wounded part of its body with its dirty hand, the poison becomes inoculated in the scratched or wounded part, and the child thus contracts smallpox. Again, the X63 secretions such as feces, urine, vomit, and sea, of a person suffering from the typhoid fever, cholera plague, or dysentery contain the specific germs of each of these diseases, and if a piece of cloth soiled with them be handled by a person who happens to scratch his skin with his dirty nails, he is liable to catch the disease with the poison of which he is thus accidentally inoculated. The woven clothes that are not spoiled are ordered to be cleansed with gomez, clay, and water 6 times, while those made of leather are ordered to be cleansed thrice with the same purifying agents, for leather is denser and less impermeable than any woven stuff. The clothes that are thus cleansed are ordered to be exposed to the air and light for drying them and for destroying the small particles of organic matter which defied the cleansing process mentioned above. That contagious diseases are often propagated by clothes is corroborated by the following quotations. Further, the contioious elements often become attached to what are termed /omvs, including articles of clothing, especially those of a woolen, silken, or cotton fabric, bedding and bedclothes, hair and various other articles, and they are thus propagated. Smallpox, the poison also clings tenaciously to fomites, especially to clothes and other articles of a rough texture, and retains its vitality for a long period. Therefore it is highly dangerous to go into a room which has been occupied by a smallpox patient, until this has been most thoroughly disinfected, while clothing and other articles will certainly propagate the disease, unless treated in a similar manner. Scarlatina, the infected epithelium particles easily cling to clothes, letters, and other fomites, and by their aid are often carried far and wide. 1 F. Roberts Medicine, p. 96. 2 pounds, p. 154. 3 pounds, p. 140. 64 Section 11. Is // T field re7 iter impure which has been watered 4 times and into which dead mailer is brought by the dog, fox, or wolf. If a dead body is brought by the dog, fox, or wolf into a field which has been watered 4 times, that field is not rendered impure. If the Mazdayasnians wish to carry on cultivation in the same field, they may do so after removing the dead body. Vide, Vend, v. 5-7. The field is not rendered impure if the corpse is removed very quickly before it putrefies. Section 12. Wall shall the Mazdayasnians do if a dog or a man die in a house after // T fire bars 0911 DC, R brew, IL there. Then Ahura Mazda said, O Spidama Zarathustra / they shall carry off from this house the fire, the har S07N, the cups, the homa, and the mortar, and they shall take away the dead body from it, in the same way in which a religious man causes it to be carried and devoured according to the law. Vend, v. 40. O Creator! When shall the Mazdayasnians bring the fire back to this house where the man died? Then said Ahura Mazda, the Mazdayasnians shall wait 9 nights in winter, but a month long in summer, then they shall bring back the fire to the house where the man died. Vend, v. 41-42. The reason why fire is ordered to be brought back to the house after 9 days in winter and after 1 month in summer is that putrefaction takes place more rapidly in summer than in winter, consequently the products of decomposition in a certain period are more in the summer than in the winter, hence a place takes more time to be purified in the summer than in the winter. 1 in the text, from these houses. 2 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 258. 65 Section 13. On the punis, IME7IL inflicted on a corpse bearer carrying a corpse AL07IE. Let no man carry a corpse alone. But if he should carry a corpse alone, and if nasu i.e., putrefying discharge, oozes out from the nose, from the eye, from the tongue, from the ear, from the sexual organs, and from the anus, of the corpse, the drujnasu rushes upon his nails, and he becomes unclean thenceforth, forever and ever. Vend, 3, 14. If a man carry a corpse alone, he soon gets tired by the exertion he undergoes by carrying it to the dakama, and if the corpse carried by him be of one very dear to him, the loss that he has sustained by his death may tell upon his mind so much, that he may go beside himself and die * through shock. Thus it is wisely ordained that no man should carry a corpse alone. Again, if a person carry it alone, and if any contagious discharge oozes out from any of its natural openings, and falls upon his exposed hands, he runs the risk of catching the contagion, if there be a scratch or an open wound on the hands. The drujnasu is said to rush upon his nails, for when he touches or handles a putrefying substance, it is the nails and the tips of the fingers that are likely to come in contact with it, and the particles of the putrefying matter may be easily deposited on the projecting nails and in the grooves between them and the tips of the fingers. 1 Vide Hang's Essays, footnote 4, p. 317. 2 in the text there. 3 in the text they / become. 4 One of the examiners of this essay, Mr. Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, thinks that the custom does not seem to have been based on sanitary grounds alone. The injunction for J6R, pair, is meant for mutual help and sympathy. 66 Chapter 11. On the Bath of Purification and Segregation. IO the BAL, IQ /Kirajakati 07I. Saras, Inam. The purifier, technically called the Yajdirigar, is enjoined first to cleanse the hands of a person defiled by the dead thrice with water. The object of thoroughly cleansing the hands first is that, as they are used in cleansing the other parts of the body, they themselves ought to be clean. He is then enjoined to pour clean water on the top of the head. When the clean water touches it, the Dru Janasu is said to run away to the central part between the eyebrows only. When the clean water touches this part, the Dru Janasu is said to run away to the back part of the head, whence it is said to run away successively to the chin/the right ear, the right shoulder, the left should, and so on. That the explanation given in the text as regards the flight of the Dru Janasu from one spot to the other is true with some modification is evident from what follows. When water is poured on the top of the head, it carrying with it the contagion lying on the top of the head runs down in front to the central part between the eyebrows, behind to the lowest part of the back of the head, and along each lateral portion to the right and the left ear. Thus the Dru Janasu lying on the top of the head runs down to the face, the neck, and the ears along the four sides of the head, but in the text the Dru Janasu is said to fly to the central part between the eyebrows only, simply because of the four sides of the head. The front side is selected first 1 FECZE Kang Feet BV and Idad, footnote, p. 197. OT /I and or data scarina are attached different meanings by different authors. It is translated by * jaws by Darmstedter, by chin by Spiegel, and by cheek by Kanga. I prefer to translate it here by chin. It is derived from pates equals towards, and from carina equals jaws, from or equals to eat. Literally, those parts of the jaws which lie towards each other, hence the chin. 67 For purification, next to it the rear side, then the right side, and lastly the left side. When water is thrown on the part between the eyebrows, the Dru Jamasu is said to fly from it to the back portion of the head. This is partly true, for the water that is thrown on the part between the eyebrows, falls down along the face to the chin, and not to the back portion of the head, but as the water is dashed on the front portion of the head only, this portion is purified, while the rear portion lying on the same level is still contaminated with the contagion, hence the Dru Janasu is said to fly there. When the water is dashed on the back portion of the head, the Dru Janasu is said to fly to the chin, for the water partly flows along the jaws to the chin. Thus the water dashed against the front and rear portions of the head flows towards the chin, hence the Dru Janasu is said to run away from the back portion of the head to the chin. When the Wajdur is dashed on the chin, the Dru Janasu is said to fly away from it to the right ear, because the latter is still left unclean. Ulian the right ear is washed, the Dru Janasu is said to fly to the left ear, because the latter lying on the same level still remains to be washed, and not because the Dru Janasu jumps from the right ear to the left, for the Dru Janasu is always carried vertically downwards by the water. The same explanation holds good with the Dru Janasu flying from the left ear to the right shoulder, and from the right shoulder to the left, and so on. The purifier is enjoined after cleansing the left hip to throw water first on the anus and then on the sexual organs, if the unclean one be a male, for the lowest point of the sexual organs of the male rather reaches a lower level than the anus, but he is enjoined to throw water first in front and then behind, if the unclean one be a female, for the anus of the female is situated on a lower level than her external generative organs. 68 Having cleansed the anus and the genitals, the purifier is enjoined to cleanse the right and left thighs and so on, until he purifies the left instep when the Dru Janasu conceals itself under the solace. Then the unclean man is enjoined to press his toes upon the ground and raise up his heel, when the purifier successively sprinkles his right and left solace with water. The object of pressing the toes upon the ground and raising the heels is to cleanse the soles and heels thoroughly and to let the water run towards the toes, which are afterwards cleansed when the unclean man is enjoined to press his heels upon the ground, the reason being that the water may fully come in contact with all the parts of the toes and the webs between them before it flows away towards the ground. Vide Vend, 8, 40-71 and 9, 15-26. The man defiled by the dead before taking the bath of purification is enjoined to cleanse his body first with gomez a certain number of times, and to wait until the uppermost hair on the top of his head dries up. Vide Vend, 8, 37-38. After taking the bath of purification he is ordered to pub his body with earth and sand, which are good agents for absorbing moisture. Then he is ordered to wait until the top part of the skull and the hair covering it get dry, to wash his body with water several times, and to fumigate it with the fragrant odor given off by an aromatic substance on being burnt. Lastly he is enjoined to dress himself and to go to a place of segregation. Vide Vend, 9, 29-32. Section I. On the da, IER arising from the dal/I of Tuncrificato 07I given by an mex PERIE 7 ICED purifier. O Creator! If the man who has not learnt the rites of purification according to the Mazdayasna 69 religion from the Zoroaster should purify the unclean, how shall I drive away hence the druj, contagion, that rushes upon the alive from the how dead? Shall the nasu, contagion, which defiles the alive from the dead be here made helpless? Vend. 9, 47. Then Ahura Mazda said, Spitama Zarathustra. Indeed the druj nasu waxes stronger than she was before. She communicates these diseases, these plagues, these damages, to the unclean, exactly as before. Vend 9, 48. That the druj nasu is what we now call the contagion is evident from the para 47 quoted above, for it is distinctly stated here that it rushes upon the alive from the dead, and that it defiles the alive from the dead. If an inexperienced purifier offer to cleanse an unclean man, the druj nasu, contagion, is justly said to wax stronger than she was before, and to expose the unclean man to the danger of contracting the disease as before, for, as the inexperienced purifier does not know the proper method of purifying him, the contagion is likely to remain in contact with his person, and thus it gets sufficient time to develop itself and produce in him the disease of which it is the germ, and the feo of which is thus justly said in the text to be as injurious as before, for he is now as liable to contract the disease as he was before, when he offered himself to be purified. 1 i.e., professional purifier. 2 Pate hinkoit literally means he should sparel nelkli water. Parenthui itom 2, arot equals io make help fes, YW3 Kunji BS diet, p 317. Kangfi and Darmstedter translate this word by one fight against taking it in the same sense anperkme. For in the Avesta as the druj nasu is of the feminine gender, hd refers to dru jchsyd nasus. 70 Section 2. On the 7 Uid to be Ivan to the P7 professional purifier. An unclean man is enjoined to give the professional purifier some reward for purifying him. This reward varies with the means ot the man purified, who must try his best to please the purifier, before the latter leaves the house of the former, f/je Vend 9. 37-39, the professional purifier who cleanses from the nasu the man defiled by the dead, delights the sacred elements, the faithful, and is promised the welfare of the paradise for his reward in the other world. Vide Vend, 9, 42-44. The reasonableness of giving the purifier a handsome reward in this world as well as in the next is justified by the boon he bestows on the country by warding off an epidemic of a deadly contagious or infectious disease from it by purifying the unclean by adopting such measures as are efficacious in destroying the contagion. Section 3. On v/t penalty incurred by the Mexbury 7 Istamfir and its Jadis Euphicalian. Ahura Mazda. Who is he that attacks me, that drives away prosperity, that takes away increase, that brings the disease, into the country, that introduces the plague, into the country. Vend, 9, 51. Then Ahura Mazda said, O holy/Zarathustra! Really, it is he the unholy violator of piety, who cleanses him with the bath of purification in this material world without learning from the professional purifier the rite of cleansing according to the Mazdayasnian religion. Vend, 9, 52. 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 133. Para, are in the imperfect tense. 2 in the text all the verbs of this 3 i.e. the unclean man. 71 From that time, O Spitama Zarathustra! Away fly from the place and city plentifulness and prosperity, away, fly, happiness and health, away, fly, progress, increase and development, away, flies, the growth of corn and pasture. Vend, 9, 53. Creator. What is the penalty for him? Then Ahura Mazda answered, those who are the Mazdayasnians shall bind him with a chain, they shall bind his hands first, they shall strip him of his clothes, they shall cause his head to be cut off skin deep, and they shall give over his corpse unto the greediest of the corpse-eating creatures made by the beneficent spirit unto the vultures, with these words, such is the penalty for him who does harm to all, by an evil thought, an evil word and an evil deed. Vend. 9, 49. While the expert purifier was rewarded handsomely in this world, to the inexperienced purifier was dealt out heavy punishment, no less than capital, which, at first thought, appears to be very rigorous, but when we think for a moment of the heavy loss of lives and money a city had to sustain by the introduction of an epidemic of a pestilential disease into it by the neglect of the inexperienced purifier, who thus became an indirect cause of decimating the city of which he was the purifier, the health officer in the W wards of the late Dr. C. F. Kiri, and of bringing misery upon it, the capital punishment that was awarded him seems to be justifiable. I do not wish to dilate upon the great havoc played by a contagious or infectious disease, if once allowed to be introduced into a city and to take its course without adopting such measures as are effective in stamping it out, for we, the inhabit 1le, the inexperienced purifier. 2 SBE Volume 4, p. 135. F equals 3 myth tuyatai equals does harm, from myth, o to do harm, SEC Kangfi's diet, pages 406 and 406. 4C Kangas Vend, footnote. p. 28. 72 Ants of Bombay, have learned in the course of the last 10 years, at the heavy loss of precious lives and at the expense of lakhs of rupees, what havoc can be played by the introduction and propagation of such a pestilential disease as the plague _, which has literally verified the statement expressed in the 53rd para, of the 9th Fargard of the Vendidad. Section 4. S E Alien. The man defiled by the dead after taking the bath of purification is enjoined to go to a place of segregation and sit at ease at its central lonely place apart from the other Mazdayasnians for 9 nights, during which he shall not voluntarily touch fire, water, soil, cattle, trees, the righteous man and woman, and shall wash his person respectively after the 3rd, the 6th, and the 9th night. After taking the bath after the 9th night, that is on the 10th day, he may touch fire, water, and see vidi Vend, 9, 33-36. The man defiled by the dead is enjoined after taking the bath of purification to pass 9 nights in seclusion, in the course of which he shall not touch others. This is a very wise injunction, for the incubation period of most of the contagious diseases extends usually from 2 to 8 days, as will be seen from the following table, so that the symptoms of a contagious disease except mumps, hydrophobia, Rothelm, and typhoid fever might show themselves before the end of the 9th night, if the man had been accidentally inoculated with its poison through contact with the dead body before he took the bath of purification. At present persons are kept in quarantine or a segregation camp for 8 or 10 days by the government of a civilized nation, when they come from a locality 73 where a contagious disease prevails in an epidemic form before they are allowed to enter any city. The table showing the incubation periods of contagious diseases. Incubation Pano. Diphtheria, whooping cough, cholera, yellow fever, plague, scarlet fever and foot and mouth disease. Erysipelas, acute glanders influenza 2 to 4 days. 2 to 7 3 to 5 I, 3 to 6 3 to 8 a few hours to 5 smallpox, elapsing fever, measles, typhoid fever or 6 days. 7 days, 12 days by infection. 4 to 10 days. 6 to 14 10 to 15 Chapter 12. On the Vohunajah dog, the Udra or otter and the rabid dog. The Vo/Itmaja dog. Creator I. If a man gives bad food to the Vohunajah dog, to what extent does he become guilty? Then Ahura Mazda said, really he becomes guilty to the same extent as if he should give bad food to a holy man calling at this house with the qualifications worthy of a priest. Vend, 13:22. Here the Vohunajah dog is compared to the Yajthalthrigar, i.e., they, as driver purifier, for they both destroy the nasu, the one by devouring the flesh of the dead animal, the other by cleansing the body of an impure man with antiseptic and disinfecting agents used while giving the bath of purification and with the fumigation of disinfecting substances after giving the bath. 74 Section I. The Tidia or Otler. The Udra is what is generally called in Persian Sagidai, i.e., the water dog. That the Udra is really the water dog can be demonstrated by the short description given of it in the first para, of the 14th Fargard, and in the Slst para, of the 13th Fargard. In the first para, of the 14th Fargard, the Udra is described as living in water. The sentence there, in the stream, the couple of two wirs, male and female, are produced from 1,000 dogs and 1,000 bitches, occurs in the 51st para, of the 13th Fargard. From this one can infer that the Udra is an aquatic animal resembling a dog. Thus the Udra is correctly called in Persian Sagidbi, the water dog. What animal is this water dog? By what common name is it known? The answers to these questions can be easily given by the farther description of the Udra in the paras. 51 to 57 of the 13th Fargard. In the 51st para, it is stated that the killer of the Udra brings about the drought that dries up pastures. One can easily understand that the drought dries up pastures, but how one who kills the Udra brings about the drought is, at first thought, very difficult to understand, for the Avesta is quite silent about the function performed by the Udra. But the paras 52 to 56 of the 13th Fargard give us some clue to it. These paras are the same as the Piaras. 53 to 57 mt/r killer of the 9th Fargard, substituting for the wicked Ashimoa and the good soul of the Udra for the holy Srash of that place. In short, the Udra /u/er does as much harm to a city by killing the Udra as the unqualified purifier does it by undertaking to cleanse the unclean, and thus both are ordered to pay the same penalty for committing sins apparently different in nature but of the same gravity, and bringing forth the same issue, namely, introducing misery into the city by driving away 75 prosperity and health by introducing the nasu, contagion, into it. Hence the function of the Udra is the same as that of the purifier, namely, driving away the nasu. The one drives it away from water by devouring the flesh of a dead body found in water, the other from the person of an unclean man by cleansing it with water and disinfecting agents. Hence the Udra must be a carnivorous animal living in water. The otter is a carnivorous animal living in water. It performs the same function in water as the Vohunajah dog does on land. Therefore the Udra of the Avesta is the otter. In fact, both words Udra and otter are derived from the same root, vat equals o, j, equals to moisen. In Sanskrit, the word for the otter is the same as that in the Avesta, namely. Though the function performed by the Vohunajah dog and the Udra is the same in nature, it differs in degree, for the Udra is indirectly stated to be a much more powerful and valuable animal than the Vohunajah dog, because the punishment inflicted on the killer of the Udra, namely, 10,000 stripes vidi vend, 14:2, is much more severe than that inflicted on the killer of the Vohunajah dog, namely, 600 stripes. F/ie vend, 13, 14. The Udra is considered to be such an important and valuable creature that the whole of the 14th Fargard of the Vendidad is devoted to the description of the various sorts of punishment inflicted on one who kills it. One who kills the Udra brings on drought indirectly, for, when it is killed, there is no creature living in a certain river or its part to feed upon the corpse that may have found its way in it, hence its water becomes polluted by the putrefaction of the dead body, and consequently becomes unfit for drinking, until the means are adopted for its purification. Again, if the dead body be of a creature that has died of a contagious disease, the water of the river is likely to contain the germs of this disease, which may be commu-76 nicated to those who drink it, and which may be introduced into the place from which health and prosperity may disappear. Section 2. The rabid dog. If a dog becomes dumb and rabid in this house of a Mazdayasnian, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend. 13, 29. Then Ahura Mazda said, they shall carry a piece of scraped wood to his neck, as large as a brick, of dry wood, and double this, of green wood, and they shall tie it tightly to his mouth. Vend 13. So they shall tie it tightly on both sides. They shall tighten him on both sides. Vend. 13, 31. If a dog becomes spiritless and mad in the house of a Mazdayasnian, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Then said Ahura Mazda, they shall seek for a remedy for him just as they would do for any righteous man. Vend. 13, 35. Creator 1. If they, having searched for it, do not get it, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend. 13, 36. Then said Ahura Mazda, they shall carry a piece of scraped wood to his neck, and see, as in Para. 30, Vend. 13, 37. J. If not, the spiritless dog may fall into a pit, or a well, or down a precipice, or into a river or a stream, whereby he may be wounded, if he come to grief, so they thus become guilty of perpetrating this act. Vend. 13, 38. From the text it appears that when a dog becomes rabid, he becomes dumb and either spiritless or scentless. He does not really become dumb, but his bark becomes hoarse. Dr. B. Sanderson, while describing one deranged in mind, mad, or scentless, Kanga's diet, p. 74, scentless, SBE, Volume 4, p. 164. 77. The symptoms of rabies in the dog, says, in dogs that are tied up, it is noticeable that the bark has entirely lost its ring, and acquires a peculiar hoarseness, which can be recognized even by the most unobservant. Whether the rabid dog loses his scent is not known, but what is known is that he loses his happy face, spirit, for Dr. Sanderson says, a dog about to become rabid loses its natural liveliness. It mopes about as if preoccupied or apprehensive. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to take a piece of green wood of double the size of dry wood for tying it to the neck of a rabid dog, for the latter, having no sap, is denser and tougher than the former. From the above-mentioned paras, it is evident that if a dog becomes dumb and rabid, the Mazdayasnians are enjoined to search for a cure, and in case they fail to secure it, they are ordered to muzzle his mouth and tie him tightly on both sides. The object of muzzling his mouth is to prevent him from snapping at men and other domestic creatures. The reasons for fastening him tightly are as follows: 1. That he may not move about at large, may not touch men and beasts with his salivatinov mouth, and may not thus expose them to the risk of being inoculated with the deadly poison of rabies or hydrophobia, which is found in the saliva. 2. That he may not soil any part of the house or furniture with his saliva, which, if soiled therewith, may become the source of communicating the disease of hydrophobia to those persons who come in contact with it, especially, when the part that has come into contact is abraded or wounded. 1 Erickson 8 Surgery, Vol. I, p. 35 Guaranese. 2. Hence I prefer to translate, Ahatun. Hodhmho by eperitless being derived from the root hud, happy face, to know, or to be awake, instead of from the root Hudley equals to smell 3 Erickson 8 surgery, no backslash. I, p. 356. 7b, 3, and that he may not wound and kill himself by falling down a precipice, or into a pit, or a well, or a river. Section 3. What penalty shall a man pay for not securing his rabid dog? If not, should the dumb and rabid dog bite a beast or a man, he, the owner, shall pay the same penalty as for inflicting the wound willfully. Vend. 13:31. The object of inflicting this punishment on the owner was to prevent him from neglecting the duty he owed to his animal, for if he failed to discharge it, he exposed himself and other persons and animals to the risk of contracting the deadly disease of rabies or hydrophobia. Section 4. If the rabid dog bites men and other beasts, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to cut off successively the right ear, the left ear, the tendon of the right foot, the tendon of the left foot, and the tail of the rabid dog each time he bites other beasts and men. FZV/Event, 13:32-35. The reasons that I can assign for taking this step are first to bleed him and thus to reduce his strength, and secondly to eliminate in part the poison circulating in the blood. /1 i.e., if a Mazdayasnian does not fasten his rabid dog as stated in the para. 30, Vend, 13. Asterisk 79 Chapter 13. Hair and nails. Which man worships deadly devas with the most powerful plague? Vend, 17, 1. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O holy Zarathustra! Really, he is the man, who in this material world combs his hair, and crops it up all round, and pares off nails, and then leaves it, i.e., the cropped up hair, in the hair of thf, crown of the head and in the beard. Vend, 17, 2. Then the devas gather together in these filthy localities. Then the noxious creatures, which people call lice, and which eat up corn in the granaries of men and clothes in the wardrobes, gather together in these filthy spots. Vend, 17, 3. Therefore, thou, Zarathustra, comb thy hair, crop it up all round, and pare off nails in this mate * real world, then thou shalt take them away 10 paces from pious men, 20 paces from fire, 30 paces from water, and 50 paces from the arranged harsam. Vend, 17, 4. Then thou shalt dig a hole there half a span deep in the hard ground and a span deep in the soft ground, and throw the hair into it, and see. Vend. 17, 5. For the nails, thou shalt dig a hole, out of the house, as deep as the top joint of the little finger, thou shalt take the nails down, happy face, there, and see. Vend. 17, 7. Who the first para, means praises and invites noxious contagia causing the most deadly and contagious disease. The answer to this question is given in the second para. It is he who after dressing and cropping up hair leave the cropped up hair in the 1, SBE Volume 4, p. 191. 80 hair of the skull and beard. The extremities of the cropped up hair irritate the skin, which becomes coated with dandruff, forming a favorable nidus for the ova of lice. These lice gnaw the skin of the head, just as fleas nibble corn in granaries and clothes in wardrobes. It is these lice that irritate the skin and produce the disease called theriasis or pediculosis. The hair that is cropped up and the nails that are pared off are ordered to be thrown into a hole dug up in the ground out of the house, so that they may not act as fomites, for on hair and nails are often deposited the germs of contagious diseases, hence they serve as the means of communicating these diseases. Zarathustra is enjoined to comb the hair of his head and beard so that it may remain clean and free from dandruff, nits, and lice. He is enjoined to pare off nails, for if they are not pared off, they grow big and then become dirty by the accumulation of dust or foul matter, which often forms the favorable nidus for the contagion of a specific disease. Chapter 14. Menstruation. Menstruation has been considered such an important subject from time immemorial up to the present age that the philosophers, physicians, and theologians of past ages, namely, Aristotle, Pliny, Hippocrates, the learned authors of the Vendid and the Leviticus, and c. thought it necessary to write something about it. Even the learned men of the present age, such as physiologists, pathologists, and gynecologists. _1 Irvad J. Modi observes that the necessity of burying the hair and nails suggests a custom and a belief common among other tribes that they serve as means for evil influences by evil-minded persons. 81 have considered it a matter of so much consequence that many of them have described it in detail. It is not a matter of surprise that it should have claimed so much attention from the learned men of the present age, when one considers what an important role it plays in the economy of woman during her childbearing period. It is its normal function that makes her healthy and happy. It is its deranged function that gives rise to the special diseases from which she is liable to suffer. The authors of the Vendid have attached so much importance to it that they have devoted the whole of the 16th Fargard to it. To understand what follows as regards this important subject, it is necessary for one to know something about the normal process of menstruation. Hence I think it advisable to quote what Dr. Ada says about it. Menstruation consists in a periodic discharge of a sanguineous fluid from the mucous membrane inner the body of the uterus, recurring at regular intervals of about a month, during the period of sexual activity in women except during pregnancy and lactation. The terms catamenia, the name given by Aristotle, the monthly period, the menses, the courses, and c. are also employed to designate the menstrual flow. The flow has been regarded as a secretion and as a simple hemorrhage. It is, however, a secretion, only in so far as it contains mucus, and it is something more than a simple hemorrhage. According to John Williams, immediately before menstruation is about to take place, the inner surface of the body of the uterus is found to be soft, pulpy, and swollen. This is due to the presence of a membrane known as the decidua menstrualis, lining the cavity. The decidua just before menstruation is pulpy in consistence. It is composed of a superficial layer of columnar epithelium, tubular glands lined by ciliated columnar epithelium, blood vessels, nerves, and lymphatics, embedded S2 in a soft tissue which again is formed of round and fusiform cells, e.g., happy face, transparent structureless matrix. The P-glands do not terminate at the line of union of the decidua and muscularis, but penetrate deeply into the latter structure. The decidua attains the highest development of which it is capable in the unimpregnate uterus just before a menstrual flow. At this time its matrix, cells, walls of blood vessels, and c undergo fatty degeneration. In consequence of this degeneration, and of the contraction of the uterine wall, the decidua becomes generally congested, the walls of its blood vessels yield, and blood becomes effused into its superficial layers. After this has taken place, the whole of the membrane undergoes rapid disintegration and dissolution and is ultimately carried away as debris in the menstrual fluid. By this process all the vessels of the decidua, which run more or less perpendicularly to the inner surface of the uterus, both arteries and veins, are laid open, and hemorrhage, the hemorrhage of menstruation, follows. Menstruation is not, therefore, a separation of blood, or of blood and mucus simple 3% from the body by the uterus, but the molecular removal of a tissue which has become useless, and the hemorrhage is the result of the destructive process by which the useless material is removed from the body. It is the terminal change of a cycle, beginning with the development of a new decidua and ending with its destruction. 1 Diseases of Women, pages 109 to 110. 8 Section I. If a woman passing mucus, having the symptoms of menstruation, and passing blood, sit apart in this Mazdayasnian house, what shall the Mazdayasnians do? Vend. 16, 1. Then said Ahura Mazda, the Mazdayasnians shall select a path for her away from trees, plants, and fuel, shall strew the off-ground with dry sand, and shall isolate, for her, a half, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth part from the house. If not, the girl will look at the fire, if not, the girl will see the light of the fire. Vend. 16, 2. Her place shall be at a distance of 15 paces from fire, water, the arranged harsam, and 3 paces away from righteous men. Yid Vend. 16, 3-4. For a menstruating girl are used in the text the 3 distinct words descriptive of her condition. She is described first as Chitravati, i.e. passing mucus, secondly as Dakstavati, i.e. having the symptoms of menstruation, and thirdly as Vohunavati, i.e. passing blood. First, the menstruating girl is described as Pamsacinix mucus, for, according is always present to Dr. VVS Playfair, greater or less amount in the secretions of the cervix and vagina, which mix with the menstrual blood in its passage through the genital tract. That these secretions precede the one Professor J. Darmstetter has translated Chithravatal by having the whites, CSBE Volume 4, PL 85, but I prefer to translate this war.L by passing Nyokuo, because the menstrual discharge consists of blood, mucus, and and because the expression having the whites implies a disease. For a woman the whites tulfering from a disease passes the discharge called 2*NISHKLHDT from T's, NI equals 0% equals far from and hat equals 03 equals 2. Eat, CK Finga's Grammar, pages 217-281. 3 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume I, p. 72. 84 Menstrual flow is evident from the following statement of Dr. Galliban: the cervix, uteri, vagina, and vulva participate in the engorgement, and increased secretion from them precedes, accompanies, and follows the flow of blood. Hence the menstruating girl is first described in the text as passing mucus, secondly as having the symptoms of menstruation. The symptoms of menstruation. Menstruation being normally a physiological process, little or no discomfort is experienced by women in a state of health, but where the condition of the general health is deteriorated, or the nervous system very impressionable, certain premonitory symptoms are not unusual. These are known as mammaina menstruationis, and consist of a sensation of weight and fullness in the pelvis, bearing dov/n or dragging, a feeling of weariness or aching in the loins, radiating downwards to the perineum and occasionally extending down the thighs. There is slight tenderness over the hj-pogastric and inguinal regions, with not infrequently a burning sensation. In some instances there is irritability of the bladder, frequency of micturition, or even retention. The regularity of the bowels is often interfered with, constipation or diarrhea being not uncommon. The appetite fails, nausea or sickness is occasionally experienced, and the patiente complain of feeling unwell. The breasts become hard and tender, and in some instances severe neuralgic pains are experienced in them. Dr. Barnes has pointed out that menstruation, and probably ovulation also, are, like pregnancy, preceded and accompanied by increased 1 Galliban's diseases of women, p. 41. 85 Central nerve irritability and increased vascular tension. Fretfulness, irritability of temper, and increased tendency to attacks of hysteria, migraine, or epilepsy, are often noticed when any predisposition exists. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to elect a path free from trees, plants, and fuel, for the passage of the menstruating woman so that she may not touch them. As wood is a very porous substance, she is enjoined not to touch it for the following reasons: 1. That if she holds fuel in her hands not properly cleansed, after being soiled with the menses, it is liable to be defiled with putrid organic matter which, when burnt, gives rise to foul odor. 2. And that she may not engage herself in cooking food, for which fuel is chiefly used. The menstruating woman is enjoined not to touch trees and plants, for Pliny says on the approach of a woman in this state, the menstrual seeds which are touched by her become sterile, grafts wither away, garden plants are withered up, etc. The place of repose for the menstruating woman as well as the path leading to it is ordered to be strewn with dry sand in order to avoid moisture. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to isolate a part of the house where the menstruating girl may take rest in seclusion. That she needs rest, mental and physical, is evident from the pain and other S3 symptoms which she is subject to, and which have been already described. That the majority of menstruating women suffer from pain is evident from the following quotations. Brière de Boismont, in France, found that among 360 women, 278, or 11%, suffered some slighter or greater degree of pain at their monthly periods. 1. Diseases of Women, p. 112. 2. Natural History, Book 7, ch. 13, 3. Man and Woman by Havelock Ellis. 36. It remains true, however, that in our existing social conditions 46% of women suffer more or again less at menstruation, and that for a large number of these, when engaged in industrial pursuits of others, under the command of an employer, human ity dictates that rest from work during the period of pain be afforded where practicable. If the menstruating girl attempts to do household work as usual in her weakened condition, she gets tired too soon, for she is unable to cope with the strength requisite for doing hard work. Moreover, she menstruates longer and passes a larger quantity of blood, for the soft, swollen, and congested surfaces of the womb bleed more through friction when she moves about quickly and continuously for a long time. Dr. Adis says, the influence of exercise in increasing the discharge is often noticed. Doctors Hart and Barber have mentioned profuse menstruation and violence such as dancing to exercise during menstruation be the predisposing causes of pelvic semitocele. A menstruating girl needs physical as well as mental rest. She needs mental rest, for her nervous state during the period is at somewhat high tension, hence she easily becomes fretful on the slight cause of provocation, and consequently sometimes commits criminal acts, as is evident from the following quotation. Lomrose found that out of 80 women arrested for opposition to the POUS, or for assault, only 9 were not at the menstrual period. Legrand du Saul found that out of 56 women detected in theft at shops in Paris, 35 were menstruating. There is no doubt whatever that suicide in women is specially liable to take place at this period. Krugelstein stated that in all cases, 107, of suicide in a woman he had met. 1. The question of rest for women during menstruation by Dr. Mary Putnam Jacoby, M.D. 2. Diseases of Women, p. 112. 3. Gynecology by Drives Hart and Barber, pl. 76. 87. The act was committed during this period. Again, it is a well-known fact that when an organ is active, as distinguished from passive, it needs more blood, because besides requiring blood for its nutrition, it requires additional blood in order to be provided with the materials used up in carrying out its function. For example, more blood is supped to the digestive tract during digestion than at other times, and to the brain when it is active than when it is at rest. So more blood passes through the uterus when it is active during a menstrual period than when it is passive at other times. Thus more blood is then supplied to it not only to maintain its nutrition, but also to enable it to carry out its function of removing what is effete in the form of menses. Again, when an organ is active, and consequently when it requires more blood to carry out its function, it is necessary for the other organs, especially the brain, to remain in a somewhat quiescent state. For example, while more blood is required by the digestive tract to perform its secret increased function digestion, the brain and the muscular tissue are required to remain comparatively in a quiescent state. But if the latter are overactive while the digestion is going on, the quality and quantity of the digestive fluids secreted are not such as they ought to be, and consequently the digestion is carried on inefficiently. For this very reason, physiologists instruct us neither to take hard physical exercise nor to study hard immediately after taking meals as long as the digestive process is actively going on. For the same reason gynecologists instruct a menstruating girl not to take violent exercise nor to stimulate the mind to excess as long as menstruation lasts. If she does not keep her mind at rest, menstruation is derailed, as will be seen from the following quotations. Rich Diet, Luxurious Living, and Anything One Man and Woman, by I. Havelock Ellis. That 88 unhealthily stimulates the body and mind, will have an injurious effect in increasing the flow, etc. Sudden suppression may occur from some powerful mental emotion or shock. Strong emotional excitement during the period occasionally has the same effect. The place where a menstruating girl should take rest is ordered to be selected at a distance of 15 paces from fire for the following reasons: 1. That she may not see fire or its light as stated in the text. I do not quite understand the reason why she is forbidden to see fire or its light. The only reason that I can give is to prevent her from cooking food. 2. When one rejatans or works before a fireplace for a long time, the radiating heat of fire acts upon the skin which perspires freely. This free perspiration removes a part of the fluid portion of the blood from it, and disturbs its normal consistence, and thus deranges menstruation. 4. The proper function of menstruation depends partly on the exact proportion of the normal constituents of the blood. 3. That excessive heat relaxes the tissues of the uterus, and thus deranges menstruation. That excessive heat or warm climate deranges menstruation is evident from the following quotation: It is more abundant in warm climates, and our countrywomen in India habitually menstruate over profusely, becoming abundantly unwell when they return to England. The same observation has been, 1 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume I, p. 71. 2 Diseases of Women, p. 425. *, has the effect of checking the flow. 3 Pound, p. 4:44. 4 Menstruation. 89 Made with regard to American women residing in the Gulf states, who improve materially by removing to the lake states. Some women appear to menstruate more in summer than in winter. I am acquainted with a lady who spends the winter in St. Petersburg, where her periods last 8 or 10 days, and the summer in England, where they never exceed 4 or 5. The difference is probably due to the effect of the overheated rooms in which she lives in Russia. 4. And that she may not touch fire, for it is regarded as one of the 4 sacred elements, and is used as a purifying agent. Further, the place where the menstruating woman should take rest is wisely fixed at a distance of 15 paces from water, for lying on a damp soil surrounding a well exposes one to cold and moisture. Exposure to cold and moisture during the menstrual period gives rise to the following diseases: 1. Acute metritis, 2. Chronic endometritis, 3. Acute endometritis, 4. Pelvic cellulitis, 5. Pelvic peritonitis, 6. Pelvic hematocele, 7. Acute vaginitis, 8. Congestive or inflammatory dysmenorrhea, 9. And ovaritis. 1. The third variety, of acute metritis, where the inflammatory process is really so intense as in the 2 former, occurs mostly from exposure to cold during menstruation. 2. Chronic endometritis. Among the exciting causes may be mentioned exposure to cold during menstruation with consequent sudden arrest of the flow. 3. Sudden arrest of menstrual flow from exposure to cold during menstruation, at a time when the uterus is in a state of intense hypemia, would naturally tend to produce acute endometritis terminating in the chronic affection. 1 Playfair 8 Midwifery, Volume I, p. 72. 2 Edi Diseases of Women, p. 122. Pound, p. 138. 4-2, pl 3. 90 Acute endometritis. It is occasioned by exposure to cold or sexual excess at the periods. 4. In nullipary, cellulitis may arise from the same causes as are given under pelvic peritonitis, e.i. exposure to cold during menstruation. 5. Peritonitis more frequently results from exposure to cold during menstruation. The causes of pelvic peritonitis are numerous. They are chiefly the following. 5 Chill, especially during menstruation. It can be readily understood how the pelvic congestion of menstruation may under undue exposure to cold pass into peritonitis. 6. Pelvic hematocele. The exciting causes are sudden suppression of the catamenial flow from cold. 7. Etc. In adults, acute vaginitis may be produced by exposure to cold or wet, more particularly at a menstrual period, etc. 8. Congestive or inflammatory dysmenorrhea. Causes: exposure to damp and cold during menstruation is frequently spleen to check the flow, and often proves the starting point of much future discomfort. The causes of ovaritis are the following: 1. Chill at menstrual period / etc. Of these diseases, acute metritis and endometritis, pelvic peritonitis, cellulitis, and semitocele may prove fatal if allowed to run their course without early and efficient treatment, while THQ remaining diseases such as ovaritis, congestive dysmenorrhea and chronic endometritis, though not immediately fatal in their effects, may often prove injurious by gynecology, by Drs. Hart and Barber, p. 306. 2 pounds, p. 164. 0.38 Diseases of Women, p. 314. 4 Gynecology, by Drs. Hart and Barber, p. 136. 5 pounds, p. 157. 6 Atis Diseases of Women, p. 331. 7 pounds, p. 394, 8 pounds, p. 444. 9 Gynecology, by Dre. Hati and Barber, p. 195, 91 Giving rise to chronic local symptoms and by interfering with the general nutrition of the system. That a menstruating woman is prone to take cold, if exposed to cold and wet, is evident from the following quotations. It is notorious that menstruating women are especially prone to take cold if exposed to fatigue, cold, and wet, and that partial or total arrest of menstruation is often the consequence. During the monthly periods violent exercise is injurious, iced drinks and acid beverages are improper, and bathing in the sea, and bathing the feet in cold water, and cold baths are dangerous. Indeed, at such times as these no risks should be run, and no experiments should, for one moment, be permitted, otherwise serious consequences will, in all probability, ensue. The monthly periods are times not to be trifled with, or woe betide the unfortunate trifler. The menstruating woman is ordered to be at a distance of 3 paces from the righteous, for the latter are not only considered as sacred beings, but they are also regarded as purifiers, and, if touched by her, their power of purifying others is supposed to deteriorate. The other reason for keeping the menstruating girl away from the pious is that they may not perceive the peculiar odor of her breath or the heavy odor of the menstrual blood hanging about her, which is sometimes so strong that it can hardly be suppressed by the powerful perfumes used for suppressing it. Dr. Playfair quotes the following passage in connection with it. Casey Borsky mentions a lady who was so sensitive to this odor that she could always tell to a certainty when any woman was menstruating. J31 The British Medical Journal, March 2, 1889. 2 Chavist's Advice to a Wife, p. 97. 3 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume I, p. 73. I Section 2. In what kinds of vessels shall food be served out to a menstruating girl? Her food is ordered to be brought in vessels made of brass, or of lead, or of the cheapest metal, vide Vend, 16, 5-6, 4, as metallic vessels are less porous and less permeable to putrid matter than earthenware vessels, there are fewer chances for the contamination of food when served out in the former. She is supplied with food, for, firstly, she is enjoined to lay rest, and secondly, her touch is supposed to contaminate food, as will be seen from the following quotations. Pliny tells us that on the approach of a woman in this state, the menstrual meat will become sour. Among a very large section of women of the middle and lower classes in Infland and other countries it is firmly believed the touch of a menstruating woman will contaminate food. Only a few years since, in the course of a correspondence on this subject in the British Medical Journal, 1878, even medical men were found to state from personal observation that they had no doubt whatever on this point. Thus one doctor, who expressed surprise that any doubt could be thrown on this point, wrote, after quoting cases of spoiled hams, etc., presumed to be due to this cause, which had come under his own personal observation. For 2000 years the Italians have had this idea of menstruating women. English hold to it, the Americans have it, also the Australians. Women of every class preserve this belief, and still regard the periodic function, although it is frequently a factor of the very first importance in their personal and social life, as almost too shameful to be alluded to. 1 Natural History, Book VG, ch. 13. 2 Man and Woman, by Havelock Ellis. 93 Section 3. What quantity of food shall be given to a menstruating girl? 2 danas of dry food and 1 denare of liquid food shall be given to her, lest the girl should get too weak. Vend, 16, 7. This para means that simple food should be given to a menstruating girl in a moderate quantity, otherwise she would continue to menstruate long, and get very weak. That the reason given here is correct is evident from the following quotation: rich diet, luxurious living, and anything that unhealthily stimulates the body and mind, will have an injurious effect in increasing the flow. And see Section 4. How long shall a menstruating girl remain in her place of seclusion? If she still see blood after 3 nights have passed, she shall sit in her place of seclusion until 4 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 4 nights have passed, she shall sit in her place of seclusion until 5 nights have passed, and so on until she passes 9 nights. Vide Vend, 16, 8-10. If she still see blood after 9 nights have passed, the devas do her harm for their adoration and glorification. Consequently, the Mazdayasnians shall select the path for her away from trees, plants, and fuel. Vend. 16, 11. A 1 denare is, according to Arkanedil, as much as 4 tolas. A tola is from 105 to 175 grains. SBE Volume 4, Fu Note 4, p. 18 Guaranese. 2 Playfair's Midwifery, p. 71. 3 Literally, bring harm to her. 94 Then the Mazdayasnians shall dig 3 holes in this earth, and shall wash her with gournay in the 2 holes and with water in the remaining 1. Vend. 16, 12. One can infer from the paras 8 to 11 that the period of normal menstruation is said to average from 3 to 9 days. That nearly the same period is mentioned by gynecologists is evident from the following passages. The average period of flow is from 3 to 5 days, but it may be prolonged to 7 or 8 without being abnormal. It continues longer as a rule in women who reside in towns than in those who live in the country. The natural duration of the flow is from 3 to 5 days, but in some women too lasts habitually for 7 or 8. The discharge lasts for a number of days, varying from 2 to 8, if below 2 or above 8 it is abnormal, but of course other points besides mere duration must be taken into account. The duration of the period varies in different women, and in the same woman at different times. In this country its average is 4 or 5 days, while in France, Dubois and Brière de Boismont fix 8 days as the most usual length. Some women are only unwell for a few hours, while in others the period may last many days beyond the average without being considered abnormal. The menstruating girl is enjoined to pass in seclusion the night of the day on which she observes the cessation of her flow. This mandate is given for 2 reasons. One is that the flow sometimes stops for a few hours and then reappears. The other is that 1 Aedes diseases of women, p. 112. 2 Gallivan's diseases of women, pages 38 to 39. 3 Gynecology, by Drs. Hart and Barber, p. 83. 4 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume 1, p. 71. 95 Sexual excitement may bring it on again. That the menstrual flow may cease for a few hours and then reappear under emption is evident from the following quotation: towards the last days it sometimes disappears for a few hours, and then comes on again, and is apt to recur under any excitement or emotion. If the menstruating girl sees the discharge after the first 9 nights since its commencement, she is enjoined to be cleansed, for its continuation after this period is correctly said in the text to be due to the devas, i.e. diseases, for its normal period averages from 3 to 8 to 3s. If the triad extends beyond 9 nights, the how may be due to some or/anic diseases or to the unhealthy condition of the blood which must be cured in order to stop it. Section V. On the condemnation of suppression of menses. Then should this Mazdayasna suppress the menses of this girl passing mucus, having the symptoms of menstruation, and, passing blood, what is the penalty for him? Then said Ahura Mazda, 200 stripes shall be struck on his criminal body with a horsewhip, and 200 stripes shall be struck with the whip called the Zoroastrian. Vend. 16:13. Whoever attempts to suppress the menses of a menstruating girl by giving her drugs and adopting other means, such as cold bath, etc., is justly punished for checking menstruation temporarily only, or her health becomes impaired in the following way. By adopting this measure, the flow of menstrual blood is often checked some hours only to reappear in a larger quantity than one, i.e. loss of blood. 2 Playfair's Midwifery, VDLI, p. 72. 96. Before as soon as the effects of the drugs administered pass off, she sometimes gets chills and fever while cleansing her body with water after the sudden cessation of the menstrual flow. At other times the menstrual blood, if large in quantity, flows backwards along the fallopian tubes into the peritoneal sac, especially into the pouch formed by it behind the uterus, called the Douglas's pouch, or between the folds of the broad ligament, giving rise to the disease called the pelvic hematocele. If the menstrual blood collected in the pouch suppurates by coming into contact with septic matter, it gives rise to the disease called the pelvic abscess. Both these diseases, if not treated early and efficiently, sometimes proves fatal. If cured, they often leave their mark behind, for they weaken her system so much that she hardly regains her former health. Section 6. On the condemnation of sexual intercourse with a menstruating woman. If a man, being conscious and cognizant of the state of a girl passing mucus, having the symptoms of menstruation, and passing blood, discharges his semen into her, who is conscious, cognizant, and aware of her state, what is the atonement for it? What is the penitence for it? How shall he, being cognizant of the act, atone for this act done? Vend. 18:67-68. He is enjoined to kill 1,000 crawlino snakes, 1,000 corn-carrying ants, 1,000 land frogs, etc., or to offer 1,000 bundles of dry wood or of erbsna or of vohilgaona, etc., to the fire, or to put 30 rafters in a stream, and c. Fze Vend. 18:69-76. The man, who passionately touches the body of a menstruating woman and sits by her, is ordered to be flogged on the first occasion with 30 stripes, on 97 the Se Dubash with 50 stripes, and on the third occasion with 70 stripes. Vide /N15s, 14-15. The man who discharges his semen into a woman passing mucus, having the symptoms of menstruation, and passing blood, does no better deed than if he should burn the corpse of his own son and drop its putrid matter into fire. Vend. 16:17. This para means that the man, who copulates with a menstruating woman, commits a crime equivalent in its effect to that of burning the corpse of his own child and its putrid matter. The reason for this is that the semen, by being mixed up with mucus and menstrual blood, loses its power of fecundatino the ovule. FJR The acrid vaginal secretion destroys the movements of the spermatozoa, hence the semen which would fecundate the ovule of a healthy woman not menstruating at the time, is destroyed as it were by the heat of mucus and menstrual blood, and hence the man who discharges his semen into a menstruating woman is justly SNDT, for, etrate an act no less serious than that of burning the corpse of his own child and its putrid matter. Sexual intercourse whh a menstruatino / is so much condemned in the Vendidad that it is regarded as one of the 5 SNs committed by a man, which, being not confessed and atoned f.r., makes the perpetrator a peshhotani. Vide Vend. 15:7. It is justly condemned, for it increases menstrual discharge, and sometimes GI/ES rise to diseases, such as pelvic hematocell-added acute endometritis, as can be seen from the following extracts: the influence of exercise, and especially of coitus in increasing the discharge is often noticed. That is to EAE, ho kalirik 5-2 high nil red strke with the Bahá'í or the Zoroastrian, or pay 3 hundide islers. SBE, Volume V, F.TFO, Me, p. 176. 2 Edi 3 Dioscas of women, p. 112. 98 Pelvic phxma the exciting causes are immoderate coitus especially at or near a menstrual period / and C** predisposant causes of pelvic HCB medosa, profuse menstruation, violent exercise during menstruation, such as dancing, violent coitus during menstruation. Acute endometritis is a rare condition, and never occurs before puberty. It comes on most frequently in connection with menstruation, when the physiological congestion rapidly passes into inflammation. It is occasioned by exposure to cold or sexual excess at the 53 periods. Chapter 15. Labor. The subject of labor is considered so important by the authors of the Vendidad that some part of it is treated twice in the same strain in 2 different chapters. In fact, the paras 45 to 54 of the 5th Fargard are the same as the 60 to 69 paras of the 7th Fargard. When a pregnant woman gives birth to a stillborn child, what should the Mazdayasnians do? If a pregnant woman gives birth to a stillborn child from 1 month to 10 months in a Mazdayasnian house, the Mazdayasnians shall select for her a place in the house whereof the ground is the cleanest and driest, and through which flocks and herds pass least. This place shall be / at a distance of 30 paces from fire, water, and the arranged barsum, and 3 paces away from the Ryatasayas. T8 dipesive of women, p. 3.31. 2 F Gynec, T.I., G.Y. by Doctors Hart and Barber, p. 176, 3 pounds, p. 306. 99 It shall be surrounded by an enclosure where the Mazdayasnians shall provide her with food and clothes. Javik Vend, v. 45 to 49, and 7, 60 to 64. The Mazdayasnians are here enjoined to select for the confinement of a parturient woman a place in the house, the ground of which is the driest and cleanest. The reason for selecting the driest ground of the house for her confinement is that she may not be subject to the diseases induced by exposure to damp and cold. The reasons for selecting the cleanest place for her confinement are as follow: 1. That she may not be subject to the diseases of the respiratory tract caused by the inhalation of the air containing the irritative particles of dust. 2. And that she may not contract the diseases brought on by the introduction of the pathogenic germs into her system either by inhaling the air containing them or by allowing them to come in direct contact with the open blood vessels or lymphatics of the hypertrophied uterus, if it is imperfectly contracted, or whitlie the raw surface of its cervix and of the parenchyma, when they are accidentally ruptured or carelessly allowed to be ruptured during labor. The object of selecting such a place as is least passed through by the flocks of sheep and herds of cattle for the confinement of the parturient woman is that the perfect reason, both mental and physical, which she needs after delivery, may not be disturbed by their intrusion into her place of confinement and by their bleating and bellowing. The reason for selecting the place of confinement at a distance of 30 paces from fire, water, and the 6r/r.sy. Is that as these substances are regarded as sacred things, they are not allowed to be brought into contact with such an unclean being as a woman in confinement, who passes the discharge called the lochia for the first 2 or 3 weeks after delivery. 100 The reasons for enjoining a righteous man to be at a distance of 3 paces from a parturient woman are as follow: 1. That he may not come in contact with such an unclean woman as a lying-in woman. 2. Thftt it she suffers from puerperal fever, and fshit if he touch her body, bedding, clothes or linen soiled with her discaroe, and do not wash his hands with an antiseptic solitaire, he becomes the medium of communicating the disease to other lying-in women on coming in contact with them. 3. and Taishi may not run the risk of contracting puerperal fever by coming into contact with him, if he had pen to carry about septic neoter on his person or clothes. I quote here the following passages from Dr. Playfair's treatise on the science and practice of midwifery and from Havelock Ellis' manual on the nationalization of health to corroborate the above-mentioned statements. The last source from which septic matter may be conveyed is from a patient suffering from puerperal septicemia, a mode of origin, which has, of late, attracted special attention. That this is the explanation of the occasional endemic prevalence of the disease in lying in hospitals can scarcely be doubted. The poison may be conveyed, in the same manner, from one private patient to another. Of this there are many lamentable instances recorded. Thus it was mentioned by a gentleman at the recent discussion at the Obstetrical Society, that 5 out of 14 women he attended died, no other practitioner in the neighborhood having a case. This origin of the disease was clearly pointed out by Gordon, towards the end of last century, who stated that he himself was the means of carrying the infection to a great one. Playfair's Midwifery, Volume 9, p. 344. 101 number of women / and he also traced the spread of the disease in the same way in the practice of certain midwives. In some remarkable instances the unhappy property of carrying contagion has clung to individuals in a way which is most mysterious, and which has led to the supposition that the whole system becomes saturated with the poison. One of the strangest cases of this kind was that of Dr. Rutter of Philadelphia, which caused much discussion. He had 45 cases of puerperal septicemia in his own practice in one year, while none of his rishioperes are, we attacked. Of him it is related, Dr. Curter, to rid himself of the mysterious thorifluence which seemed to attend upon his practice, left the city for 10 days, and before waiting on the next parturient case had his hair shaved off, and put on a WG, took a hot bath and changed every article of his apparel, talking nothinger with him that he had WTRN or carried to his knowledge on any former Akasi TN, and marked the result. One he lady, notwithstanding that she had an EAY parturition, was seized the next day with childbed fever, and died on the 11th day after the birth of the child. 2 years later he made another attempt at self-purification, and the next case attended tell a victim to the same disease. No wonder that Meigs, in commenting on Sucklia history, refused to believe that the doctor carried the poison, and rather thought that he was merely unhappy in meeting with such accidents through God's providence. It appears, however, that dry blutter was the subject of a form of OZNA, and it is quite ob/eis that, under such circumstances, his hands could never have been free frjm septic matter. This observation is cf peculiar interest as showing that the sources of infection may exist in conditions, difficult to suspect and impossible to obviate, and it affords a satisfactory explanation of a case which was for years considered puzzling in the extreme. It is quite possible that other similar cases, of which only are on record, although none so remarkable, possibly have depended on some similar cause personal to the medical attendant / over and over again has puerperal fever singled out the patients of some private practitioner who has brought death to mother after mother in success by every medical man knows of such cases. Dr. LNSK has investigated this matter in New York. Studying the records of that city for 9 years, I find, he says, that the occurrence of 2 deaths from puerperal disease, following one another so closely as to lead to the suspicion of inoculation occurred to 30 physicians, a sequence of 3 cases occurred in the practice of 3 physicians, 1 physician lost 3 cases, and afterwards 2, in succession. 1 physician had once 2 deaths, once 3 deaths, and twice 4 deaths, following one another. Finally, a physician reported once a loss of 2 cases near together, then of 6 patients in 6 months, and then of 6 patients in 6 weeks. Dr. Oliver, in a paper on puerperal septicemia, read at the British Gynecological Society Congress in 1891, gave the history of numerous cases in private practice which had come under his notice. in which disease and death had been carried from patient to patient by both doctors and nurses owing to the neglect of elementary antiseptic precautions. As on the view of puerperal septicemia, which seems most to agree with recorded facts, the poison, from whatever source it may be derived, must come into actual contact with lesions of continuity in the generative tract. It is obvious that one method of conveyance may be on the hands of the accoucheur. That this is apostle 3 illity, and that the disease has one play rs midwifery, volume 2, pages 45 to 346 to IHE Nationalization of Health by Havelock Ellis, pages 138 to 139. 3 pounds, S.E. Fool, note, pages 139 to 140. 10 often been unhappily conveyed in this way, no one can doubt. Still it would be unfair in the extreme to conclude that this is the only way in which infection may arise. In town practice, especially, there are many other ways in which septic matter may reach the patient. The nurse may be the oians of communication, and, if she have been in contact with septic matter, she is even more likely than the medical attendant to convey it when washing the genitals during the first few days after delivery. Any time one had absorption is most apt to occur. Barnes relates a whole series of cases occurring in a suburb of London, in the practice of different practitioners, every one of which was attended by the same nurse. Again, septic matter may be carried in sponges, linen, and other articles. What is more likely, for example, than that a careless nurse might use an imperfectly washed sponge, on which discharge has been allowed to remain and decompose? This question naturally involves a reference to the duty of those who are unfortunately brought into contact with septic matter in any form, either in a patient suffering from puerperal septicemia, zymotic disease, or offensive discharges. The practitioner cannot always avoid such contact, and it is practically impossible to relinquish obstetric work every time that he is in attendance on a case from which contagion may be carried. Nor do I believe, especially in these days when the use of antiseptics is so well understood, that it is essential. It was otherwise when antiseptics were not employed, but I can scarcely conceive any case in which the risk of infection cannot be prevented by proper care. The danger I believe to be chiefly in not recognizing the possible risk, and in neglecting the use of proper precautions. It is impossible, therefore, to urge too strongly the one play fair 8 midwifery, volume U, pages 346 to 347. IG for necessity of extreme and even exaggerated care in this direction. The practitioner should accustom himself, as much as possible, to use the left hand only into choleric patients suffering from infectious diseases, as that which is used, under ordinary circumstances, in obstetric manipulations. He should be most careful in the frequent employment of antiseptics in v/ashig his hands, such 9's Condy's fluid, carbolic acid, or the 1 in 1000 solution of perchloride of mercury. Clothing should be changed on leave no NN infectious case. Much more care than is usually practiced should be taken by nurses, especially in securing perfect cleanliness in everything brought into contact /6ll the patient when, however, a practitioner is until and constant attendance on a case of PQER peril. Sep/mxemia, when he is visiting his patient many times a day, especially if he be himself washing out uterus with antiseptic lotions, it is certain that he can not deliver other patients with fati, and he should secure the asnestos of a brother practitioner, although there seems no reason why he should not visit women already confined, in whom he has not to make vaginal examinations, as the risk is much greater when lying in women are collected together, such precautions, which, this is not the place to discuss, are absolutely indicated. They are not, however, applicable in ordinary private practice, but there are certain simple precautions which everyone might adopt without trouble, which will materially lessen the risk of septic poisoning. Amongst these may be indicated the use of antiseptic lotions, with which the practitioner and nurse should always wash their hands before attempting any case, or touching the genital organs, the use of carbolist oil, 1-8, for lubricating the fingers, catheter, forceps, etc., syringing out I Players Midwifery, Volume 2, pages 47-348. 105 The vagina night and morning with diluted Condy's fluid, rigid attention to cleanliness in bedding, napkin, etc. Precautions such as these, although they may appear to some frivolous and useless, indicate a recognition of Dano and an endeavor to remove it, and if they were generally inculcated on nurses and others, it might go far to prevent the occurrence of septic mischief. When the practitioner and nurse are enjoined, before they touch a puerperal patient, to observe the above-mentioned precautions in an age in which the medical science is far advanced, one can easily understand the reasonableness of the injunction prescribed in Th Vendid that the puerperal woman should remain at a distance of 3 paces from the Reichesan, injunction given in an age when the medical science was in its very infancy. The place of confinement is ordered to be surrounded by an enclosure for the Lalawig 2 reasons. That men and animals may not get easy access to the Ivani in woman and disturb her when she needs absolute rest. 2. And that she may be protected against strong draught, which she is unable to bear in her weakened condition, especially when her labor has proved tedious, or when she has lost a large quantity of blood through the laceration of her Sophie parts. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to provide the parturient woman with food and clothes during her confinement. The reason for giving this injunction is that she may not leave her bed and move about immediately after delivery, and may not engage herself in performing household duties at a time when she needs rest very badly for the following reasons, namely, I. For recouping her strength, 2. For allowing any lacerated soft parts to heal up. 1 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume 2, p. 348. 106 Quickly, 3. For allowing the hypertrophied uterus to resume its former natural size by retrogressive changes which it undergoes after the expulsion of the fetus, and 4. Or preventing or checking the postpartum hemorrhage. The rationability of giving her rest is at once seen by the ill effects produced on her constitution by allowing her to move about too soon after delivery. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to adopt the measures mentioned on the PAES 98 and 99, whenever the pregnant woman gives birth to a chij from 1 month to 10 months old. In other words, the same measures are enjoined to be adopted whether she gives birth to a partially developed or fully developed fetus, that is, whether she miscarries or aborts, or is delivered at her toll time. For she needs as much rest after rice-karinga or abortion as she needs after labor at full term, nay, more, when we consider that the uterus is not prepared to undergo the retrogressive changes after abortion, which it undergoes after delivery at full term, and that the secundines do not separate so easily after premature labor as after parturition at term. Section 1. Diseases due to exposure to cold after labor. Cases of pelvic peritonitis not infrequently occur from sudden impression of cold, especially after parturition. Knowledge of this fact should make us extremely careful in allowing the patient to remain long lying in the wet linen, or exposing her unnecessarily to cold. */ In adults, acute vaginitis may be produced by exposure to cold or wet, more particularly at a menstrual period, or as a result of parturition, especially if followed by any retention of want of cleanliness aggravates putrefying the malady secretions. 1 KJIS diseases F women, pages 323 to 324. 2 pounds, p. 394. 107, section 2 on cleansing the womb of the parturient woman. Throw or 6 or 9 drops of G6INEZ in XD with ashes shall be dropped into the dakama of the interior of the womb of the mother. Vend, v. 51. The cavity of the womb of the lying-in woman who has given birth to a dead child is compared in this para, to the dakama, for it serves as the place of repose for the dead fetus until it is expelled, just as the dakama serves as the place of rest for a corpse. The object of injecting some drops of Gmay mixed with ashes into the womb of the parturient woman who has given birth to a dead child is to disinfect the cavity of the womb, which is necessary for preventing septicemia, especially when a stillborn child is born, for the placenta and membranes are then generally found dissected, thickened, and so firmly adherent to the internal surface of the uterus, that they are not expelled en masse after the expulsion of the fetus. Thus some portion of the fecundiness is generally left behind, and is apt to be decomposed, if it is not made aseptic / some disinfecting liquid. To corroborate what I have just stated, one quote the following extracts from Dr. Playfair's treatise on midwifery. Up to the end of the 3rd month, when miscarriage occurs, the ovum is generally cast off en masse, the deciduous subsequently coming away in shreds, or as an entire myra-brain. The abortion is then comparatively easy. From the 3rd to the 6th month, after the placenta is formed, the amnion is, as a rule, first ruptured by the uterine contractions, and the fetus is expelled by itself. The placenta and membranes may then be shed in ordinary labor. It often happens, however, that on account of the firmness of the placental adhesion at this 108 period, the fecundiness are retained for a greater or less length of time. This subjects the patient to many risks, especially to those of profuse hemorrhage, and of septicemia. The most troublesome cases are those in which the fetus is first expelled, and the placenta and membranes remain in utero. As long as T/NS is the case, the patient can never be considered safe from the occurrence of septicemia. Under such circumstances, feeder and decomposition of the fecundiness may be prevented by intrauterine injections of diluted Condy's fluid. Provided the OS is sufficiently patulous to prevent the collection of the fluid intrauterine cavity, and not more than a dram or 2 of fluid be injected at a time, so as simply to wash away and disinfect decomposing detritus, they can be used with perfect safety. The vulva should be washed daily with Condy's * fluid and water, and the patient will derive great comfort from having the vagina syringed gently out once a day with the same solution unless express directions are given to the contrary. Vagina should be syringed twice daily after delivery with the L3-20 solution with an equal quantity of hot water added to it. The reason why the Mazdayasnians are enjoined to disinfect the womb of the parturient woman before they give her any food, is that an / portion of the fecundiness, if allowed to remain in utero for a long time without being disinfected, may become septic and be absorbed by any wounded portion of the generative tract, giving rise to septicemia, which is otherwise known as puerperal septicemia or puerperal FEER, which is highly contagious and likely to prove fatal if neglected. 1 Pli.V Fair 3 V Lidwife Volume I, p. 282. 2 pounds. Volume I, pp 293-294 3 and 4 ITI, Volume 11, p. 280. TIEL in 20 Solution of carbolic acid ion Section 3 What food should be given to the lying-in woman? The lying-in woman is enjoined to drink the fresh milk of mare sj cows, ewes, or she-goats, and to eat fruits with or without a rind for the first 3 days, after which, she may partake of, besides milk, well-cooked flesh containing no water, dry meal made of grapes, and wine not diluted with water. Vide v. 52-54. The reasons for giving her milk for the first 3 days are, 1. That she does not need heavy low D because her appetite is impaired, and, 2. That she feels very thirsty for the first 3 days. Milk is not only useful in quenching her thirsty but is also very useful in sustaining one's life, especially of an invalid, for milk is the only substance that contains all the ingredients of food necessary for maintaining one's life. Teeth's reasons for giving the puerperal woman juicy fruits, such as lemons, grapes, etc., are as follow: 1. That they quench her thirst by means of water and acids, such as citric and malic contained in their juice. 2. That they, being very delicious and sweet, are agreeable to her taste. 3. That they are easily digestible and capable of easy assimilation, as they consist chiefly of water, suofar, and salts. The lying-in woman is enjoined to eat well-cooked flesh, and dry meal made of grains, i.e. rice, arid bread, and to dry it wine not diluted with water, after the lap le of the first 3 days after her confinement, for she needs at this stage more nutritious food not only to maintain her life and recover lost flesh, but also to provide for the materials that are necessary for carrying on the function of lactation. Olikli gon rallies fits in 48 hours after delivery, and Oliya is Nasis 110. Sorry, not only for the healthy growth of the child, but also for the proper contraction of the womb, which is proved to contract whenever the child is put to her breast. The question what kind of food shall be given to a parturient woman has engrossed the minds of many physicians. Lore, it h/ns been customary with old women to put her on a low diet during the whole period of her confinement, which is reasonably condemned by doctors Playfair and Oldham, whose opinions so much coincide with those of the authors of the Vendid that I think it advisable to quote them here. The diet of the puerperal patient claims careful attention, the more so as old prejudices in this respect are as yet far from exploded, and as it is by no means rare to find mothers and nurses who still cling tenaciously to the idea that it is essential to prescribe a low regimen for many days after labor. The erroneousness of this plan is now so thoroughly recognized that it is hardly necessary to argue the point. There is, however, a tendency in some to err in the opposite direction, which leads them to insist on the patient's consuming solid food too soon after delivery, before she has regained her appetite, thereby producing nausea and intestinal derangement. Our best argued in this matter is the feelings of the patient herself. If, as is often the case, she be disinclined to eat, there is no reason why she should be urged to do so. Good cup of beef tea, some bread and milk, or an egg beat up with milk, may generally be given with advantage shortly after delivery, and matty patients are not inclined to take re for the first day or so. If the patient be hungry, there is no reason why she should not have some more solid, but easily digested foods such as white fish, chicken, or sweetbread, and, after a day or two, she may resume her ordinary diet, bearing in mind that, Bain coa find to be dd, she yapped with advantage and suoi the same amount of solid food as when she is up and about. Dr. Oldham, in his presidential address to the Obstetrical Society, has some apposite remarks on this point, which are worthy of quotation. A puerperal month under the guidance of a monthly nurse is easily drawn out, and it is well if a love of the coinf, rts of illness and the persuasion of being delicate, which are the infirmities of many women, do not induce a feeble life, which long survives after the occasion of it is forgotten. I know no reason why, if a woman is confined early in the morning, she should not have her breakfast of tea and toast at 9, her luncheon FRT, some digestible meat at 1, her cup of tea at 5, her dinner with chicken at 7, and her tea again at 9, or the equivalent according to the variation of her habits of living. Of course, there is the common sense selection of articles of food, avoiding against excess, and avoiding stimulants. But gruel and slops, and all intermediate feed dinner, are to be avoided. No one who has seen both methods adopted can fail to have been struck with the more rapid and satisfactory convalescence which takes place when the patient's strength is not weakened by an unnecessarily low diet. Stimulants, as a rule, are not required, but, if the patient be weakly and exhausted, or if she be accustomed to their use, there can be no reasonable objection to their judicious administration. O Creator! If fever attack her see body, and the two worst disease, which, are, hunger and thirst, attack her, may this woman drink water? Vend, 7:70. Then said Ahura Mazda, she may drink the teed. Object as regards her is this, that, her, life may be saved by, Consul Ti2J, a wise and holy man. 1 I Leil Tirbeamed Wifery, Volume 2, pages 278 to 279. 2 ie. A puerperal woman's 112 amont tst. The wise in matters affecting wisdom, bub if this woman, herself, drinks a handful of water, then you who are the Mazdayasnians become liable to punishment. The well-known spiritual lord the Fain ms confessor, a judge's punish medi. Vend. 7:71. The Mazdayasnians are wisely enjoined to give water to drink to a puerperal woman suffering from fever, After consulting a doctor if she feels very thirsty. But if she drinks water herself, her relatives and friends who attend on her are held responsible for the evil effects likely to be produced by drinking or a very large quantity of it. Small quantity of water is necessary for quenching thirst, but a very large quantity of it dilates the stomach, and thus interferes with the free movement of the diaphragm and lungs, and hence with respiration, which is chiefly carried on by the lungs assisted by the muscles of respiration. Section 4. Mo long shall I puerperal woman remain in seclusion? O Creator! How long shall they wait? How long shall she put off eating meat and corn, and drinking wine? Vend v. 53. Then said Ahura Mazda, 3 nights long shall they wait, 3 nights long shall she put off eating meal and corn, and drinking wine. Then, after the 3 nights she shall wash over, her, body freed from clothing with bulls' urine and water in the 9 pits, so they shall purify, her. Vend, v. 54. How O shall Creator? She remain long shall they in seclusion after wait j the 4 hree long nights, in a separate place, with separate food, with separate clothing, apart from the other Mazdayasnians. Vend, v. 55. 1 ie Mazdayasnians. 2 ie, the PNRI woman. 3 hogs essayed, p. 331. 113 Then said Ahura Mazda, 9 nights hmg shall the wait, 9 nights long shall she remain in seclusion after the 3 niglets in a separate place, with separate food, with separate clothing, apart from the other Mazdayasnians. Then after the 9 nights she shall wash over, her, body, freed from clothing, with bulls' urine and water, so they shall purify, her. Vend, v. 56. From the text it appears that the puerperal woman is enjoined to remain in confinement for 12 days, after which period she shall purify herself with bull's urine and water before touching any other person. The object of enjoining her not to leave her place of confinement until 12 days have elapsed since her delivery is to give her entire rest for the reasons described on the pages 105 and 106. The Mazdayasnians are enjoined to supply her with food and clothing during the same period, for she is too weak to move about and to do household work for the first 12 days after her delivery. They are enjoined not to touch her clothes, for these clothes are liable to be soiled with the discharge called the lochia, which may become septic owing to its decomposition and may thus communicate infection to those who touch them. She is enjoined not to touch any other person during the same period for the reasons already mentioned on the page 100. As the puerperal woman is enjoined in the Vedidad to take the purificatory bath on the 13th day after delivery, the woman of the age of the Vedidad, inhabiting a temperate countries like Persia, must have been very healthy and strong, and the lochia must have ceased before end of the 12th night. It is known that the duration of the lochia varies very much. Under ordinary circumstances it is very scanty first fortnight, but occasional it continuer the sum 114 what abundant for a month or more, without any bad results. And the tonic influence of a cold climate like that of Persia must have been one of the reasons for the early cessation of the lochia. The puerperal woman is enjoined to remain in confinement for the first 12 days after her delivery, the object being that she may take prolonged rest and may not move about during this period. As regards the importance of prolonged rest which the lying-in woman should take, Dr. Playfair observes as follows: the most important part of the management of the puerperal state is the securing to the patient prolonged rest in the horizontal position, in order to favor proper involution of the uterus. For the first few days she should be kept as quiet and still as possible, not receiving the visits of any but her nearest relatives, thus avoiding all chance of undue excitement. It is customary among the better classes for the patient to remain in bed for 8 or 10 days, but, provided she be doing well, there can be no objection to her lying on the outside of the bed, or slipping onto a sofa, somewhat sooner. After 10 days or a fortnight she may be permitted to sit on a chair for a little, but I am convinced that the longer she can be persuaded to retain the recumbent position, the more complete and satisfactory will be the progress of involution, and she should not be allowed to walk about until the 3rd week, about which time she may also be permitted to take a drive. If it be borne in mind that it takes from 6 weeks to 2 months for the uterus to reattain its natural size, the reason for prolonged rest will be obvious. 1 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume 2. p. 275. £2, p. 281. 115 At present it is customary for a Parsi lying-in woman to remain in confinement for 40 days after delivery, and to take her purificatory bath on the 41st day. This is a very wise custom, which ought to be strictly observed, for the involution of the uterus is completed, in other words, the uterus regains its normal size, in 6 or 8 weeks. Section V. Diseases due to moving about too soon after abortion and delivery at full term. If a puerperal woman move about too soon after delivery, she is liable to suffer from the following diseases. It * returns again after parturition to almost its normal size within 6 or 8 weeks, in a state of health. Should any circumstances interfere with this process of involution, this retrograde metamorphosis of the puerperal uterus, we then have the condition termed sahivayan, which is an occurrence of very great frequency, and constitutes the chief cause of all chronic uterine disorders. Chronic metritis, which is regarded as identical with subinvolution by doctors Hart and Barber, is caused by rising too soon after delivery and repeated miscarriages. If the patient rise too soon, the increased weight of the non-involuted uterus leads to passive congestion and formation of connective tissue. Passive congestion will, on the other hand, be diminished by whatever produces uterine contractions, i.e. physiological stimulus of suckling, excited reflexly through the mammite, 5 hours involution. In non-lactation this stimulus is absent. Uterus. 1 List diseases of women, p. 153. 116 A/Orleans are 3 important cause, because patients do not take so much care of themselves as after a full-time labor, and the stimulus of lactative is absent. After abortion, conception readily takes place before the uterus has returned to its normal SI/E, and this favors a recurrence of abortion. The MERS act of, let IW up too soon after delivery at a time when the uterus is excessively bulky and the lip, aments that should support it are wrecked, favors prolapse of the organ, and so induce passive hyperemia, which will thus interfere with involution. This will of course be aggravated by prolonged staging or severe muscular efforts. When the uterus is relaxed as occurs shortly after parturition, the mere act of sneezing, coughing, or any muscular effort, may be sufficient to produce inversion, i.e. the uterus is simply turned inside out so that the inner surface becomes the outer. Lying too long in the soiled linen after parturition, before being changed, getting up too soon after delivery, and resuming household cares, too early indulgence in coitus after abortion or parturition, and other imprudent acti dns are often fertile sources o pelvic intuition. Retroflexion, it is frequent in multipars, rare in nulliparag, because the etiology is specially related, the puerperal condition. If the patient rise too soon while IHA uterus is still large and heavy and the uterine supports correspondingly lax and weak, the tendency to displacement is increased. Pelvic hematoceal, the excitano causes are undue exertion, overfatigue, falls, blows and premature exertion after abortion. 1 Hart and Barber's Manual of Gynecology, pages 320 to 321. 2 Atus diseases of women p. 154. 3 pounds, pages 101 to 102. 4 pounds, p. 312. 5 Hart and Barber's Manual of Gynecology, p. 347. 6 Atus diseases of women, p. 331. 117 * Abortion has a still greater influence in the production or subinvolution than even parturition at full term. This is readily explained by the fact that the dehiscence of the decidua at an early stage of pregnancy is often imperfect, owing to the close attachment to the uterine mucous membrane, the unpreparedness of the uterus to throw off the ovum, and the frequent occurrence of some morbid process which determines the abortion. The stimulus of lactation is absent, the patent I/N jets about again too soon, and not only favors congestion of the uterus by connubial intercourse, but incurs the risk of another pregnancy, before the process of involution has had time to take place. The uterus may become considerably enlarged independently of pregnancy, as in cases of stenosis, or flexion of the uterus, the muscular tissue becoming hypertrophied from the violent efforts made to expel the contents. Moreover, it must be remembered that the uterus is constantly undergoing changes from puberty until the menopause, its vascularity and functional activity being increased by/emotional influences as well as by the ever-recurring menstrual congestion. Any alteration in these conditions may give rise to hypertrophy or hyperplasia. It is much to be regretted that Parsi women do not pay so much attention to rest after miscarriage as they do after a full-time labor. That it is highly advisable for them to take complete and prolonged rest after miscarriage is indicated by the following paras. Abortions are even a more frequent cause of subinvolution than parturition at full term. Care must be taken that the whole of the ovum be removed, when it is not expelled entire, and see strict rest 1/8 diseases of women, p. 154. 118 should be enjoined for the first week or 10 days, and the patient should not return to the marital couch, nor to her usual occupations, for at least a month. The frequency with which abortion leads to chronic uterine disease should lead us to attach much more importance to the subsequent management of the patient than has been customary. The usual practice is to confine the patient to bed for 2 or 3 days only, and then to allow her to resume her ordinary avocations, on the supposition that a miscarriage requires less subsequent care than a confinement. The contrary of this is, however, most probably the case, for the uterus has been emptied when it is unprepared for involution, and that process is often very imperfectly performed. Should, therefore, insist on at least as much attention being paid to rest as after labor at term. Section 6. Can the clothes be used that have come in contact with a lying-in woman after being washed and purified? The priest, the warrior, and the husbandman are enjoined not to use the clothes that have come in contact with a lying-in woman. These clothes, after being thoroughly washed and disinfected, are ordered to be used by menstruating women and wounded persons for covering their persons and beds, and for cleansing any parts soiled with excrement, for anything that can be utilized is not allowed to be rejected by Ahura Mazda. Vidivend v 57-60 and 7, 17-20. 1/8 diseases of women, p. 158. 2 Playfair's Midwifery, Volume 1, p. 295. 119 This is a very sensible mandate, for, such clothes can be used as sheets or lead coverings likely to be soiled with pus, blood, or any other discharge, or as rags for cleansing any part of the body soiled with excrement or urine, instead of using brand new cloth. Chapter 16. Pregnancy and Abortion. On the prohibition of sexual intercourse with a pregnant woman if it hurts her. The fifth of these sinful deeds that persons perpetrate, is this that, when he copulates with a pregnant woman having milk or not having milk, in her breasts, and quick with child, she may be hurt thereby. If she is hurt thereby, they thus become peshhotanu by perpetrating this deed. Vend 15, 8. If sexual intercourse with a pregnant woman hurts her, it is forbidden. The pregnant woman who is likely to be injured by it is said to be one who is quick with child and who has or has not milk in her breasts. She is quick with child when she experiences a sensation caused by the movements of the FO3TUS in utero transmitted to the abdominal V/als. It is about the 16th week, that she experiences K when the gravid uterus becomes so enlarged that it comes above the brim of the pelvis and lies in contact with the abdominal wall so that the movements of the fetus in utero are communicated to them. The time when milk is noticed in her breasts varies very much. It is rarely noticed as early as the 3rd month, but it is generally found after the 4th or 5th month. In rare cases it is noticed onl after delivery. Hence the pregnant woman who is one it the male and the female. 120 Likely to be injured by sexual intercourse is said in the text to be one who has got or has not got milk in her breasts. What one can infer from the above-mentioned description is this: that copulation is likely to prove prejudicial to her in or after the 16th week. It is likely to prove prejudicial at this period if it stimulates by reflex action the uterus and abdominal muscles to such powerful contractions as will expel the fetus out of the womb. Section I. On the prohibition of inducing abortion in a pregnant woman. If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family, or not dependent, either delivered, unto a husband, or not delivered, and make her pregnant, let her not, being ashamed, of the people, produce in herself the men 3es against the course of nature, by means of water and plants, and let her not destroy her own fetus, and if she, destroy it out of shame, her parents shall pay the penalty assigned for intentionally inflicting a wound. Vide Vend, 15, 9-12. One can easily infer from what is quoted above that if a damsel becomes conceived by illicit intercourse, she is enjoined neither to induce premature labor nor to kill her fetus. The object of giving this mandates is that she may not kill herself and her child out of shame by drugs or some other means. When the nervous system of a woman who has become pregnant by legitimate intercourse is often found to be at high tension, and when the stability of her mind is often disturbed by some sudden impulse, it is more likely for a bashful, nervous woman 1 SBEYG. 4, p. 178 2 pounds, p. 178. 12 One who finds herself pregnant by illicit intercourse to lose the equilibrium of her mental stability, and attempt to destroy her own life, especially, when her mind is haunted by the crime she has committed. She is enjoined not to induce premature labor nor to destroy her fetus, for the poisonous drugs and other remedies taken by her very often destroy her life without accomplishing the desired object for which she has taken them. Even if she succeed in bringing on abortion and killing her fetus, her soft parts are often so much inured and weakened that she becomes subject to man diseases which make her life miserable in future. About the premature expulsion of the fetus, Dr. Playfair observes as follows: the premature expulsion of the fetus is an event of great frequency. The influence of this incident on the future health of the mother is also of great importance. It rarely, indeed, proves directly fatal, but it often produces great debility from the profuse loss of blood accompanying it, and it is one of the most prolific causes of uterine disease in after life, possibly because women are apt to be more careless during convalescence than after delivery, and the proper involution of the uterus is thus more frequently interfered with. I have already described the diseases following on abortion caused by moving about too soon after abortion. Besides what has been described there, I think it advisable to quote the following extracts. The first, most intense, and rarest form of acute metritis and acute endometritis is that due to septic absorption as witnessed in cases of Ahura TMD parturition. 1 Playfair's Midwill VRV, Vol. IPIS, I2 see pages 115 to 118. Hiatus diseases of Wa'i-Ikme, IIJL. 122 Among the exciting causes of chronic endometritis may be mentioned: mechanical injuries from passage of the uterine sound, wearing of intrauterine pessaries, or from attempts to induce abortion, and C/in pelvic ceoiditis. There is generally the history of its following: parturition, abortion, or operation. That the remedies employed by the pregnant woman to induce abortion sometimes prove fatal is demonstrated by the following quotations: it often occasions abortion, but often fails. When given in large doses for the purpose of procuring abortion, it acts as a powerful irritant poison, and has in several cases caused death. Single cases of abortion following internal administration of Actia racemosa, black snake root, or cohosh, and digitalis, the latter resulting fatally to the mother, have also been reported. Again, Taylor gives an English case where 120 grains of colocynth taken with intent to excite abortion, caused death. Arsenic, this is sometimes employed in India. It has, in more than one case, caused death without producing abortion. Not infrequently the twig or stick employed passes wholly into the uterus, causing fatal inflammation, and after death is found lying wholly or partly within the cavity of the emptied or unemptied uterus, perhaps transfixing its walls. Perforation of the uterine wall by such sticks or twigs may occur from force used in introducing them, or from subsequent contraction of the uterus upon them. Section 2. On the drugs employed to induce abortion or premature labor. Thereupon this damsel finds out the old woman 1 diseases of women, p. 138. 3 Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, p. 378. 6 pounds, pages 376 to 377. 2 pounds p. 314. 4 pounds, p. 378. Asterisk i.e., Savia. 5 pounds, p. 379. 123 and consults her. This old woman brings forth baru or shayata or a fetus-killing drug / or an ecbolic, or any drug, of the drugs causing miscarriage, and then says to her, kill the fetus with this. Vend. XY, 14. BCMC/Ha. Bangha is bang or mang, a narcotic made from hemp seed. Bangha or hank/a equals, happy face, is the dried leaves and small stalks of ken alms indica or saliva. Shayata may be w/I equals shagat equals saoina, hind, equals moraruya pterygus j germa, the horseradish tree. Kinlal I, EY, quoted by Chevers, states that one of the methods of procuring abortion in use near Calcutta is the administration of a dose consisting of about half an ounce of pounded saoina bark mixed with 21 black peppercorns, and that this is a very dangerous means, the mother as a rule dying when it is resorted to. Asterisk drugs that kill the fetus may be poisonous substances used as abortifacients, e.g., arsenic, sulfate of copper, colocynth. Drugs that stimulate the contraction of the muscular fibers of the uterus and expel the fetus out of it are called ecbolics. They are generally used as abortifacients, e.g., ergot, cotton root bark, and borax. Other drugs that produce miscarriage besides those mentioned above may be emmenagogues, e.g. savin, rue, jm, papai seeds, carrot seeds, and energatives acting powerfully on the rectum if given in large doses, t//. Aloes, elaterium, gamboge, cucurbitaceous tubers. 1. GND7-eme equals L fetus killing drug. VIDK, /na, S diet, p. 174. 2 Fraspatum equals a drug expelling the contents of the uterus, an ECL olic. E3. SB Volume 4, p. 179. 4 Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, p. 217. 5 pound, pages 378 to 379. 6 pound, p. 377. 7 Substances promoting the menstrual flow, 8. Lyons Medical Jurisprudence, pages 378 to 379. 124 Chapter 17 on married life, nocturnal discharge, masturbation, and sodomy. Married life. And if men of the same religion, either brothers or friends, should come here seeking a wife. If they should come seeking a wife, you may let a woman marry. Vend 444, that is, if a wealthy man is requested by his brother or friend or Seorelioianist to wed him to a girl, it is considered incumbent on him to comply with his request. Really, O Spitama Zarathustra. I prefer thus one having a wife to him who leads a life like a celibate here, one having a house to one having no house, one having children to one having none, one having riches to one having none. Vend, 4:47. In this para, the married man is preferred to the bachelor and the man having children to the man having no issue. The disadvantages of leading a bachelor's life are as follow: 1. That the bachelor, having reached the age of puberty, and being influenced by passion, might either become subject to spermiatorxia, or fall a victim to the evil practice of masturbation, if he leads a continent life very long, for nature will assert her rights. 2. That the bachelor does not utilize his semen for propagating his species. 3. And that the bachelor is likely to lead an immoral life, when he cannot overcome his passion. He then runs the risk of contracting the venereal diseases, such as chancre, syphilis, and /agr. If he contracts gonorrhea, he may become subject to other diseases which follow in its train, namely, gonorrhea, epididymitis, rheumatism, and conjunctivitis. 1 Hogs Essays, p. 319 *, in this world 125 balanitis, warts, stricture, kc. If he contracts a chancre, it may be folio we1 by a bubo, or venereal warts. If he contracts syphilis, and if it is not treated early and efficiently, his system entirely becomes saturated with its deadly poison, which he exercises its evil intuition on every tissue and organ of the body, for not only are the skin and the mucous membranes of the nose, the pharynx, the larynx, and the alimentary canal affected, but also the muscles, periosteum, and bones are affected. Later on the iris, retina, and choroid of the eve undergo rapid changes, so do also the liver, spleen, brain, heart, lungs, kidneys, testes, and c. The advantages of leading a married life are as follow. 1. That when a married man falls ill, his wife and children look after him during his illness. 2. And that when he becomes infirm and decrepit on account of old age, his children maintain and look after him. Section 1 on involuntary discharge of semen, nocturnal discharge. O Holy Creator of the material world, when one discharges semen involuntarily, what punishment is there for him? Then Ahura Mazda answered, he shall receive 800 stripes with the horsewhip and 800 with the Sriyashokarana, whip, and 82 guaranis. The man who wastes his semen by nocturnal discharge is enjoined to be punished for contracting the disease of spermatorchia or for not taking to wife. Spermatoroi, if long continued, tells upon his health by the constant drain of the seminal fluid which weakens his constitution and exercises one repeated in the text. 12. 3. An evil influence upon his mind, especially, if he reads such books as excite passion, for example, novels, if he does not take healthy exercise in the open air, if he does not cheerfully pass some time with his friends and relatives, if he is not regular in his habits, and c. If the spermatoroi he has been suffering from is not cured by drugs, he is led to think of nothing else but only of his disease, consequently, he runs the risk of becoming a hypochondriac. Section 2. On voluntary discharge of semen, masturbation, O Creator. When one discharges his semen voluntarily, what punishment is there for him? What atonement is there for him? What purification is there for him? The Ahura Mazda answered, there is no punishment for him. There is no atonement for him, there is no purification for him, forever and ever, on account of the inexpiable crime. Vend 8:27. If a man resorts to the evil practice of masturbation to overcome his passion, his tissues, both muscular and nervous, become relaxed in tone. By the waste of muscular tissue he is hardly able to undergo the exertion required for the discharge of his daily duties. But it is the nervous tissue that suffers most, inasmuch as his memory fails, his intellect becomes dull, he becomes morose and peevish, and shuns the agreeable society of his friends and relatives, and consequently he becomes subject to melancholia. His mind soon becomes exhausted after slight application and its power of retaining impressions is lost. If he becomes subject to melancholia, he sometimes attempts to commit suicide. When we consider these evil effects on masturbation, we do not wonder why it is considered an inexpiable crime. 127 Section ill. Sodomy. The ninth best of regions and countries Ahura Mazda, created Knenta, having its capital Vairkhana. Thereupon, as an opposition to it, Engros Manu, the deadly, formed the evil, inexpiable deeds of sodomy. Vend I 12. O Holy Creator of the material regions! Who is a demon. One is a devil worshipper is a male paramour of demons / who is a female parahumaur of demons. Is a wicked wife of devils. Who is like a devil. Is a thorough devil. Who is a devil before death. Becomes an invisible devil after death. Vend, 8:31. Then Ahura Mazda answered, O Spidama Zarathustra. The man on whom sodomy is committed, as well as the man who is a sodomite, each is a devil, each is a devil worshipper, each is a male paramour of demons, each is a female paramour of demons, each is a wicked wife of devils, each is like a demon, each is a thorough devil. When a man discharges semen into another man, or when a man receives semens of other men, he is a demon before death, he becomes an invisible devil after death. Vend, 8:32. The man who allows himself to subject to sodomy as well as the man who commits sodomy is regarded as a devil before and after death, for the latter becomes guilty of not propagating his species by not making the proper use of his semen, and the former becomes guilty of voluntarily allowing the latter to gratify his lust in an unnatural way. 3 Sodomite is said to commit an inexpiable sin if he intentionally commits it, in spite of his knowledge of the evil and pernicious effects accruing from it. Vide Vend 8:28, 4, when 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 104. 22. I. 104. I Jirfker to Timi Iliite/nm by each. Of .lk, *ing has translated this word /yho, she. Vide Killing JVS Diet, p. 585 I 128. He can be this unnatural crime, he becomes guilty of abusing his virile power by gratifying his lust in an unnatural way. The pernicious effects of sodomy are the laceration of the mucous membrane of the anus of the passive agent and the emuthricability Oishanker 3I / d Yonero to him, if the sodomite is suffering from these diseases, while he commits sodomy. Dr. Lyon says, the presence of a chancre about the anus, or of a gonorrhoeal discharge from the iectuni is, of course, strong evidence that tle individual has been the passive agent in the offense, and may be corroborative evidence of his having acted in that capacity. It has been alleged that the habitual practice of the offense as an active agent gives rise to certain changes in the genital organs, e.g. elongation and constriction of the penis, and twisting of the urethra. When the penis is elongated and constricted, it becomes weak and the man natural becomes impotent and incapable of propagating his species. When the urethra is twisted, he voids urine with some difficulty. 90v Chapter 18. On Fasting and Intoxication. Rasting. Then may he, the cultivator, therefore, recite this proverb. No one of fasting men can perform vigorous works of righteousness nor heavy works of husbandry, nor can he wish for vigorous begetting of children, for by eating every material creature lives, by not eating it dies away. Veni 3:38. In this para, it is distinctly stated that every animal lives by eating, and that if it does not eat, it dies. Every creature must take food to keep up the one Lyon's medical jurisprudence, p. 330. 2 pound, p. 329. 3 Hog Essays p. 237. 4 SBE Volume 4. p. 31. 129 Heat of the body and to replace what is lost bv wear and tear while doing work. Heat is necessary for the maintenance of life, for it is known that when the temperature of the body is reduced from 98.4 F to 9.4 F, life is extinct. To produce heat means to do work. To do work requires the supply of what it lost by wear and tear. To maintain the supply of what is lost by wear and tear necessitates taking food. Thus food is absolutely necessary for keeping up heat energy and replacing what is lost. Even a creature at rest and in sleep has to work unconsciously every moment, and has to inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. The process of inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide constitutes respiration, and brings into lay the muscles of respiration. To maintain this muscular action, i.e., wear and tear, necessitates a sufficient supply of new materials to the muscles to build up what is wasted. To maintain this supply of the new materials to the muscles requires a regular supply of these new materials to the blood, which must be introduced into the system in the form of food. To carry on the circulation of blood in the body requires work on the part of the heart, which is nothing more than a hollow muscular organ with the valves and cords attached to it. To maintain this muscular action, i.e., wear and tear, necessitates the fresh supply of the new materials from the blood to replace the worn-out materials, which must be introduced into it in the form of food from without. Hence food is necessary for the maintenance of the two chief vital processes, viz., respiratio and circulation, without which life cannot continue even half an hour. The dictum mentioned in the text that by eating every material creature lives, by not eating it dies away, is thus proved to be quite correct. When a person at rest requires food to maintain life, it is much more necessary for a hard-working man to take food not only to maintain life but also to keep 130 up the energy which is converted into work. Thus a hard-working man is required to eat much more than a man at rest. Hence one can easily see the reasonableness of the statement in the text that those who do not eat cannot perform rites taxing strength, cannot carry on the hard work of cultivation, and cannot beget children. If a person refuses to take food to replace what is lost by constant wear and tear, he emaciates and weakens, for, what is stored up in him in the form of fat and highly developed muscular fibers is used up as food for the maintenance of life, but when that is exhausted, he dies, for it is proved by experiments on many different living creatures, that life ceases when an animal loses 2/5 of its weight. Section I. Intoxication. Thou shouldst propitiate Srosh the righteous, that, Srosh the righteous may destroy the demons kunda, stupidity, banga, drunkenness, and, vibanga, dead drunkenness. Vend, 1941. Banga futi, as described before, is the dry stalk of the hemp seed plant, Cannabis sativa or indica. It means secondarily the intoxication produced by this plant. The symptoms produced by taking banga are as follow: cannabis acts on the brain, causing usually excitement, followed by narcotism. During the stage of excitement the individual is the subject of hallucinations, usually, but not invariably, of a pleasurable, and often of a sexual character. In this stage, the patient may show no outward indications of excitement, or may be constantly laughing, singing, or talking, or furiously delirious. This one guy's Forensic Medicus, p. 349. Two Hogs Essays, p. 336. 131 stage is followed by one of narcotism, usually with dilated pupils. Commonly, there is tingling and numbness of parts of, or over the whole body, or, in severe eases, general anesthesia may be present. Chapter 19. Overcrowding. Ahura Mazda said to Spitara Zarathustra, I created, Spitama Zarathustra. A delightful spot, which had been previously, nowhere habitable, for if I had not created, Spitama Zarathustra. A delightful spot, which had been previously, nowhere habitable, all earthly life would have poured forth towards Arianabijo, the earthly paradise. Vend. I. 1. The Paras. 8-19 of the second Fargard of the Yendidat treat of overcrafting in the reign of Yuma, Jamshed, who thrice extended his dominions for the accommodation of his subjects and domestic animals with the object of avoiding the overcrowding of men and beasts in them, as they proved to be too small for their accommodation. From this short description it appears that Yuma rendered valuable services to his subjects by extending his dominions and by avoiding the overcrowding of his dominions with men beasts, and c. For the overcrowding of any place is one of the chief disposing causes of almost every contagious or infectious disease, and especially of such deadly diseases, as typhus, plague, smallpox, and c. The pernicious effects of overcrowding are due to the continuous inhalation of the respired air, when the means adopted for ventilation are imperfect. The respired air contains more carbon dioxide than the atmospheric air, For in the process of respiration, animals, both rational and irrational, exhale carbondilgen tg iris j rud fence, P2G2. 2 Yuan PSAB P227. 132 oxide and inhale oxygen. To illustrate the injurious effects produced by breathing impure air, quote the following quotations: the normal quantity of carbon dioxide being 4 volumes per 1000, it produces fatal results when the amount reaches from 50 to 100 per 1000 volumes, and at an amount much below this, 15 to 20 per 1000, it produces in some persons at any rate, severe headache. The effect of constantly breathing an atmos J here containing an excess of CO2, up to 1 or 1.5 per 1000 volumes, is not yet perfectly known. Dr. Angus Smith has attempted to determine its effects of, per se, the influence of the organic matter of respiration being eliminated. He found that 30 volumes per 1000 caused great feebleness of the circulation, with, usually, slowness of the heart's action. The respirations were, on the contrary, quickened, but were sometimes gasping. Air rendered impure by respiration. The effect of the fetid air containing organic matter, excess of water and cog, produced by respiration is verge marked upon many people. Heaviness, headache, inertness, and in some cases nausea, are produced. When the air is rendered still more impure than this, it is rapidly fatal, as in the cases of the Black Hole at Calcutta, of the prison in which 300 Austrian prisoners were put after the Battle of Austerlitz, when 260 died very rapidly, and of the steamer Londonderry. The poisonous agencies are probably the organic matter and the deficient oxygen, as the symptoms are not those of pure asphyxia. If the persons survive, a febrile condition is left behind, which lasts 3 or 4 days, or there are other evidences of affected nutrition, such as boils, and c. *1 and 2 ea, Park's Hygiene, p. 130. And 3-4 pounds, p. 133. 133 When air more moderately vitiated by respiration is breathed for a longer period, and more continuously, its effects become complicated with those of other conditions, but allowing the fullest effect to all other agencies, there is no doubt that the breathing the vitiated atmosphere of respiration has a most injurious effect on the health. Persons soon become pale, and partially lose their appetite, and after a time decline in muscular strength and spirits. The aeration and nutrition of the blood seem to be interfered with, and the general tone of the system falls below par. Of special diseases it appears pretty clear that pulmonary affections are more common. Such persons do certainly appear to furnish a most undue percentage of physical cases, that is, of destructive lunal tissue disease of some kind. The production of phthisis from impure air, aided most potently, as it often is, by coincident conditions of want of exercise, want of good food, and excessive work, is no new doctrine. The now well-known fact of the great prevalence of phthisis in most of the European armies, French, Prussian, Russian, Belgian, and English, can scarcely be accounted for in any other way than by supposing the vitiated atmosphere of the barrack room to have been chiefly in fault. This is the conclusion to which the sanitary commissioners for the army came in their celebrated report. The production of phthisis in animals confirms this view. The case of the monkeys in the zoological gardens, narrated by Dr. Arnott, is a striking instance. Cows in closed stables frequently die from phthisis, or at any rate from a destructive lung disease, not apparently pleuropneumonia, while horses, who in the worst stables have more free air and greater amount of exercise, are little 1 and 2 ea Parked Hygiene, p. 13. 3. pl 34. 134 Subject to phthisis. But not only phthisis may reasonably be considered to have one of its modes of origin in the breathing an atmosphere contaminated by respiration, but other lung diseases, bronchitis, and pneumonia, appear also to be more common in such circumstances. Both among seamen and civilians working in confined close rooms, who are otherwise so differently circumstanced, we find an excess of the acute lung affections. The onl circumstance which is common to the two classes is the impure atmosphere. In the South Afghanistan field force the artillery wintered at Kandahar, 18S0-81, intense, and remained free from pneumonia, whilst the disease was prevalent among the infantry who were overcrowded in barracks. In addition to a general impaired state of health, arising, probably, from faulty aeration of the blood, and to phthisis and other lung affections, which may reasonably be believed to have their origin in the constant breathing of air vitiated by the organic vapors and particles arising from the person, it has long been considered, and apparently quite correctly, that such an atmosphere causes a more rapid spread of several specific diseases, especially typhus exanthematicus, plague, smallpox, scarlet fever, and measles. The average mortality in this country increases tolerably regularly with density of population. Density of population usually implies poverty and insufficient food, and unhealthy work, but its main concomitant condition is impurity of air from overcrowding, deficiency of cleanliness, and imperfect removal of excreta, and when this condition is removed, a very dense and poor population may be perfectly healthy. The same evidence of the effect of pure and impure air on health and mortality is still more strikingly shown by horses. Rossignol states that, previous to 1836, the mortality of the French cavalry 1 to 2 xett parks hygiene, p. 135. 135 horses varied from 180 to 197 per 1,000 per annum. The enlargement of the stables, and the increased quantity of the ration of air, reduced the loss in the next 10 years to 68 per 1,000. In 1862 to 66 the rate of death was reduced to 27 per 1,000, and officers' horses, the property of the state, to 20. In the English cavalry, and in English racing stables, the same facts are well known. Wilkinson informs us that the annual mortality of cavalry horses, which was formerly great, is now reduced to 20 per 1,000, of which 1/2 from accidents and incurable diseases. Glanders and farcy have almost disappeared, and if a case occurs, it is considered evidence of neg lecture I chapter XX. Bitter cold and winter the 16th best of the Rio Ions and countries, which, Ahura Mazda created was the land by the sources of the Rangha, where people live who have no chiefs. Then, contrary to this, Ngramenu, the deadly, created cold caused by the Devas and hoarfrost as a covering of the land. Vend, 20. In this para, bitter cold and hoarfrost are regarded as the products of Ngramenu, for they are very injurious to animals and plants. Then Ahura Mazda said to Yuma, fair Yuma Vivangana. Upon the material world the evils of winter are about to fall, consequently, there will fall, a fierce deadly frost. Upon the material world the evils of winter are about to fall, consequently snowflakes will fall thick, even inert deep on the highest tops of mountains. Vend, 22. 1 EA Parks Hygiene, p. 105. 2 SBE Volume 4, pp. 3 Hogs Essays, p. 230. That 14 Fingers Iliop. 4 SBE Volume 4. P. High. 136 The evil caused by a severe winter is experienced by only those who live in very cold regions. Its destructive power is exerted not only on men but also on beasts, birds, and trees. The effects of intense cold, as described by Drs. Guy and Erickson, are as follow. The first effect of intense cold is a sense of numbness and stiffness in the muscles of the limbs and face. This is soon followed by torpor and profound sleep, passing into coma and death. The effect of cold on the circulation is to drive the blood from the surface to the interior of the body, so as to gorge the spleen, liver, lungs, and brain. The genital organs are also congested, sometimes giving rise to priapism. The temperature of the blood one itself is lowered, the heart contracts slowly and feebly, and the pulse is small and weak. The congestion of the nervous centers occasions numbness, torpor, somnolency, giddiness, dimness of sight, tetanus, and paralysis, and the congestion of the brain sometimes occasions a species of delirium, as happened to Edward Jenner, or the appearance of intoxication, as witnessed by Captain Perry and others in the expeditions to the North Pole. When the body has been exposed to severe or long-continued cold, we find, as in the case of burns, that local and constitutional effects are produced. Local influence of cold. This is manifested chiefly on the extremities of the body, as the nose, ears, chin, hands, and feet, where the circulation is less active than at the more central parts. It occurs to an injurious degree chiefly in very young or aged persons, or in those whose constitutions have been depressed by want of the necessaries of life. In such persons frostbite and the resulting gangrene are as much due to the habitual low vitality of the extremities as to the low temperature to which they are exposed. 1 Guy's Forensic Medicine, p. 346. 137 The constitutional effects of a low temperature need not detain us. It is well known that, after exposure to severe or long-continued cold, a feeling of heaviness and stupor comes on, and gradually creeps onto an overpowering tendency to sleep, which, if yielded to, terminates in coma, and a speedy, though probably painless, death. The destructive theritions of severe cold on plants is evident from the following quotations: when the temperature sinks below cent, the functions of almost all plants cease, and if the temperature sinks still lower many plants are killed. If Thaanobi are dual, the formation of ice does not injure some plants, and the tissues recover, the water being again absorbed. If however, the thawing be very rapid, the water suddenly liberated is not absorbed, and destruction of the part follows. In many plants, frost at once causes the death of the part, whether thawing be slow or rapid. Frost splitting of the stems of evergreen shrubs, such as the Portuguese laurel, is not uncommon when the temperature sinks very low. Chapter XXI. Excessive mead. Ahura Mazda, created Hapta Hindu, the 15th best of lands and countries, extending from the eastern India to the western India. Thereupon, contrary to this, Ngramenu, the deadly, formed untimely menstruation and excessive heat. Vend. 19. 1 Erichsen's Surgery, Vulgar I, pages 383 and 385. 2 W. Kamexel S. Botany I. 108 3 pounds, pages 110 to 111. Rathioim, literally not normal, hence abnormal, excessive. 138 Excessive heat is regarded as the product of Ngramenu, for it is destructive to animal and vegetable life. When the temperature of the air goes beyond 100 F, it becomes oppressive, but when it goes beyond 110 F, it becomes intolerable and highly injurious to mankind by causing sunstroke or thermic fever in predisposed persons. Excessive heat is injurious to mankind, inasmuch as it impairs the function of digestion and exhausts the nervous system. The following extracts from E. A. Park's Practical Hygiene and Foster's Physiology illustrate the injurious effects of excessive heat. It appears also from Kilhany's experiments that the heat of the blood of the vertebrata must not exceed 113 Fahrenheit, for at that temperature the myosin begins to coagulate. Perhaps this fact may be connected with the pathological indication that a very high temperature in any disease, over 110 Fahrenheit, indicates extreme danefer. A form of fever, the oasis of some writers, or thermic fever, has been supposed to be caused by the direct rays of the sun combined with excessive exertion. From an observation of 4 cases of sunstroke, and from 33 experiments on animals exposed to artificial heat, he traces all the effects to the augmented temperature of the body, which cannot cool by evaporation from the surface and lungs. Dr. H. C. Wood, June, of Philadelphia, Thermic Fever or Sunstroke, 1872, also holds that the efficient cause of sunstroke is the excess of temperature. On the whole, even when sufficient perspiratiosa keeps the body temperature within the limits of health, the effect of georet heat in shade seems to be, 1 EA Parks Hygiene, p. 422. 2 pounds, p. 423. 3 pounds, p. 424. Asterisk Oberneer. 139. As far as we can judge, a depressing influence lessen in the nervous activity, the orate functions of digestion, respiration, sanguification, and directly or indirectly the formation and destruction of tissues. Effects of great heat. As we said above, the regulative heat mechanism is unable to withstand the strain of too great an external heat or too prolonged an exposure to a great but less degree of heat. The temperature of the body then rises above the normal, and it has been observed that the temperature is more easily raised by warmth than depressed by cold, at least when neither is very intense. When either in this way by external warmth, or through pyrrhia the temperature of the body is raised some 6 or 7 asterisk above the normal, to 45 or thereabouts, death speedily ensues in heat stroke, more commonly known as sunstroke, the essential condition of which seems to be a rapid rise of the temperature of the body to a sudden failure of the thermotaxic mechanism. The symptoms vary. Sometimes the heart suddenly gives way, at other times the respirator center seems to be more directly affected, sometimes convulsions make their appearance, but more commonly death takes place through a comatose condition of the brain, an initial phase of excitement of the central nervous system being not unfrequently witnessed. That excessive heat is injurious to plants is evident from the following quotation: so when the temperature rises above +, the functions cease to be performed, and a further rise rapidly kills most plants. 1 EA Parks Hygiene, p. 426. 2 Foster's Physiology, pages 856 and 857. 3 W. R. McNabby Botany, I 108. 140 Chapter XXTI. Noxious creatures. Serpents are said to be created by Engramania vitae vend. I3, for they are highly injurious to men and other creatures. They not only bite them and inflict pain on them, but they also kill them by introducing their deadly poison into their systems by means of their sting, hence the Mazdayasnians are enjoined to kill them. Vitae vend, 14, 5. Corncary mj ants and venomous and stinking ants are regarded as noxious creatures, for the former destroy corn, the staple food of man, and the latter sting him and cause pain in him, hence they are ordered to be destroyed. Vitae vend, 14, 0. Gnats hovering about filth are ordered to be killed, for they not only inflict pain on men by their sting, but also they are instrumental by means of their sting in inoculating them with the contagion of contagious diseases. They are now regarded as the chief agents for the propagation of malaria. Vitae vend, 14, 6. Stinking jellies are ordered to be destroyed, for they act as agents in carrying a contagium of a contagious or infectious disease from one person to another and from place to place. Vitae vend, 14, 6. Chapter XXIIL. Sleep. Kapnam mahtatum yajamade, shadam pasveo vireo. Visp 7, 3. We and praise sleep created by Ahura Mazda, which is, the comfort of cattle and men. 141. Here sleep is said to be the comfort of cattle and men, for during sleep they get rest, physical and mental. It is praised, because it is absolutely necessary for the existence of men and animals. We Dr. James E. Pollock says seem familiar with the phenomenon of sleep, and recognize it as a necessity of our existence. Without it life would be weariness and exhaustion, nay, could not last. HMO, Shakespeare calls it chief nourisher at life's feast, and the orate master had doubtless a true estimate of what it does for the human body. It is, like food, a nourisher and a repairer of waste. All the wear and tear of the day, the weariness, which means wear, of mind and body, which are various operations have caused, are remedied by this great pause in our lives. We nave past a day of bodily fatigue, or else of mental occupation, we lie down, and rise refreshed, and renewed. Sleep has knitted up the ravelled sleeve of care, we have forgotten the misery or loss, the tired muscles feel fitted for another day's labor, and we meet the world with new powers and fresh resolves, and so manifest forth to his work Akjain until the evening. We praise the Fravashi of righteous Vahani Maiha, son of Zoroastri, for opposing evil sleep, bad dreams, and see, Farvardanyast, 104. Here sleep is said to be evil, for, when indulged into excess, it induces idleness in a person, which brings on poverty, which in its turn brings on misery. Bad dreams are also injurious, inasmuch as they frighten men in sleep, and disturb their mental quietude. They are often caused by indigestion. Dr. Pollock says, we are all aware that nightmare and the most distressing kinds of dreams may be caused by indigestion. 1. The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 539. 2 pounds, p. 541. 142 Sleep for a third part. Ot. The day is solicited by a Zoroastrian when he recites the Adish Enyish, for sleeping for more than 8 hours a day has a pernicious effect on health. Half our days we pass in the shadow of the earth, and the brother of death extractate the third part of our lives, says Brown. Dr. Pollock says, the quantity of sleep requisite varies with age and occupation and habit. The intent spends fewer lifts of its time asleep. The old man rises up at the voice of the bird. Young growing lads and lasses require a full allowance of rest, and are very intolerant of time stolen from sleep for study, or even for pleasure. They should have at least 8 hours. Dr. J. Crichton Brown recommends 9 hours sleep for persons 21 years old, and 8 hours sleep for persons 28 years old. Of Sadarag Ho Mashyaka and CMTTE Sachati. Vend, 18, 16 and 24. Man. Slee2, Ing Long does not befit thee. Chapter XXIY. Health givers. The term health giver is applied to one who restores health to rational and irrational animals. It is also applied to a thing which maintains or is conducive to their health. The health givers, as described in Avesta, may be divided into 3 classes, namely, direct, indirect, and both direct and indirect. The direct health givers are those beings or thenopes that bv their qualifications or innate properties bestow health on other beings. The indirect health givers are those beings or things that promote the health of other beings. 1. The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 539. 2 lb, p. 544. 3 pounds, p. 296. 143. By acting as purifying agents. For example, the honia plant is a direct health giver. It bestows health on those beings who drink its jayas, by its tonic and stimulant properties, while a fumigating substance acts as an indirect health giver by purifying the air we breathe by destroying the pathogenic germs floating in it. Aophane, a health giver may be both direct and indirect. For example, water is a direct health giver, inasmuch as it supports the animal and vegetable life, and is an indirect health giver, inasmuch as it acts as a purifying agent. The following are the henotheisms mentioned in Avesta: the sun, sunlight; lyre, water; rain, wind; bidals ham, urine; fumikratina aephenis, erdvisier; tik triba, the Sirius; Baharum, the angel presiding over victory; Mathraspiata, doctors; the Yazda 3 Iyer, professional purifier, VSC. These health givers may be divided into 3 classes as follow: both direct and indirect health givers, the sun, sunlight; fire, water, and rain. Indirect hej.th givers, fumigating agents, bull's urine and the Yazda res jar wind; direct health givers, Iama, erdvisier, doctors, Mathraspenta, Ti Tria, and Betam. Chapter XXV. The sun and sunlight. When the sun rises, he bius the means of purifying the land created by Ahura. He becomes the means of purifying flowing water; he becomes the means of purified spring water; he becomes the 144 means of purifying sea water; he becomes the means of purifying stagnant water, and he becomes, the means of purifying the holy created things which relate to Spentamaneth. Kierstnish 12. Here the sun is said to be the means of purifying the land, the running and stagnant water, and other useful things, for his powerful rays are highly efficacious in destroying pathogenic and putrefactive germs existing in the air, land, and water, or resting on things lying on the surface of the earth. Hence wells, tanks, and reservoirs are recommended by sanitary authorities to be kept open and exposed * to the burning rays of the sun, and hence things suspected of containing the germs of contagious diseases are ordered to be exposed to the bright rays of the sunday, for if the sun would not rise, all the devas here would destroy all that exist in the 7 regions of the world. Kierstnish 13. The devas mentioned here are the germs which are regarded by the bacteriologists of the present age as the only cause of various contagious or communicable diseases. Whoever praises the immortal, brilliant, swift-horsed sun for counteracting mortal pestilence, praises Ahura Mazda. Kierstnish 14. Here the sun is praised for counteracting pestilence, for his burning rays are efficacious in destroying the germs of the mortal diseases, such as plague, and sea. Hence the sanitary authorities of India order to remove the tiles off the roofs, and to keep open for a week or so the windows and doors of the houses in which cases of plague have occurred. I praise the club of Mithra of the wide pastures well aimed at the heads of devas. Kierstnish 15. The club of Mithra means the rays of the sun. The above-mentioned para means I praise the rays of the sun extending over wide tracts of land and well directed against the deadly germs floating in the air. 145 We praise Mithra, the lord of wide pastures. Mayernish 6. The term Mithra is applied to the angel presiding over Liophite. It also means Liophite, the source of Lioht, the morning twilight / and C. Mithra is said to be the lord of wide pastures, for light spreads in a moment over extensive tracts of land, and becomes as it were the master of those tracts of land. 0 Mithra. Thou art harsh and best for men. Mayerist 29. Mithra is regarded as harsh for men, when the sun casts his burning rays on them which they cannot bear without experiencing bad effects from them. He is regarded as the best for them, for they owe their existence to the heat and light of the sun over which he presides. Who, Amishaspentas, look to thee * Mithra, 518 the Lord and leader among the creations of the world, and as the best purifier of these creations. Mayerist 92, whom shall I the ruler, give soundness of body v. Mayerist 108 J. Here Mithra is regarded how as a health-giving agent. Light acts as a health-giving agent is evident from the following quotations. Drive W. B. Cheadle considers light as one of the great essentials which favors the development of the young organism to the highest perfection of which its original constitution renders it capable. We he says, the third great essential is light. Are children of the sun the central source of energy from 1 CKE Kangas Cordae Vesta, ed v. p. 42. 2. Zoroaster, Kangas Yaslits, p. 11.3. Urvadkovasji Kanga applies Thusai, to Zoroaster, but as no mention is made of Zoroaster in the passage, and as the whole passage refers to Mithra, I prefer to apply thwd, to Mithra, for Mithra may bo justly regarded us the best purifier of these creations. Again Mithra calls himself khg/ia/fnmna, the ruler, in the 108th para, of the same yad. Point 3 Mithra. For the Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 34. 146 which directly or indirectly is derived the working force which drives the animal machinery. Light is as essential to the health of the higher animals as it is to that of the higher, he further says, plants. Air and light are essential to the development of the higher forms of animal and vegetable life in full vigor and perfection. The action of light is known with less precision than that of oxygen. It appears, however, to be essential to the perfect formation of the red cells of the blood, its most vital constituents. Persons who are deprived of light grow pale and bloodless. young women brought from the country as servants or shop girls, and kept in cellar kitchens, or dark workrooms, notoriously suffer in this way. Miners also are a pallid and semic class. The want of fresh air has something to do with the result, no doubt, yet patients in a well-lighted hospital ward appear to recover more quickly, as a rule, than those in darker rooms, equally well ventilated. Altogether, common experience and observation confirm the conclusion which science hardly yet formulated, that light has a powerful and favorable influence upon animal life. Human beings grow blanched, just as plants do, for the want of it. And it is not a question of color merely, vitality is seriously lowered also. This is largely felt in great towns shaded by fog and smoke clouds. Swift flying arrows fly, swift flying arrows fall upon the heads of devas. Mazdayasna 128. The swift flying arrows are the sun's rays, and the devas are the deadly germs floating about in the air. 1. The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 634. 2 pounds, pages 652 to 653. 3. From the Heavenly Space, Yachts by Kanga, p. 138. Ervadkovsky Kanga renders the word Mainyabezeo by from the Heavenly Space, but I prefer to render this word primarily as an adjective by coif flying, and secondarily as an adjective used as a noun by swift fly mg arroyos. See Kanga's dictionary, p. 384. 147. Dr. Cheadle says, the lowest organisms, fungi and bacilli and bacteria, whose office in nature appears to be to prey upon and hasten the decomposition of their superiors in the scale of life, love, like other evil things, darkness and closed dwellings. Bright sunlight and fresh air are as inimical to them as they are beneficial to the more perfect forms above them. In chiving light and air to our children, then, we favor their healthy growth and repress the growth of noxious germs, destroying also decaying atoms and foul gases, which are fruitful parents of degeneration and disease. In the end, I quote the following quotations praising the sun and sunlight. Ver reoko I/azaniaik. Ver berzistem berzimand myazamade. Visp 19. 2. We praise sunlight. Praise the sun, the most exalted among or the exalted. Prime Shie, light. Of all material beings first, and best. Efflux divine. Nature's resplendent robe. Without whose vesting beauty all were wrapped in unessential gloom, and thou, sun. Soul of surrounding worlds, in whom best seen shines out thy maker. May I sing of thee? 2. Thompson's Summer. I marvel not, sun. That unto thee in adoratio man should bow the knee, and pour the prayer of mingled awe and love, for, like a god thou art, Ami on thy way of glory sheddest, with benignant ray beauty and life and joyance from above. 3. Southey. 1. The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 652. 2. Iranian Essays by J. J. Modi. Part 2. p. 68. 3 pounds, p. 70. 148. Chapter XXVI. Fire. We praise fire, the divine purifier. Yas XXV 7. It, fire, takes away impurity. 3. Yas XXXVI 1. Fire is said to be the divine purifier, for it acts as a purifying agent by means of its heat and height. Next to the sun, it is a great source of heat and light, which are used as purifying agents. O fire, divine purifier! I praise thy health-giving gift. Adishnash. 1. Fire is used by persons as a health-giving agent in very cold countries to ward off the bad effects of severe cold. It is also used for the same purpose by the inhabitants of temperate regions in very severe winters. Chapter XXVII. A Fatha. We praise the prosperity and purity of water. Yes. Lxil, 21. We will seek you full flowing and effective for the bathings. Yas XXXVII 3. Water is very commonly and extensively used as a purifying agent. It is used by man for washing and purifying his unclean body, dirty clothes, vessels, and CO waters of Ahura Mazda and relat 4 grams to Ahura Mazda. Give him glory and luster, give him soundness of the body, give him corporal happiness who invokes you with the present of the best ceremony, and see, yes. Lxi 8 10-12. 1 i.e., waters. 2 SBE volume XXXI. P 287 149 water so largely enters into the composition ot the body and of its secretions and excretions that it is absolutely needed for the performance of vital processes. When the system requires it for the due performance of these processes, one naturally feels thirsty and drinks water to quench his thirst. If it is not taken into the system, life would be impossible. Sir Riston Bennett says, but for the performance of all the vital processes of the higher classes of living organisms water is required, is even more essential than solid food and only less essential than air. For digestion, and the various chemical transformations which our food undergoes in order to keep up the structure of our frame, water is essential. Lastly, water is given to febrile patients for quenching thirst and reducing the high temperature of the body in the form of cold baths or wet compresses applied to the head and abdomen. Chapter XXVIII. Rai no Holy Zarathustra. 5 Tra. Sab, come on. O clouds. Come on, 1,000 showers of rain, 10,000 showers of rain, pouring water forwards, downwards, and towards the earth, to destroy sickness, destroy plague, to destroy the sickness caused by Jinai, to destroy the plague caused by Jinai, to destroy, Jibaljid and Apagadha. Vend, XXI, 2. Rain is regarded by scientists as one of the natural purifiers of the atmosphere. It keeps down the dust. 1 The Book of Health. Hi Malcolm Morris, p. 139. 2 The feminine incarnation of vice and disease. See Kanya's Dictionary, p. 185. 150 And germs floating in the fire. It also acts as a purifying agent indirectly, for the ozone which is found in a larger quantity in the atmosphere after a few showers of rain, especially when attended HV lightning and thunder, acts as an oxidizing agent and as a disinfectant. Hence in the text the fall of rain is desired for destroying sickness pestilence, the sickness caused by Jamie, added the diseases termed Gadha and Apagadha. It has been observed that the virulence of the J-Plague raging in Bombay diminishes much after a few strong showers of rain. This may be explained by the fact that the rain keeps down the dust and the plague bacilli floating in the air, and thus prevents them from being carried from one place to another. Again, a few strong showers of rain contribute to the flushing of the drains and to the washing off into the sea of the putrid sewage which might serve as a nidus for the plague bacilli. They thus do away with one of the probable sources of the disease. Hence in the text the rain is said to destroy pestilence. Showers shower down fresh water, fresh land, new trees, new drugs, and new health-giving plants. Vend, XXI, 3. When the water of wells and tanks becomes exhausted by its excessive use by the people for drinking, culinary and cleansing purposes, and by its evaporation by the burning rays of the summer sun, when the green grass covering the surface of the earth is eaten up by cattle or parched up by the scorching heat of the sun, and when the plants become denuded of leaves, flowers, and fruits bj the strong blasts of wind blowing in autumn or when they either up by the severe cold of winter, it is the rain that fills up these dried up wells and tanks with fresh water, it is the rain that restores verdure to the desolate land, it is the rain that gives vitality to 151 the parched up plants and trees enabling them to yield again green leaves, beautiful flowers and delicious fruits. It is the rain that enables the medicinal plants to produce leaves, flowers, fruits, and roots yielding medicinal properties. Ahura Mazda. Rain down upon them food for the righteous man and fodder for the beneficent cow, so that, my man may eat corn, and the beneficent cow, may eat, fodder. Vend, v. 20. It is by means of rain that man eats corn, the staple article of his food, and fodder for his cattle. O Spitama Zarathustra! When he is adored, pleased, loved, and welcomed, he, most beneficent brings down, flowing, beneficial, health-giving water * from the Vaurakash Sea, and, distributes it here in all directions in these countries. Tirya T47. In this para, the Tistraya star, Sirius, is said to exert some influence in bringing up down the beneficial and healthy rain from the Vaurakash Sea to the earth. The rainwater is said to be beneficial and healthy, inasmuch as men and lower animals sustain their lives by drinking it. Again, the rain purifies the atmosphere of dust, and thus enables them to breathe the pure air which is highly essential for maintaining their lives. Dr. Herman Weber says, if the rain is not so constant as to prevent exercise in the open air, it has the advantage of purifying the atmosphere of dust, and of rendering it more refreshing, perhaps by the function of ozone, and the diminution of relative humidity. Many people, at all events, perceive increased energy during and after rainfall. 1 standing for the trees mentioned in the 19th para * Fargard. 2 standing for Tistraya. 3 in the text intli plural number. 4 in the text them. 5 The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 976. Of the same 152 chapter XXIX. Fumigation and fumigating substances. The fumigating substances mentioned in Ihe Vendidad are Urvasna, V6 Hugaona V6 Hukareti and Hadhana Epida. They are supposed to be sandalwood, frankincense, aloe, and the wood of the pomegranate tree. Ermstui, Fro.rrj equals to be pleased, equals raisin. Literally, anything which pleases, hence a plant having a pleasant perfume. Urvasna is the raisin plant, a sort of garlic. V6 Hugaona, from vohu equals gold, and gaona equals 3 equals color. Literally, any substance having the color of gold, namely, yellow color. Sandalwood has distinctly yellow color, hence vohugaona may mean sandalwood, though \t commonly means benzoin or frankincense. Vohukirali, from vohu equals gold, and kireti equals f equals doing, literally, a substance making a flame yellow. It is supposed to be aloe wood. Hadhana epida, from had equals j equals gyre, and nap equals to be green or verdant, literally, an evergreen substance. It is commonly regarded as the pomegranate tree, but it cannot be bhe pomegranate tree, for, the wood of the latter has no odor, while the wood of the hadnapata tree is said in the text to have fragrant odor, and its concrete juice was used as an aromatic substance, as is evident from the 4th para, of the 14th pharaoh, Ard of the Vendidad, where one who kills the Udra is enjoined to offer up to the good wafers the concrete juice of the Hadhana epida tree. The concrete juice may be frankincense, which is an odoriferous gum resin used as a perfume. Frankincense is the concrete turpentine, scraped off the trunks of Pinus tasda, the frankincense pine, and Pinus australis, the swamp pine. 1 SBE, Volume 4. p%, 2 Materia Medica by Drive J. M. Bruce, 6th edition, p. 382. 153 Hence the Hadhyaspata tree may be the frankincense pine. Fumigation is enjoined to be performed to purify unclean persons and beings. Vidi Vend, 8, 2-3, 932. It is used for killing pathogenic germs floating in the air, as is evident from the following paras. If a man shall then piously bring unto the fire, spitama Zarathustra, wood of Urvasna, or Vofijayana, or Vohukareti * or Hadhana epida, or any other sweet swelling wood, Vend, 8, 79. Wheresoever the wind shall bring the perfume of the fire, thereunto the fire of Ahura Mazda shall go and kill thousands of unseen devas, thousands of fiends, the brood of darkness, and see, Vend, 8, 80. The unseen devas mentioned in the para 80 are the noxious grooms floating of in the air, because they are invisible to the naked eye. They are called the brood of darkness, inasmuch as they flourish in the dark. As regards the unseen devas, Dharms Tedder observes as follows: La purification a pour objet de chasser cette contagion qui passe du mort au vivant au vivant, et lofchieri de I impure bb de la purification S E redwarite en fata un theory de I hyophene, anatate k set contagion est conclucum I over detres surnaturals, KNOS microbes sunt eriges endivas, les endivestitu. Introduction, pages XXI. Purification has for its object the removal of this contagion which passes from the dead to the living, and from one living person to another, and the theory of impurity and of purification would reduce itself in fact to a theory of lying, /veer it not that this one SBE Volume 4, p. 115. 2 Irani.an Essays by Jivanji J. Modi. Art 3. 7i. 154 Contagion is conceived to be the work of supernatural beings and that our microbes are raised to the rank of devas. The wood of Urvasna, or Vohageona, or Vohukareti, or Hadhanapata, or any other sweet-smelling wood is enjoined to be burned, for it contains a volatile oil, which acts as a disinfectant. When any odoriferous substance, such as sandalwood, benzoin, aloewood, and sea is burnt, its volatile oil, to which it owes its perfume, volatilizes by the heat of fire, and mixing with the air disinfects it by killing the noxious germs floating in the air and perfumes it by its fragrant odor. Wheresoever this odoriferous air is carried by the wind, it purifies the air it mixes with by destroying bul gases and disinfects it by / killing these noxious germs which are the unseen devas and the brood of darkness of the text, for it is in the dark that these germs, invisible to the naked eye, thrive and multiply. Chapter XXX. Wind. Vyamashavanam Yajamade. Yas XXV. 5. We praise pure wind. The wind is believed by modern scientists to be one of the natural purifiers of the atmosphere. Dry V. Parks says diffusion, dilution by winds, oxidation, and the fall of rain, are the great purifiers, and, in addition, there is the wonderful laboratory of the vegetable world, which keeps the carbon dioxide of the atmosphere within certain limits. If it were not for these counterbalancing agencies, the atmosphere would soon become too impure for the human race. It 1 E. A. Parks Hygiene, p. 107. Dr. Hermann Weber says wines are an important element in climatology, as they produce rapid changes in temperature, moisture, atmospheric pressure, and light, and, so to speak, carry with them climates of distant regions. They are everywhere purifiers of the atmosphere, unless they convey special poisons to some distance. Itatis te veo yajamade yatisi asti spentamaniam. Yas XXV, 5. *oveu. We praise thy, wind, which belongs to the creation of Spentamanu, Vatem Shater Shim Magdad Hadam Yajamade. Yes. XLU, 3. And we praise the strong wind created by Mazda. The wind is praised, for, it purifies the atmosphere of its gaseous impurities by dilution, and acts as a powerful ventilating agent, whereby men and lower animals get pure air which it is essential for them to breathe for maintaining their lives and preserving their health and vigor. Chapter XXXI. Bull's urine. O Zarathustra 5 Tra. Thou shalt procure bull's urine from the bull ungelded and arsendered fit according to the law. Vend, 19, 21. It appears from this para, and from the para, preceding it, Vend 1920, that the urine that is used for the purification of the T-famrat and the parrot is obtained from the bull Ujiach is ungelded and rendered fit in accordance with the law. The Law 1 The Book of Health by Malcolm Liris, p. 981. 2 Vidi E. A. Parks Hygiene, I. 158-156 requires that the bull must be entirely white in order to make him fit for the Narangal ceremony. He is called the Varagio. If a single hair on his body be found other than white, he is rejected as unfit for the ceremony. The urine of the bull is used for purifying the hamrit, Vend, 1920-22, 83639, 93335, the Patrit, Vend, 1920-22, the womb of the puerperal woman who has given birth to a stillborn child, Vend. V 51 and 7. QQ, the menstruating woman after the termination of her period, Ven 1612, the puerperal woman, Ven v 5456 and 769, the culinary vessels that have been brought in contact with a dead body, Vent, 774-7, the clothes that have been brought in contact with a dead body, Vent, 714-15, the corpse bearers, Vent 811-13, and c. It is used for purifying the above-mentioned persons and things, for it contains such powerful antiseptic acids as C-arbolic and benzoic acids, the latter of which results chiefly from the decomposition of the hippuric acid contained in it, as is evident from the following quotations. Carbolic acid is present in the urine of the cow and some other animals. Asterisk the urine of the cow, horse, and man contains sensible quantities of phenol or carbolic acid according to Stadler 3. Dr. McMahtidi says, carbolic acid is found in the urine of cows and other animals. Asterisk phenolic acid was discovered by Wall/R in Castoreum and afterwards by Stadler as a constant constituent of T/ie urine of cows, horses, and man. Stadler concludes that they all pre-exist in the urine 1 SBE, Volume 4. See footnote 2, page 216. 2 Chambers S. Encyclopedia. 3 and 4 James Jamshed 21 / May, 1884. 157 and that they are therefore products of the Rita inorphic process. Asterisk Bulinkrisk says that urine of most of the animals, of cows and horses always, contains a substance insoluble in alcohol, which by the action of dilute mineral acids gives carbolic acid. The quantity of it in human urine is very small. W. Markham. Y. Bipuric acid, C9HNO3, benzoamidoacetic acid, is present in small quantities in the urine of man, about 15 grains a day, but is the chief nitrogenous constituent of the urine of herbivorous animals. It is formed whenever benzoic acid or a body which can yield benzoic acid in the organism, is ingested. In the urine of man hippuric acid appears to be always present in small quantities, and in the urine of herbivora occurs in large quantities. In these latter it is derived more or less directly, by changes of which we shall have to speak in a succeeding chapter, from constituents of the food contain inner bodies belenino to the aromatic group, benzoic acid series, but the small quantity present in man and other carnivora appears to come from the metabolism of proteid matter which, as we have already seen, contains an aromatic constituent. Hippuric acid or benzoylamidacetic acid. This acid occurs in the urine of herbivorous animals, and is formed within them from the union of the benzoyl compounds contained in grass, fodder, etc., with amidacetic acid existino in some of the bile compounds. If benzoic acid is taken internally by man it appears in the urine as hippuric acid, the latter 1 James Jamshed May 27, 1884. 2. Physiology by Drive M. Foster, 188.S3 ie, phenolic or carbolic acid. 4 James Jamshed, May 27, 1884. 5 The Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition. Foster's Physiology, 1899, p. 681. Volume XVN, page G83. 158 Acid being produced by the union of benzoic acid with the amidacetic acid or glycosina present in a compound form in one of the bile salts, hippuric acid. This acid exists in urine of herbivorous animals and in smaller quantities in man's. The urine of cows contains about 1 to 3% of hippuric acid, and that of horses the maximum amount is about cows or horses 0.38 per cent. Urine contains a body known as hippuric acid cyanic which on putrefaction of the urine splits up into enzoic acid and glycosina. CHN03 plus H30 equals CH plus CHNB, hippuric water equals benzoic glycosina. Acid benzoic acid is obtained on a large scale by treating putrid cow's urine with lime, filtering, concentrating the filtrate and precipitating the benzoic acid with excess of hydrochloric acid. Benzoic acid is, Alfred H. obtained by boiling alum, FCS, hippuric acid or the urine of cows or horses which contains that acid, with hydrochloric acid. Benzoic acid may also be obtained from hippuric acid, which can be extracted from the urine of cows or horses, by boiling that acid with hydrochloric acid. According to Professor Hayden, the urine of herbivorous animals contains the following new-formed organic substances: L. urea, 2. hippuric acid, 3. uric pigment with uric acid, 4. small quantities of carbonic ammonia, 5. lactic acid, and 6. benzoic acid. 1 Luff's Chemistry, page 438. 2 James Jamshed, 31 St. May, L884. 3 James Jamshed, May 30, 1884. 4 Founds Chemistry, 1868, p. 745. 5 Luff's Chemistry, page 438. G. On the use of beef's urine by Dr. Eugen Wilhelm, see Appendix 159. Not only is the urine of the bull or cow used for purification, but also that of the goat or sheep, but not that of a man or of a woman. The urine of the sheep or goat is used, for it much resembles that of the bull or cow in its composition. The urine of a man or of a woman is not used, for, as we have seen, it contains carbolic, hippuric, and benzoic acids in much smaller quantities than that of the bull. The urine of the horse is not used, for it contains less hippuric acid than that of the bull. That carbolic acid as well as benzoic acid acts as an antiseptic is evident from the following quotations. The principal action and uses of carbolic acid in disease depend upon its influence on fermentation and decomposition, which are intimately associated with many pathological processes. When this influence is studied apart from the body, we find that most organized pharynx, yeasts, molds, and bacteria, are readily deprived of their characteristic powers by solutions of carbolic acid, whilst chemical ferments, enzymes, such as pepsin and ptyalin, are much less readily affected. Although its effect on the spores of vegetable organisms is but small, a 5% solution being required to destroy them, its effect on fully developed microzymes is very great, a 1% aqueous solution certainly destroying the anthrax bacillus, and 1 part in 1,000 being sufficient to prevent its growth. Carbolic acid is thus an antizymotic, and in the case of the zymosis of septic diseases, an antiseptic. Carbolic acid is a powerful deodorizer and disinfectant. It precipitates albumin, and destroys low organisms. It prevents the decomposition of albuminous fluids by bacteria, and the fermentation of sugar by yeast. Quantities smaller than those which are 1 J. Mitchell Brooks Materia Medica, pages 188,189. 160 sufficient to kill these organisms suffice to prevent their development. Benzoic acid is a stimulant and irritant to raw surfaces. It has an antiseptic action destroying low organisms, and C-free benzoic acid possesses decided antiseptic properties, being, according to some observers, superior in this respect to salicylic acid. 4 grains of benzoic acid added to each pound of preserves will effectually prevent fermentation. Alfred Allen F.G.S. Chapter XXXII. Cleanliness. Cleanliness is a great factor in preserving health. Few passages from the Vesta language treating of it are worth quoting here. Yazdeo Mashia Eapj them Vahista. Yes. XL8. 5. Purity is the best for a man from birth. This saying occurs in the Spentamad Gatha. One of the authors of the Vendidat thought it necessary to quote it in the 21st para of the 5th Fargard, and also mentioned the following in the same para: Ha Yazadeo Zarathustriadina Mazdayasna Yohvam Angvam Yazdadi Humadaskahiak Tai Shahvarstayasha. Vend. V. 21. Zarathustra I. The Mazdayasna religion is what purity is. Anybody purifies his own heart with pure thoughts, pure words, and pure deeds. Purity is considered in Avesta to be the best for a man from birth, for it conduces to health. Nay, without it health is an impossibility, and without health one cannot be happy. If he wishes to lead a healthy life, he must be cleanly in his habits. He must keep 1 Lauder Brunton's Materia Medicae, p. 736. 2 lb, p. 882. 161 His body, clothes, bedding, etc., clean, for where there is dirt there are germs. In fact, dirt serves as the nidus for the germs. So much importance is attached to purity in Avesta that it is considered to be a modification of the Mazdayasna religion, and is regarded as a Sioimus term for it. Darmstetter remarks about it as follows: El axiom * cleanliness is next to godliness si right to befate Zoroastrian avec cette difference que dans le Zoroastrisme cleanliness est unform mem de godliness. Les and Avesta 2, px.f The proverb cleanliness is next to godliness would be entirely a Zoroastrian proverb, with this difference that in Zoroastrianism cleanliness is another form of godliness itself. Purity is enjoined in Avesta not only as regards matter, but also as regards thoughts, words, and deeds. In fact, the Mazdayasna religion is founded on the three well-known words, namely, humata, hukta, hvarsta, that is, pure thoughts, pure words, pure deeds. That the purity of the mind depends to a certain extent upon the cleanliness of the body is evident from the following opinions expressed by different authors. Even from the body's purity the mind receives a secret sympathetic aid. So great is the effect of cleanliness upon man that it extends over to his moral character. Jivanji Jamshedji Modi says that Addison regards corporeal cleanliness as an emblem of purity of mind. Dr. Casartelli says La maxime men sana in corpora sana Mazdayasme. Tocho addresses it on the day dictions favori du maxim. Healthy mind in healthy body has been always one of the favorite dictions of the Mazdayasna religion. 1 Iranian Essays by J. J. Modi, Part 3, p. 66. 3 pounds, Part 2. p. 7. 4 pound, Part 3. p. 69. 2 pounds, Part 2. p. 7 162 Isham Vanghuhim Yazamade d4 to Seokambi Shajiam. Yes 17, I. We praise good Ashi giving happiness and health. Ashi originally means purity, righteousness, and secondarily means the divine spirit presiding over purity and righteousness. Ashi, that is, purity or the divine spirit presiding over it, is distinctly stated here to give happiness and health. I think it fit to quote here what Mr. Shirley F. Murphy says about cleanliness. We * necessity for cleanliness. Must protest against dirt as not only unnecessary but as even antagonistic to our existence. The late Lord Palmerston has aptly described dirt as matter in the wrong place, and we may plead that wherever the right place for its existence may be found, it is not in the home wherein we wish to be healthy. Absolute cleanliness is imperatively demanded as one of the first requirements of health, for we have learnt that dirt is not only concerned in producing results due to the inhalation of so much irritative matter, or due to an interference with the functions of the skin, but that it provides but too readily a growing ground for some of the more serious troubles which beset man. Under the regular and systematic cleansing of all parts of the house, be they bedrooms, sitting rooms, passages, or offices, be they water closets, sinks, cisterns, or dustbins, we are as dependent as upon its original construction. By such habits of cleanliness we shall do much to guard against the production of disease in our home, but we must attend to other matters than these if our efforts are to be successful. Drive W. B. Cheadle says the last important condition of healthful development is complete cleanliness of body and clothing, so that the skin may be won. The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 628 103. Kept in vigorous and ready action, and all noxious excretions and waste material removed from the surface as they accumulate and decay. Ahura Mazda said, 0 Holy Zarathustra, my fourth name, is the best purity. Hormizdyast, 7. Purity is considered so important that it has been denominated as one of the names of Ahura Mazda. Lastly, purity or the angel presiding over it is praised in the Visparid as follows: Asham Vanghuhim Yazamade. We praise good Ashi. Visp. 7:1. Chapter XXXIII. Homa. Homa is considered to be such an important health-giving plant that a very minute description of it is given in the 9th and 10th chapters of the Asna, which constitute the Homaist. It is also described partially in the 11th, 25th, 38th, and 57th chapters of the Asna, and also in Baharam, Ashish Vang, and Astadhyasts. Homa is the term applied to particular plants, which grow on the heights of mountains, in the depths of valleys, and in the narrow paths of the gorges of mountains which are under the bonds of Jinus. Homalaii 19, is described as an having drooping elegant branches, yes. X 17. Plant, yes. Yas 9:16, and spreading exalted fragrano over the field. Yas X 4. It has golden eyes, that is, yellow buds, and flowers. Yas Lai 19. Its juice is so precious. 1 The Book of Health by Malcolm Morris, p. 634. 164, yes. X 17, and possesses so many virtues that its expression from a twig is praised as follows: wise, Homa. 1 Praise in prayers thy first expression when the twig is held. Wise Homa I praise in prayers thy next expression, in which act I pound thee with the strength of a powerful man. Yas X 2. Now, I quote the following passages illustrative of the properties of Homa and its juice. Asterisk the filthiness caused by devas at once disappears from that house where one certainly carries the health-giving Homa, where one praises it, with certainty, happiness, and health openly, enter his abode and join his family. Yas X 7. As the filthiness produced by foul gases is said to at once disappear from the house, where Homa is carried, it appears that it acts as a powerful deodorant. It is said to be health-giving, for it protects persons against the diseases resulting from the inhalation of foul gases, which it destroys by acting as a deodorant. For all other cordials guide us on the path of Ishma, possessing the deadly weapon, but the cordial which is of Homa guides us on the path of purity and joy. The cordial of Homa makes us agile. Yas X 8. This passage indicates that while all other cordials produce mental excitement in men, under the influence of which they cannot keep their passions under control and are thus led to perform such deeds as prove prejudicial to their interests, the cordial of Homa stimulates their intelligence and mental active. 1 Irvad Kanga has translated Nigni by *ismi, taking for its object the devas, see Kong S. Corde Avesta. Ed v. p. 347. As this para treats of thfl expression of the juice from the twig of the Homa tree, and as no mention is made of the devas, I prefer to translate Nanel by I pound ox crush, derived from m equals fq equals down, and jan equals to strike. 165 ity, which enable them to perform such righteous actions as inspire joy in them. Homage to Homa, which makes the mind of a dervish as great as that of the richest man. Horaya to Homa, which makes the mind of a dervish so great that it speeds aloft by means of Naladui, yes. X 13. This passage shows that the juice of Homa gives a healthy tone to the brain of a man who drinks it, so that he becomes as magnanimous as the richest man, and that it expands his intellectual caliber, which enables him to solve the abstruse and mysterious points on any subject. I pour thee from the silver cup to the gold. 1. I will not spill it on the ground, for thou art highly precious. Yas X 17. As the juice of Homa is poured from the silver cup to the gold one, it may have slight solvent action on silver and gold, which are nervine tonics, and which thus increase its tonic properties. Reverence be to Homa, to the holy Mathra, and to Zoroaster. Reverence be certainly to Homa. For when all other intoxicating liquors guide us on the path of Ishma, possessing a deadly weapon, the cordial which is of Homa guides us on the path of purity itself. Ashish Vang Ya.st 5. I have explained on the preceding page a passage tre at tineg n of the same Homa, the thing. Holy One, driving disease afar, answered me, O Zarathustra. I am Homa, the Holy One, driving disease afar. O Spidama. Search for me, express me for drinking and praise me in a glorious song just as the other Saoshyants praised me. Yes. 9-2. Here Zarathustra is called upon to search for Homa, to express its juice for drinking it, and to one i.e. the juice of Homa. 166 Sing a song of its beneficial virtues. Said to be one who dispels diseases. Here Homa is as it is the best for the drinker, so it is the best spiritual guide for the soul. Yas 9. 16, that is, as the juice of Homa is the best for the drinker for maintaining his health, so it is the best spiritual guide for his soul, for it enables him to comprehend the holy mysterious sayings, and to lead him on the path of virtue. O yellow Homa. I ask of thee wisdom, health, remedy, strength for the whole body, and see, yes. 9-17. Here the properties of the juice of Homa are briefly described, namely, its power of giving wisdom, health, and strength, and of acting as a remedy for diseases. They are also described in the following quotations: O Homa, thou that drivest death afar. I beg of thee this first favor, namely, the brilliant Oa enthold veilitst fruilbepse tradieste of the afar. Righteous. I beg this Homa, second favor of thee, namely, health of this body. O Homa, thou, that drivest death afar. I beg this third favor of thee, namely, the Jong life of vitality. Yes. 9-19. Homa gives strength and vigor to those who ride the curbed horses in the race course. Homa gives the women desiring to beget children handsome children and also righteous progeny. Homa grants wisdom and magnanimity to the landlords who sit to study religious works. Yas 9. 22. I keep Homa, the protector of the body, which one who drinks secures success from the enemy in the battle. Baharamya.5 t. 57, 1 SBE Volume XXXI, p. 236. 167 Homa, give me the means of health for Unik thou art, known, as a health giver. Yas x 9. Here Homa is distinctly said to be a health giver for it acts as a tonic and deodorant. Homa is praised in Avesta as follows: we praise Homa, driving away death. We praise all the Homas. Yas x 21. We praise yellow and exalted Homa. Praise Homa, driving away death Yas xxxvi. 5. That the decoction of Homa is even now used by the Pathans of the Khyber Pass as a household remedy in sickness is evident from the letter addressed by Dr. H. Insan to Shamsululma Urvat Jivanji Jamsatji Modi, who has kindly given me permission to publish it. The specimens you sent me are the twigs of a species of ephedra nat. Order Nitaceae. A species grows all over this country, Baluchistan, Afghanistan, Kashmir, and western Tibet, which seems to be identical with the hum species received. This species is here, in all this country pronounced as the English word hum, also huma. In Baluchistan, it, as well as a totally distinct plant Periplica, is called hum. It grows equally on exposed hills and valleys, consisting of branches and sprigs, one mass of upright twigs, each twig, if you notice, being made up of joints like the joints of the fingers. When covered with male FLS, the bush, from 1 to 2 feet, is golden colored, and the twigs are more or less so. This plant has no leaves. It is all twigs and jointed. Amongst the Pathans of the Khyber Pass and all over that country, the twigs are with water made into a decoction and employed very largely as a household remedy in sickness, and are considered as possessing health-giving and healing properties to a general likeness of the stiff rod-like growth, upright and erect of the two plants. In Baluchistan, the natives equally give both the same name. No one would mistake the jointed and hum true for the non-jointed false hum, P.E.Plica. The latter does not exist here at all. The ephedra here is only employed to mix with snuff, being first of all burnt. The ashes cause the snuffy to be more irritating, whether applied as a sternutatory or to the upper gum under the front part of the lip, as is the habit here before your letter and specimens came. I had made up my mind that the ephedra was the nearest to the soma plant that I had got to, but as it was stated that the Parsis employed the twigs of my periplica, it rather put Ray out. Your specimens are all on side 168 chapter XXXIV. The Erdvisor River. We praise the Erdvisor, pure, wide-flowing, health-giving, prolonging life, holy, and see, yes. LXV1. As the river Erdvisor is said to be health-giving and prolonging life, its water must possess tonic and other medicinal properties, which may be due to the certain salts held in solution, e.g. phosphates, sulfates, or carbonates of iron, calcium, or manganese. Which, Erdvisor, purifies the seed of all the males, which purifies the wombs of all the parturient women, which secures easy delivery for all the puerperal women, and, which gives proper and timely milk to all the parturient women. Yas LXV. 2. As the river Erdvisor is said to purify the seed of all the males, its water holding in solution alteratives, e.g. salts of iron, the hypophosphites of calcium and sodium, and C, must have been drunk by the ancient Zoroastrian males to improve the quality of their seed. As it purifies the wombs of all the parturient women, it must contain some disinfecting agent, e.g. borax, hence its water must have been used by them for washing and cleansing their wombs, and must have been taken internally on account of its alterative properties. As it secures easy delivery for all the puerperal women, its water must contain some ecbolic in solution, for example, borax, and must have been drunk by them to secure easy deliver as it gives proper and timely milk to all the lying-in women. Its water must contain some salt having galactagogue properties, such as chlorate of potash, and must have been drunk by them to enable their mammary glands to secrete the proper quantity of milk necessary for feeding their infants. 169 young parturient women will solicit you, Erdvisor, for easy delivery. Evangelist. 87. This means that the Erdvisor will be solicited for easy delivery by young parturient women on account of the medicinal properties possessed by its water. Zarathustra 5 Tra asked pure Erdvisor again, pure Erdvisor. With what adoration shall I invoke thee? With what devotion shall I praise thee highly? For Ahura Mazda made thee flow not within the earth but towards the brilliant sun, so that the serpent, wicked man, may not pollute thee with the humors of the body, spittle, semen, and the poison of the semen. Evangelist. 90. In this passage the evaporation of the water of the Erdvisor river caused by the heat of the sun is alluded to. Whoever pollutes the river water with the humors of the body, spittle, and c is regarded as a serpent or wicked man, for the water thus polluted is not fit for drinking or purifying a dirty thing. Then pure Erdvisor replied, just and holy Spidama. You shall invoke me with this adoration, you shall invoke me with this devotion from the rising of the sun to the sunset. Evangelist. 91. Here Zarathustra is asked to invoke Erdvisor from the rising of the sun to the sunset, for the river water becomes purified by the heat and light of the sun during that interval. Thus, a valiant hero, praised Erdvisor imploring her to give him the soundness of the body. Evangelist. 20. Here the Erdvisor river is personified and solicited by Tus to give him the soundness of the body by virtue of the tonic properties qf its water. 170 Chapter XXXV. Doctors Spidama Zarathustra. If several healers, namely, healers with the knife, and healers with herbs, and healers with the mthra meet together, they, Mazdayasnians, shall here consult him, namely, the healer with the holy mthra, for, this, namely, the healer with the holy mthra, is the greatest healer of healers, who can radically cure the righteous man. Vend. 744. It appears from this para, that in the age of the Vendidad there were three sorts of healers, namely, healers with the knife, that is, the surgeons of the present age, healers with herbs, that is, the physicians of the present age, and lastly, healers with the sacred mthras, who were considered to be the best of all the healers, for, according to the text, they used to cure diseases radically. They might be compared to those who profess to heal some nervous diseases in modern times by mesmerism, hypnotism, or other occult science. Or they might be those who used to cure persons of their morbid minds by making a very powerful impression on them by reciting certain prayers, which are said to bring about marvelous results by their mystic influence. In the Ardibiyastiyast v/Hitch is written in an age subsequent to that of the Vendidad, 5 sorts of healers are mentioned, namely, the healer by purification, the healer by justice, the healer with the knife, the healer with herbs, and the healer with /hemthra. The healer with the holy mthra is the greatest healer of healers. He who can radically cure the holy man is really the greatest healer of healers. Ardibiyastiyast. 6. From this para, it appears that the author of the Ardibiyastiyast recognized the 5 classes of healers 171. The 2 classes mentioned by him besides the 3 classes mentioned in the Vendidad are those of the healer by purification and of the healer by justice. The healer impure man by purification is one who purifies by giving him the purificatory bath. And he is the Yazdathrigar or the professional purifier he of the Vendidad. Lastly, the healer by justice is the judge or the magistrate of modern times. Heals or sets the minds of the contending parties at rest by justly deciding the lawsuits or claims tried by him. Urvat J. Modi, while detailing the functions performed by the Yazdathrigar, Ashobishasa, says in his Iranian essays, parts 2 and in, that his duty consisted not only in giving such injunctions as were prescribed in religious works for purifying an impure person or thing brought into contact with the dead body of a man or of an animal, but also in enacting such laws as could assist in preventing an epidemic disease from being introduced into a city when faithfully observed by its people, or as could mitigate its evil effects if it suddenly broke out in the city. In fact, his duty was the same as that of the health officer of the present age and consisted in making laws for the preservation of health. The functions of the Dadobishaja, the healer by justice, were, according to Urvat J. Modi, to do good to a person by the laws of the country and by religious precepts, to do justice by putting in force the laws of the country, to rectify or dispel immorality or vices in accordance with the religious precepts, and to advise a sinful or guilty person, if he or she desired for atonement for the perpetration of sin, to undergo a certain kind of atonement in proportion to the enormity of the crime. 1 Iranian Essay by J. Modi. pt. 2. Pages 12 to 14 and pt. Il, pages 42 to 44. 172 Section I. On whom shall a surgeon try his skill? The surgeon was enjoined to try his skill first on the Devayasnans, and then on the Mazdayasnans, provided he operated successfully on the former, for the lives of the latter were considered to be more precious than those of the former. If the first 3 Devayasnans operated on by him died, he was adjudged unfit for practice forever, and enjoined not to perform any operation on any Mazdayasnan on the penalty of wounding one intentionally. But if the first 3 Devayasnans operated on were cured by him, he was adjudged qualified to operate on any Mazdayasnan. Vidi, Vend, 7, 36-40. Section 2. Fees charged by the doctor. A healer shall heal a priest for a blessing of the just, he shall heal the master of a house for the value of an ox of low value, he shall heal the lord of a borough for the value of an ox of average value, he shall heal the lord of a town for the value of an ox of high value, he shall heal the lord of a province for the value of a chariot and 4. Ven 741. He shall heal the wife of the master of a house for the value of a she-ass, he shall heal the wife of the lord of a borough for the value of a cow, he shall heal the wife of the lord of a town for the value of a mare, he shall heal the wife of the lord of a province for the value of a she-camel. He, Vend 742. Shall heal the heir of a great house for the value of an ox of high value, he shall heal an ox of high value for the value of an ox of average value. Vend 743. 1 SBE Volume 4, p. 86, 2 pounds, pages 86 to 87. 3 pounds, p. 87. 173. From these paras, it appears that the doctor was enjoined in the age of the Vendidad to charge fees to his patients in proportion to their riches, and that the fees were given to him not in the shape of money but in the form of domestic animals, which then formed the chief part of one's riches. Section 3. Thrida, the first physician and surgeon. Thrida it was who first of the healers drove back sickness to sickness, drove back death to death, repelled caries of bones, and repelled the heat of fire from the body of man. Vend XX. 2. He asked for an antidote, and obtained it from Kshirovirya to withstand sickness and to withstand death, to withstand pain and to withstand fever, to counteract headache and to counteract cold fever, to oppose azaya and to oppose akava, to counteract kurapa and to counteract snakebite, to oppose duraka and to oppose ageria, hysteria, to counteract the evil eye/putrefaction, and filthiness which Ingramania created for the bodies of mortals. Vend XX. 3. A. Three Tahana. We praise the Fravashi of Holy Three Tahana of Athavian for counteracting pain, hot fever, humors, cold fever, and incontinence, and for counteracting the pain caused by a serpent. Farvardanya T 131. Is not Thrida the short form for Three Tahana? Probably Three Tahana and Thrida are the names of one and the same man. 1 and 2 SBE Volume 4, p. 227. 3 Fair done. 174 Chapter XXXVI. Mathra Spainta. The Moli Mathra, that there are the health-giving Mathras in Avesta, is indicated by the following quotations: May the best happiness be to him who, having become learned, would tell me openly the Mathra of health, of purity, and of immortality. Yas XXXI. 6 Ahunavadi Gatha. So thou shalt recite these words which are most triumphant and most healing. Thou shalt chant 5 Ahanavars. Vend, 11, 3 and Husbam. These words, Mathras, which are powerful and health-giving, are for thee, Zoroaster. Baharam Ya.st 46. We praise the words truthfully spoken, triumphant we, and health-giving. Praise the words giving we health, truthfully spoken, and triumphant. Praise the Mathra Spenta and the Mazdayasna religion approving of Homa. Astadhyast. 8. The cases in which the Mathra Spenta is efficacious are alluded to in the following quotations. The Mathra Spenta, Holy Mathra, is the most powerful expeller of an invisible druj. Saroshyast Hadukt. 3. This sentence means that the Holy Mathra is the most efficacious in driving away the evil spirit from a person possessed with it. If thou, Zarathustra, invoke me, Veu, I shall recite for thee the words prepared by Mazda giving glory and health, whereby deadly Engramania may not injure thee, neither a sorcerer, nor one addicted to sorcery may injure thee, neither a demon nor a bad man may injure thee. Ramyasti.sg, 175. The following words and prayers are mentioned in Avesta as the health-giving Mathras. 1. Which portion of the Mathra Spenta is most health-giving? Then Ahura Mazda answered, O Spitama Zarathustra. The names of us, namely, of Amishaspan's asterisk, Hormazdyast. 2. Again, the short prayer Ahanavarya, commonly called the Dahuvaryo, which is daily recited by a Zoroastrian, is said to protect the body, as is evident from the following sentence, Ahunam Varamtanam Pati. Vend 11. 3. Ahanavarya protects the body. 3. The holy Mathras that are efficacious in healing a person and purifying a thing are indicated in the 10th and 11th Fargards of the Vendidad. They are the Gatha passages which are recited twice, thrice, and 4 times, the well-known prayer called the Athahuvaryo, already alluded to in the preceding para, and the equally well-known prayer, called the Kemna Mazda. The holy Mathras are supposed to be efficacious in curing diseases, especially those affecting the mind ot a man, by making a powerful impression on it, soothing it, if excited, stimulating it, if depressed. The powerful impression thus made on his mind conduces to health by cooperating with the drugs administered to him. It is a fact that a man sometimes dies through fright or on suddenly receiving some bad news, which so much exercises a depressing influence on his mind that he never recovers from the shock he has received. While fright or the receipt of some bad news makes a depressing influence on his mind, the receipt of good news, on the contrary, enlivens his mind. Just as the receipt of some good news enlivens his mind, so the recital or hearing of the mantras makes a healthy influence on it. Not only do the 176 Zoroastrians and the Hindus believe in the efficacy of the mantras in curing diseases, but also some of the Europeans of the present age believe in the efficacy of spells in curing diseases, which is evident from the following quotation: "The people / we are told, place great confidence in their own quacks and witch doctors. The latter employ spells and herbs, with occasional orthodox remedies, such as mercury in syphilis." That the Mthra is praised in Vesta can be seen from the following quotations: Vispam Shamathram. Spentum Yazamade. Yes. C5. And we praise the entire Mthra Spenta Vidham Mathram Spentum Yazamade. Yes. XXV6. We praise the science of the Mathra Spenta, Mathram Spentum Ashkarnang Ham Yazamade. We praise the, as it is, Mthra Spenta, yes. XXV6. Verily glorious chapter XXXVII. The Tistraya star. Sirius. The Tistraya star is distinctly said to be health-giving, as is evident from the following sentence: Tistram starum reventum karnang huhantam yazamade bishajim. Tirius 2, / we praise the brilliant, luminous, giving Tistraya star. Tiriust. 2, health 1, i.e. the Russians. 2. The nationalization of health, page 208, 3. SBE volume XXXI, p. 277. 177. The Tistraya star is health-giving in the following two ways: 1. It acts as a purifier by means of its powerful light, as is indicated by the following sentence: Tistram starum reventum karnang huhantam yazamade yd vispayasnanazadi sameo apaya. Tiriust 43. We praise the brilliant and lustrous Tistraya star which sweeps away all the dreadful impurities of water, from it. 2. It improves the health of the inhabitants of the earth indirectly by bringing down the rain on the surface of the earth. The passage of the Tiriust alluding to its power of bringing down the rain on the surface of the earth is quoted on the page 151, where its explanation is also given. The Tistraya star is health-giving in another way, inasmuch as it wards off Phaname and its pernicious evils by exerting its influence on rain, as is indicated by the following para: O Spidama Zarathustra. I created this Tistraya star worthy of so much adoration for opposing this fairy Dyosidaya, whom evil-speaking men call by the name of Widaya, for destroying her, for driving her away, and, for repelling the evil, caused by her. Tiriust 50-51. In the para 51, famine is personified and called the fairy Dyosidalria. The word Dyosidalria means had year, that is, the year in which there is no crop, and hence the year of famine. Chapter XXXVI2. Varethrakna. Victory, Baharam. Varethrakna is derived from Varethra, 4. Happy face, equals an enemy, and Waina equals smiting, and means smiting the one. See Killing A8 Dictionary, page 506. 178, enemy. As a substantive, it means one who smites the enemy as well as victory. Verily Rakna also means the angel presiding over victory, namely, Baharam. Varethrakna is distinctly stated to be health-giving, as is evident from the following sentences: I, Baharam, the angel presiding over victory, am the most health-giving as regards health. Baharamyust. 3. When a person becomes successful in any attempt, he becomes cheerful. Cheerfulness exercises a healthy influence on one's mind. Varethrakna, Baharam, created by Ahura Mazda, went flytheig for the first time to him Zoroaster, in the form of the strong and elegant wind created by Mazda, and, carried, to him, good luster created by Mazda, luster created by Mazda and health * as well as courage. Baharamyust. 2. 1 Kang4 has translated Jot by goes. 2 Urvad Kanga refers Amdi equals him to one who invokes better 3. M. I think Amdi equals him refers to Zarathustra mentioned in the preceding section. That Amdi equals him refers to Zarathustra is borne out by the fact that the verbs jasat and barat are in the past imperfect tense. Urvad Kanga has translated both these verbs in the present tense, though he has remarked in the footnote that they are in the past imperfect tense. Corday Avesta, 5th edition, CP 199. 3 Kunga has translated barat by has. 4 Katienga has translated Bishajem by remedy. Areta. H. M.